non-binary pals, and welcome to the NACE Starleague Grand Championships being held in Indianapolis at the beautiful Butler Esports Park. I am your host, Artie Nerdbird Rain. I'll be your MC, so to speak, bringing you all the action. Hello, everyone, guys, gals, non-binary pals. Thank you for being here on this beautiful afternoon in Indianapolis, coming at you live from the Butler Esports Park. Today, we'll be bringing you the NACE Starleague Grand Finals for League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, and Super Smash Bros. So you want to make sure you stick around for all the action. We kick things off today with League of Legends, starting out with St. Clair Esports taking on Maryville Esports. It'll be the battle of the Saints today. Who will come out on top? Hopefully everyone brings their A game and is ready to throw down, because today we crown the champions and you walk away with a bag of money in your hands and a beautiful trophy. So my apologies. And we'll be bringing on stage our League of Legends players. First up is going to be our St. Clair Esports Saints. Come on. I would like to point out their shoes, way more comfortable than my own. I should have worn sandals. If these gentlemen walk away with the trophy, it's all in the shoes. Next up, we have our Maryville Esports Saints as well, coming in the red and black. Please come join us on stage. All right, and as these players get settled in, hopefully our casters are all ready to go. They are going to be bringing you all of the action. So, Orbital, Levi, please take it away.
The Butler, sorry, my brain does not want to work here. The Butler Esports Arena, the park area, I think is going to be such a fun time. My name is Orbital. With me is Levi, actually. Levi, how you doing today?
Man, I'm doing great. I'm excited to be casting here at the Butler University Esports Park in this NACE Starleague Grand Finals League of Legends match.
Yeah, of course. And thank you so much for joining us. I know that you were kind of called last minute, and it's been fantastic talking with you so far. Explain a little bit about your history here and what you do here at the university.
Yeah, so I'm a senior here. I played League for 3 years, so I'm excited to watch some high-level League of Legends here. But I'm a biochemistry major, and you know, I haven't done a ton of casting, but I'm excited to jump on and do my best and fill in for this role today.
Of course, and we're very, very excited to have it again. This is the grand finals, kicking things off. Both these squads have been phenomenal throughout the bracket and throughout the regular season as well. These two teams have also a storied history in collegiate. And let's go ahead and start with the St. Clair Saints themselves. This is a squad that were first seed rolling into this tournament and have so far made it into the finals in pretty good standing.
Yeah, they haven't even dropped a game. They're completely undefeated so far in the NACE Starleague, and it all comes through a lot of very good team play. They run pretty stock standard team compositions, you know, like a tank top, engage jungle or support somewhere, strong hyper carries mid or AD carry, and they play it really well, and they slowly build leads and take dragons, take souls, take towers, and it's worked for them, and hopefully they can show that here on stage.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best things to have very fundamental, the basics kind of honed into them, and that's something that I got to talk to their coaches a little bit about as well. That's been their whole game plan. Play it slow, play it standard, and we'll win at the end of the day. On the other side is Maryville Saints. And I mean, Maryville, if you've been in collegiate, if you watch any collegiate scene, you know Maryville. Let's be honest, they're a team that has a very storied history as well, and they go a very different tactic, it feels like.
Yeah, they're the self-proclaimed king of collegiate. Rightfully so, maybe,
Yeah.
especially in League. They are very awarded. They play a very fun style, very fast. They have the players to do it. They like to do it. They draft for it, too. I mean, you'll see fighters top and bruisers and like the jacks and stuff like that from Niles, or big GP player when he was a stronger champion than he is right now. In the jungle, you might see more. You're going to see a little bit less Sejuani Maokai if they're not as strong as they were previously. Hopefully we'll see more of those carry stuff, maybe a Graves, maybe a Kindred, especially with the new patch changes. I don't think they've had a chance to play on this patch in any form of competitive league, so we're excited to see what they do. And I'm also excited to see what the bot lane does, because I think Lucian Melio is something that fits the style. I think it's better than Lucian Nami ever was. So I'm excited to see if they play that very strong, aggressive bot lane. And then as always, mid lane is what I'm going to be watching. That's what I play. That's what I want to focus on. I want to see these mid laners have impact in the game, high impact team fight ultimates and stuff like that. But I want to see them play fast, and Maryville does play fast.
Yeah, and in your opinion, of course, like you said, you play mid quite often. The rotation for mid has been, I want to say, pretty standard over the past couple of patches. It's really been like top, jungle, bot side that have really had the most changes. But the mid also has the largest variety, right? Even though it's been very standard, the variety has not gone up or down too far. We've had one or two go in. What kind of champions are we looking at in the mid lane, at least?
For mid, I don't know if we're going to see Annie, but I still think Annie's very strong. She doesn't have that flex potential anymore, but I expect to see a lot of Ahri. So if a lot of Ahri comes out, you'll want to see Annie as like that counter. Also, she has a very strong team fight ultimate. We're seeing some Jace. If you compare it with like the Elise, if you could play that in the jungle, or you can play some AP top or an AD APC, we see a lot of Jace if you are good at it. We see some in leagues. We see like Asante mid from like Chovy's been playing that, but a lot of Victor maybe. I expect Ahri's going to be the power point for mid.
Yeah, Ahri's always the solid go around, right? It's the, okay, just go ahead, play it. We can work with it at any time. It's the nice one, and also it travels to the other lanes, which, I mean, let's head to the bot lane. You pointed it out, that's one of the high points, and especially for these two teams, they like to play that very hyper carry, get that Jinx going, or get, as you were saying, you know, that Lucian power through the early game. But there's also so many other different conversions as well. I know we're talking about the Thresh of Philios that's been showing up a lot more too. What are we looking at in the standard setup of the spot lane, especially with St. Clair saying they're going to play more standard, they're going to play very like to the bone, or to the letter kind of thing?
I think it depends which way you want to go in draft. You can very easily go hyper carry enchanter. Like you could play a Phelios Lulu or Phelios Thresh, something hyper carry with some safety added, or you could play something aggressive like Lucian Melio, or you could play Draven. Draven's very strong if you could play for that bot side, and we've seen G2 do it with Hansama, where if you can accelerate a Draven, he will run over the game. We can also see Jinx, as we've said, she's very strong. We could see Zyra Khan if you're going against a heavy engaged team. I think as much as we talk about versatility and variety in mid lane, bot lane has just as much variety if you choose to do it.
Yeah.
But we see a lot of teams like that hyper carry style, so we see a lot more of that than anything else.
Of course, and then finally, you know what? We'll leave topside on its own. As you know, top lane's an island, so we don't worry about it too much. Let's go ahead and let them do their own thing. We're not going to talk about the Cassante, the Sion, the Jax, the Fiora. We won't worry about that. But of course, the jungle is also one that we want to take a look at, and not just because that is where, you know, the main bulk of whether the early game comes out or the mid to late game is going to come out. It's also the players themselves. Maddie and Odd Orange have almost two very distinct styles, right? Maddie is going to go for a lot more methodical. Odd Orange is well known to go a little bit crazy. If you want to walk us through that a little bit.
So in the jungle, I think it also depends a lot on what champs they're going to pick. Maddie seems to be a carry player from what I've seen from him. He likes the Wukong, he likes the Lilia, and I think Lilia is a champ that if you could play it, and you play it well in this meta that is surrounded by a lot of heavy HP stackers, she can succeed. And if you're not playing a ton of CC into her, very easy to hit CC, she can very run over a team fight or any game. So I kind of excited to see if Maddie chooses to go that, especially since she's been seeing buff after buff after buff. And the Odd Orange, I think he's going to find something that he wants to play, and he's going to play it, and it's going to be exciting. He's going to run around the map. He's going to try and make plays. His team really plays well through him, making sure that he can play through them. So like his lane set him up well, so in a way that he can always gank, or if he wants to play for Dragons or Heralds, they do a great job with him, and he's often what seems to be the in-game leader for this team because everybody wants to play through him, and he's always in a position that's going to make the game fun.
Yeah.
He's always going to be exciting.
I love that you point that out because, again, it's both carry but in their own way, right? One of them is just like, we're going to get eccentric. We're going to go crazy. We're going to go ham. The other is like, this is the standard. You play that Wukong, you build up the advantages that way, and we play it by the book. The book is I carry. Now, on paper, let's go ahead and go to the top side. You know, Rake Lafleur and Niles. Rake Lafleur, I think you and I have both talked to them. The team likes to make them play a little bit of a tank side, you know, play that weak side in a not inting style. And then, of course, Niles as well on the other side, just being very, very impressive. And again, one of the carries, because again, when you look down Maryville side, they're all carries. I swear, they're all carries. But in the top side, what do you think that's going to look like, especially if you place a tank against a bruiser? Like, that just, it feels like it nullifies everything, right?
Yeah, so I expect to see Ricky to play that Scion. He's definitely a broken champ. And I expect maybe Ornn too, especially since they just bug fixed him. I want to see those tanks out of there, but if we get a bruiser side for Maryville on the other side of it, I also expect to see a lot of attention put up there. I don't expect these to be an island if we have a bruiser versus tank matchup. I see Auto Orange going up there and trying to set up Niles to play a game and trusting the bot side to play a strong, weak side when Auto Orange is on the other side of the map. But if we get a tank versus tank, ignore it. We don't even need to have a check up there. There'll be 10 CS a minute each, full health, noodle fight. We're not going to have to look up there. They'll show up at team fight at some point.
Yeah, I think that's the best time. Now, I got to ask, because you've been on this Scion for so long, you and I have been talking about it. Why is Scion so good? Because, I mean, you play mid. You play mid. Is it because you've been pinched by the Scion? Is it because Scion likes to chase you down? What's the whole thing?
I think Scion really gives a good way for you, like, you know what you're going to do. You know you're going to ignore the Scion. He's very strong up there by himself. He's going to be really hard to dive with all that HP stacking and the resistances. He's a great engage ultimate in team fights, and he also does give a lot of damage. If you get that ultimate onto an AD carrier or a squishy mage of some sort, they're half health, especially with the stun, with the W, with the E, and then you get the big Q right after. You're going to stun them forever, you're going to do a ton of damage, and you're going to have 7k health in a 30-minute game. That's over-exaggerated a little bit, but he's going to be a very strong tank, and he does a great job at building space for people to play. So if Scion's in front of you, it's very hard for the other team to just walk past him and get to an AD carrier, get to a squishy mage. He also works very well in like a pick comp. So if you have an Ahri Wukong, which I expect to see a lot of today, Ahri can be in jungle and look for a charm, and Scion can very easily follow up and make one charm that maybe would be a 1-for-0 into a big team fight that is forced to 4v5.
Oh, yeah, and see a lot of good information. And I do appreciate that as well, because it leads into the fact that we should see those champions picked up. If we don't see them, they're either banned away or the teams have something else going on, which in a best of 3, it can yield some crazy stuff, right? In a best of 5, it brings a lot more, you know, maybe the standard 1-2 games. Okay, we're going to play it out. And best of 3, game 1 goes awry, someone's going to kick things off. Or like you were saying, in game 1, experiment. Maybe we don't even see that Wukong, the Ahri, the Scion. Someone throws some cheese out there. If we are going to see cheese, what would you like to do as we are possibly getting into draft here shortly? I know everyone's really, really excited. We want to get it in there too, because we want to stop theorizing. We want to give you the hard, cold facts of what they're going to pick up. If it is going to be crazy, if it is going to be all those insane picks or some of those out-of-the-world picks, what would you like to see?
I want to see Lilia. I think Lilia
oh, this one, that's not even crazy,
but
right?
I know what you mean. I do want to see Lilia though. But when it comes to the LAN environment, you never know what you're going to get from the teams. It's a whole different thing. You're not at your home setup. You're maybe stressed because you slept in a hotel room and now you have this schedule that you had adhered to get these games started and stuff like that. So I want to see a team come out with an insane, crazy draft game 1 and surprise the other team in game 1. I don't want to see it in game 2. I want to see it in game 3. I want to see one of these teams say, okay, we're ready for the LAN environment. Are you? And we're going to play these things. We're going to play crazy mid jungles or a very strong bot lane like Lucian Emilio. and we're going to test you, and if you're not ready today, we're going to come hit you in the mouth. Like, I want to see something like that in game 1. I don't want to see them play either team. I don't want to see either one try and play a slow game 1, try and get used to the LAN environment, because if you fall behind in LAN and lose that not motivation, momentum. Yeah, you lose that momentum, it's very hard to recover, especially when you could see and hear the people getting excited on the other side of the stage. It's very hard to recover.
Yeah, and I think we are into draft as well. These teams have been very, very excited, so hopefully we can update you as we go along. And I just want to double check that. So we have gotten already, yes we are underway, and we're very, very excited. Again, St. Clair Saints on that blue side to kick things off, and Maryville on the red. You can already see on the blue side it is the Jace, Annie, Elise, exactly like you talked about, Levi. And then on the other side it is the Tristana, Olaf, and Emilio, again, right up your alley.
Yeah, the Tristana is also a great ban from red side because it's a good flex. It can be flexed mid or AD carry, and same with Olaf. It can be flexed in jungle in like a carry style or to top lane. So 2 very good bans from red side. The Rakan, strongest support in the game, I think, right now. Fantastic pick B1 there. It can also play in a lot of different team comps. It can be an engage, it can be a disengage. And then we're seeing Varus Maokai.
Yeah, the Varus Maokai is something that we've also haven't been able to touch on. It may not be like the super S tier, but it's an extremely flexible A tier. The Varus can go 3 separate ways, so being able to grab it in the blind pick is very standard. The Maokai as well. Support Maokai has kind of fallen off, but jungle Maokai is still very, very prevalent. Now you got a question, because do you actually want to run that Xayah? Is the Xayah the right call? Which I think is still actually okay. It can dodge so much, you're set up for it already, which is perfect. You locked in that bot lane. Now for the rest of the lanes, do you actually match the jungle, or do you try and look somewhere else?
I think we'll see a Vi here. Vi is very strong. You've already picked the Xayah, which is very good in the Maokai. Maybe not so great into the Varus in lane, but in team fight it's going to be very strong. But Varus has no way to stop Vi. Oh, Udyr would be a very good pick also, because it just has so many ways to deal with Maokai and easily get onto Varus, because you can't stop him when he goes unstoppable. So it's going to be, I think that's a very good pick. A little different, maybe not super meta, but if you can play the Udyr, you're going to have 12 CS a minute against something like the Maokai that's not going to be able to farm as well. You have great team fighting, and I think the Nautilus makes sense into the Rakan.
Yeah, it's just the standard. It's the, okay, we are answering that setup. Of course, the question is now that Udyr. I think that Udyr has thrown a huge wrench in their plans, and it's now going to be a little bit of a problem for Maryville, but they are now picking off the champions that they don't want to deal with, mid lane being a high priority on their side. So the Silas, as we said, even Pantheon in the top mid section saying, hey, we don't want that bully to come out. Of course, it does look like we're going to have to question whether it's going to be the mid or top that's actually going to be left to counterpick for Maryville.
Yeah, the Silas ban tells me they kind of want to maybe go like an Ahri route or something with a big team fight ulti. Maybe like a Swain, since you already have 2 short-range champions in the Rakan Udyr. But I think if you go Ahri here, you are going to very struggle damage-wise. Unless you're going on-hit Varus, you're going to not have that consistent damage that you need unless you go like a Bruiser topside. So this pick's going to be very interesting. Is Silas and Irelia ban? I know that Akashi does play the Irelia, so that makes sense. Maybe an Asol. We're just going to go ahead and blind pick an R. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either, which makes sense why we're also banning Irelia, that 2-way flex.
And the fact that also Sion was left up, I think they predicted this. Gnar is very good at bullying out those tanks, bullying out those beefcakes that want to get to the mid to late game. You predicted this, which I think is appropriate, and now it is Ricky LaFleur that has to go, okay, do I actually want to play this? Well, yes, that's about what our team comp is going to go. We're going to play weak side. This is where it gets spicy. You have to blind pick. You could take the Aria away if you want to, but if you do, that could be countered very easily on the other side. I know if we're talking about, you know, Get Back can play anything. Get Back is very versatile and very open, so if you pick up the R, you have to be ready for that counter or even a leave it alone counter, such as that mid to late game scaler. Ooh.
I love the Victor pick, because if I'm looking at Maryville right now, I'm mid lane, I'm saying I want Cassiopeia, and if they pick Ahri here, I'm super happy with Cassio. I need strong damage, I need a ton of damage. I have to go something that is going to give that in the mid lane, especially AP.
Oh.
A Yone does give that mix, but I expect to see a mage. But the Victor completely counters Cassiopeia. If you're going to pick Cassiopeia 5 here now, you're asking, why am I picking Cassiopeia into Victor Xayah? Very difficult. But we are going to see the Syndra, which runs into the same problem as Ahri a little bit, where if you're not ahead, you're not going to be dishing out the damage that you really need to, especially if this Varus doesn't go on hit.
Yeah, this is big question marks right there, but I also like it. Syndra is also one of my favorite champions, and I also, if it was an Ahri on the other side, if we did see Ahri on the side of St. Clair, I would have sat there and been like, man, please pick the Syndra. I really, really like it because the Syndra is very, very, I want to say, interesting, I will always say. So we'll go ahead and get things rolling here. It's gonna be so much fun, and let's go ahead. This is cool. We get to see all the players, by the way. Yeah, here we go. Levi's right here. This is awesome. Levi's joining in. But these are all the players, of course. They have all lined up here inside of the arena, and I mean, the arena is fantastic. I just want to point this out. This place is phenomenal, and you guys have had some amazing events as well. I mean, how long ago was this really built? How long was this like been in the works, and how long have you enjoyed it? Let's ask.
So I think it's been in the works for a while, from what I understand, a couple years, and it really came into fruition last summer. They broke ground in the spring last year, I believe, because before it was part of the parking garage. It was an old, I don't want to say it was, I think it was a restaurant that didn't work out, and then they basically, it was nothing. It was part of the parking garage. And then they moved it into this last spring. In the summer, I came in here, we put the PCs in, and it was amazing. I mean, you walk into a brand new stadium like this, something that is not very seen on a ton of different campuses. You have the LAN area where you just have a bunch of PCs, and then you have a beautiful stage that allows for events like this. You have full capabilities when it comes to production. You have a beautiful production area. You have this awesome caster desk. It's very exciting to see, and I've been here for 3 years. Like I said, I'm a senior. And it was not like this my sophomore, junior year when I transferred. So I had no idea this was going to happen. So shout out to Butler for doing something like this. It's been incredible.
Yeah, and if you get the chance, come on down to the Butler University Esports Park. It is free entry for anyone that wants to come down and check it out, as we are getting underway with St. Clair Saints and Maryville Saints as well. As you heard from our amazing host, Dirty Bird, it is, of course, the Battle of the Saints to figure out who takes the crown. Time will, of course, tell between the two, because the champions that they picked up have been very, I want to say, muted. You were talking about getting some spice. We get almost no spice. This is by far the most muted, the most plain, but the still very enjoyable compositions coming out here. So even though it's not up to your expectations, Levi, what do you think is going to happen here? What lanes should we be keeping our eyes on, at least?
Well, before I get into that, it's interesting to talk about the draft, because we didn't see Jinx, we didn't see a
we didn't see
talk about too,
sort.
but I think Jinx is still really strong, but we like the Varus, I guess, into the Xayah, and we expected that to come out. But I really do think that the St. Clair's comp is just better. You have more damage, you have stronger tanks, you have more CC, more engage, and you have a Xayah into a Gnar, Maokai, Nautilus. That's a very good game for Xayah. I mean, she might struggle a little bit into Syndra and Varus, but if her tanks do a good job of creating space for her, I feel like Xayah and Victor can dish out more damage than Syndra Varus, especially if we don't have on-hit Varus. But if you are the Maryville team, if you could play fast through Maokai and get a bunch of 1v2s or 3v2s or 3v3s with your strong ultimate, you can really turn this game quickly. But it's going to be hard into that Udyr. He's going to outfarm you. He's definitely stronger in a 2v2. So I'm excited to see the ways that Maryville gets creative to make plays around the map with the Maokai, because I think if you get to 30 minutes, you might have already lost the game.
Ooh, okay. Calling it early, and I appreciate it, because that's right on point. So taking a look on the side of Maryville then, for the for Odd Orange specifically, I want to ask, where do you start then? Because I know you talked about that mid lane still being one of those points. You can go, you know, maybe level 3, get the stun, whatever you want to do. What lanes do you want to see Odd Orange actually focus on? Where do we actually want to see Odd Orange roll into first?
Well, I don't want to see him go top. Don't worry about the Scion Gnar. Let Gnar do his own
Sorry,
thing.
Niles. Sorry.
I don't want to see him top. I want to see him start there, red side. So I want to see him start red buff, go towards the bot lane, and if you can get an early gank, get that Victor flash before he can start buying Merc Treads, because you're already double AP jungle, mid jungle with the Nautilus. Merc Treads has a ton of value. If you can get his flash early, it's going to mean that you have priority over dragons, and it's much easier for him to gank that level 3 than it is for Udyr. So I definitely want to see him try and make something happen mid, but honestly, with Cryo in both his lanes, mid jungle, I expect just a clean, full clear, get that bot scuttle, not anything crazy, and then from there, you might be able to dive bot lane before that Xayah can get 6, if your bot lane can stack up a wave and Sidra can roam down. but it's going to be very hard to make things happen, I think, unless your laners really set you up well.
Okay, so more focus on the rest of the lanes actually providing those opportunities and allowing that to happen without also getting bullied by Maddie on the other side. We talk about what OW2 has to do, we have to talk about Maddie. This is that bully champion, the one that we talked about being that main difference maker, being that chance to create an opportunity, because again, on paper, unfortunately, this is a little bit leaning into Maryville. So let's get underway. Let's get on to the Rift here. It is going to be St. Clair Saints running down that blue side. It is, of course, the ones that you know. Ricky LaFleur, Maddie, Akashi, Rockboom, and Boschetti. On the other side, it is Zyko, the OW2. We know OW2, but then it's Zyko, and then Zyko. No, those are not actually their names. We promise we will get those right for you.
Yes, so it's actually Nile, OW2, Get Back, Scary, Jerry, and Zyko. So Zyko is Zyko in the support role. But the rest of them, their names aren't correct. They're over there. Little funny, but I do expect to see Udyr just out-farm this guy. I want to see him just farm, and take every 2v2, every 3v3 he can get, because that champ is very strong in those things, in those little 2v2s and those little skirmishes. And I think if we get to like level 6, you're going to see him have a 10, 15, 20 CS lead over this Maokai. Near level 10, we might see a 30, 40 if we can get a game state where both teams are just farming and this guy can continue to full clear, and take camps. We're going to start seeing a big disparity in level and CS in that role there in the jungle.
Yeah, and taking a look here, we can now jump to that mid lane, getting a little bit of action again. This matchup, the Syndra versus Victor, gonna be nice and slow. Like, honestly, it's just farm it up, try and get the damage down, and try and happily hold off. We're now gonna take a look at the top side, and Zyko, of course, Niles trying to get some poke down. This is something that we also expected, right? It is gonna be that Gnar just being a bully, being annoying, try and get lane presence, try and get the plates down, keep the Scion locked towards that top lane, and that's all they want to do.
Yeah, and as we're going to see, we're just going to see Scion collecting CS. He might go down a couple. It all depends on how much he misses, but it's going to be kind of hard for the Gnar to just absolutely deny CS. It's going to just be if Scion can get it. I mean, Scion's going to take a ton of damage in these trades, but like I've said, we're not super... Oh, we are seeing a ton of trading up here in the top side. And with the Ghost on the Scion, he can definitely run down the Gnar, but so Niles might be in a little bit of a trouble there. You don't want to see your Gnar getting super weak, especially considering you have an Udyr who can eventually maybe make his way up to that top side and make a play. But we are seeing a ton of trading up here on the top side.
Yeah, I was not expecting that much aggression, right? That is not a lane that we're sitting there like, this is supposed to be the wet noodle fight. This is the one that you're both kids back in the water park just bopping each other with the noodles. We didn't expect that chance to actually look to lock out Niles, and if that's true, that's a huge shift in power. That's a brand new situation that OW2 might have to deal with. So we'll keep eyes on that development if we will. We actually just saw Maddie take the Rift Scuttle on the bot side, which now puts OW2 in a little bit of a deficit. And now on the bot lane, Zyko getting eaten up here, has to flash away, keeping themselves safe, and now it's Scary Jerry ready to poke out Rockboom. And if you're trading HP between the support and ADC, you'll take that any day of the week. Maryville, they scantily get out of losing first blood, but now they have the health advantage.
Yeah, but it's not too much of a health advantage because that Cole's going to heal you up a little bit, and you do have a Biscuit. But Maryville did use both sums on Nautilus and heal from Varus, so that is, in my opinion, a huge win there for St. Clair's, especially with that extra wave clear. We are seeing Flash out here from Syndra. I don't think this is going to be a kill.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a the laser gets her. First blood to St. Clair's.
We weren't expecting that. It's under tower. We were like, hey, listen, it should be fine. And I mean, honestly, Get Back did all that they could. The fact that that's a pickup is a huge win for St. Clair. Not just that, the wave state's in an okay spot as well. It should bounce back and not the worst position, I would say. So happily hanging on to that one should keep them, keep the mid lane in Akashi's favor now. So well done.
Yeah, you got his flash. It was what I was talking about. If you're Maokai, you want to try and make a play there early because both sides are double AP mid jungle, but St. Clair's Maddie ended up making the play on mid first, and if you make that play on mid first, you're going to have mid prio for the rest of the game. Victor's already got a lost chapter. He's going to permanently have push. He's permanently going to have prio. He's always going to be able to make these plays and always rotate with the Udyr that is already going to have so much prio in the jungle. He's going to clear so much faster. And it was just so sick that that laser barely got there. I bet it came off cooldown just in time, and Get Back's in call saying, there's no way I'm dying here, guys. I'm good. And then that laser comes and snipes him.
And the fact of the matter, now that that's happened, now means Get Back loses control mid, meaning that the Dragon is now much harder to take for a squad that has to get early rolling, right? We talked about it. They're on a little bit of a timer. They're the ones that have to focus on getting those early advantages and push out from there. They now last advantage on Dragon, which should give St. Clair the opportunity to start stacking those as well as gold. So much is available to them. We'll see if they actually pick it up, but we can see here, Zyko and Odd Orange looking to get a little bit of revenge. That is going to be a flash away from the hook. Very appropriate from Akashi.
Yeah, and very nice play there from Maryville. I would have liked to see Akashi respect that a little bit more, considering Rakan just saw Nautilus there, but very good timing there from Zyko to try and make a play on mid, get his flash before this Dragon. And also, we are seeing Varus go on hit, which I expected because Maryville needed the damage, but with all the prio in the mid and bot lane here for St. Clair, it's just going to be first Dragon over to them, unless we see Maryville contest a 4v4.
And I mean, it's a mountain. It's not the most ridiculous trying to go for. At this point, it's pride. It's like, Odd Orange, do I want to go for this steal? Probably not. But we'll actually see them rotate in. It's going down to about 1,500. So they want to dance if they can, but they're actually going to turn it on. That's going to be Odd Orange having to flash away from that side. And now it's going to be a little bit of a stasis field taking. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Out goes Scary Jerry having to flash away. Scout of the Week is not going to land. So it's a trade of 1-for-1. At least they're able to get something but Dragons still to St. Clair.
Yeah, and that's another huge win there for St. Clair. They got both the Varus and the Maokai flash. We are seeing some trading up here from the top side. Gnar is going to transform. I don't think he has the damage to kill here.
No, should just be the, okay, I scared you out of the way. And that's always the fun thing about Gnar if you're playing it or playing against it. It's not so fun. The fact that they are able to use their ult pretty much off of cooldown is the most ridiculous factor in the game. But it doesn't mean it gives Niles that chance to once again build up the CS lead. You see it now, about 13. Yes, it'll be recuperated, but this is the whole thing. You want to see Niles in control.
Yeah, and going back to that Dragon fight, we said Varus and Maokai both lost their flashes, but that is what happens when you have an Udyr versus a Maokai matchup. He just brings so much more strength to that team fight. So as soon as Rakan hit that knockup, and Udyr followed up with the Victor already having lost chapter from the first gank, it just did so much damage. They blew someone up. It became a 3v4. Maryville did a good job to get something back at least and get that one kill. But losing both your flashes on two very important characters and the Mountain Dragon when your team already lacks a little bit of damage is going to feel really bad, especially when I think you already get outscaled this game.
Ooh, that is such a good point. So we'll have to keep eyes. We'll have to keep eyes on Maryville as they continue rolling through. We're now getting into the Rift Herald scenario, which we're surprised to see Maryville were able to get there first, but this could be a steal opportunity. Maddie wants to go for it. The eye is open. If you're able to time the eye with the smite, this could be a problem. And now it's turning down. The patience is running out, and it's going to be turned around. They jump in. Maryville says, we want to take this fight, and they are going to get a little bit of room. But Sketty is going to go down first, but now it's the blast going back. Oh my gosh, they bring Akashi back to the thrill of the hunt. They are going to die, and it's down 2, but the rest of Maryville is running through a very rough chokehold. Keep eyes on Rickle and Fleur, and now Rockboom ready to move in as well. And they're going to turn. That's going to be the ensemble onslaught, and the feathers and the work. The recall does the damage, but it still kills. Maryville are making the best out of a really rough scenario, but kills still transferred over. It's a 3-for-3, and no one comes out the better.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think it's a little winning for Maryville because Varus is going to get a lot of plates here in the bot lane. But great roam there from Rockboom. Not very often do you see AD carry just solo roam up to a Rift Herald 4v4. But Maryville did a great job. They were first to act. They got onto the Varus. Onto the Victor, onto the Rakan, and they got the first kill, and then it was a 3v4, but that's the power right there you saw of Udyr, who even in that disadvantaged fight made it very close. If Xayah didn't come up, it would have definitely be winning for Maryville, but as this game goes on, we're going to see that get harder and harder to deal for Maryville. And I think they needed that right there because it gave them a lot of gold in their pocket, and if they can accelerate this game through that Varus, who just got 3 plates, I think that's their game plan for the rest of the game. But really well done, I think, also by St. Clair's to minimize losses. They ended up getting the Herald from it. Just a really, really smart play from Rockboom there to end up saying, okay, I'll give up bot. Let's at least make this winning.
And my question to you is, yes, they did get a couple plates, but you take a look at the 2 kills that are coming back. It's just shy of even, yes, the Mythic is out, don't get me wrong, but that still means Rockboom is not that far behind. Normally, if you see that roam, you're like, okay, it's very rough. That's why we don't see ADCs roam. By the way, if you're in solo queue, please don't try what they did. They're professionals. If we actually see this, though, it's not terrible. So that's why we're seeing them still kind of leverage their action. And I wouldn't be surprised to actually see Scary Jerry still give a lot of respect over. Normally when you have a Mythic over, you're like, okay, we can win, we can do whatever. I don't expect them to actually do that right off the rip. They're gonna test their metal first, they're gonna try and juggle around here, especially with some of those other global objectives coming up. In a minute, the Dragon will be coming up, and that's the next testing point. That's the next stat check that'll be coming out from these teams.
Yeah, but what we will see is since Udyr got that Herald, and Dragon's coming up in 50 seconds or so, I expect him to take it bot side, try and get some plates back on to Rockboom to like counteract a little bit of what Scary Jerry earned in that play. But we aren't going to see flashes on very key members in this fight. We're not going to see it on Xayah. We're not going to see Ghost on Udyr or Sion if he ends up roaming down. And we're not going to see Flash on Syndra. I don't know if Nobs is going to come up because he does have Hex Flash. And it's, I don't know if we can see that.
No one knows. No one knows. We tried counting once, it was terrible.
Yeah, so we will end up seeing what happens. And we also might just see Herald come down here in the mid lane, which either one's good, but we're just going to see some trade. The Maokai R does come out, though.
And the body block actually coming in, I actually do appreciate it, but it's not good enough, and because the rest of the bot lane is coming up, it does mean Maryville are going to do some work, but that is get back pushed out, and in comes the Unstoppable Onslaught. Do you get there in time? No, you miss. So Ricklefer has to run. That is the Chains of Corruption also whiffing out, and look at this turnaround. It's going to be a triple knockup, but it's not going to be enough. Maryville pulled the trigger first, and now it's that re-engage, but the hook slows them down. It is going to be the quickness just to toss them back out. The Ignite will take it, so at least they get one back, but it's still Maryville calling the fight. And now Akashi jumps forward, and all of a sudden, it's right back in St. Clair's favor. Because guess who didn't roam? It's Rockboom to turn it on its head.
I think that is that just turned from a very good play by Maryville because of mistakes by St. Clair into a very good play for St. Clair because of mistakes by Maryville. I think this is what you see on LAN. You see a little bit of that miscommunication where Udyr said, I'm going to tank the Twisted Advanced. I'm going to make sure that my Victor can just walk away and then I'll walk away too. But Victor ended up getting rooted, kept his flash though, and stayed alive. But Udyr died for it. But Udyr, as we saw again, the power of Udyr, he did so much damage in that fight, especially once Sion got down there too. And now he's just going to put the Herald bot side, get first tower, move up into this Dragon, and just well played by St. Clair's to make something that looked bad turn into something good.
And granted, they got even more, right? We saw the Rift Herald drop bot side, so now we were talking about the plates. Well, now that it's not even just plates, it's also that first tower gold. As much gold as we saw swing into Scary Jerry. Yes, 3-0 has a 200 gold bounty. You flip on the other side, 150 in Rockboom. Rockboom also going that critical, the Kraken Slayer. A little bit of a difference we talked about on hit with the Varus. That's also a defensive build. That Immortal Shield Bow is saying we got to be safe. That does mean that Sion is going to be that much harder to cut through, so I'm a little bit worried in that status. But now it's the mid lane once again, get back, still getting bullied.
And with that, with the items as well, Cinder did go Landry's, which I think is good, which is right. Hopefully she goes Void Staff next and just completely forgets about going Seraphs, because you need damage this game. You need to go Void Staff into Death Cap. Mathematically, you need that this game, because otherwise you're just not going to have the damage to deal with this. And also, if you are St. Clair's, all your gold's gone to the right two people. This Xayah is very hard to deal with her Featherstorm, and Victor has so much range on this Maryville squad, especially since it's on hit Varus and not poke Varus, that he's going to be pretty hard to deal with. And they're giving this Dragon, which I guess they felt like they had to because they didn't have river control vision, but it feels bad with the state of the game right now that you're in to give this one up. But if St. Clair's wants to do it, I respect the call because they don't want to risk anything considering they do outscale Maryville pretty hard.
And you know what? It's because they knew the Hextech was coming up. It's like, we don't need one Ocean. We'll get 3 Hextechs. We'll get so much attack speed and ability haste. And honestly, I like that call. I'll just say they had precognition. They knew what was coming up. So the gates are online though. This now means the teams are going to get even funkier, which I personally like. I love seeing the gates utilized to the fullest potential. You see people rotating. We're also going to see much quicker objective setups instead of the usual, I would say about 45 seconds is when you want to take. Now about 30 seconds. You can recall 30 seconds on the table. You can now rotate out. So I'm very excited to see what they can do.
I think the hex decks also favor Maryville because they want to start accelerating this game. It's a pretty even gold state, about a 1K to St. Clair. But Maryville wants to start accelerating this game, make sure they can use this Varus gold and the early power of Syndra to just really accelerate this game, get this next Herald, make plays around the map, get the next tower, bot tower standing gold, top tower standing gold, especially with how low they are. So having those hex gates to get on the map faster definitely, I think, favors them for the next 10 or so minutes, 7 minutes or so, where they can make plays. If we would have saw a Kim take with the extra Squire orbs and plants, it would have favored St. Clair because it makes it easier to just sit back, scale, and stop Maryville from doing anything. But we're just going to see posturing around these objectives.
I mean, this is the next objective as well, is something that Maryville were hoping to set up for, but you can see this time they were ready for it. St. Clair is saying, not a chance. We want a chance to break open the mid lane, but Maryville is going to try and do it first. This is the proper response. If you give up that global objective, you look for something on the other end, and it looks like it will be traded. Mid lane going to fall fairly quickly. Scout of the Week already used, but now this is Snowball Onslaught, and it's calling all four. The Crimson Advance is actually used in the opposite direction. Now the rest of Maryville is scattered. That's going to be a double kill, though. Going back to Scary Jerry, the running backwards has worked so well, and surprisingly enough, it's 2 for 1, and the Herald is all that was given back. You know what, Maryville? You did pretty dang good there.
Yeah, I guess you'll take that if you're Maryville. 1 for 2. You didn't really get too many. I guess you got Xayah Flash, so actually it's definitely worth it. But if you also don't make something happen on the map, which Gnar ended up doing, he's going to get this bot tower. It's just a hard winning play for Maryville. If you would have, again, like earlier, where you would have stuck around and lost some kills, like you did in the mid lane, it would have been very bad. But Varus is already 2 items. This is exactly who, both teams have the gold on who they want it. This Varus with the Rage Blade means he's going to have a ton of damage to deal with these very heavy HP stackers from the side of St. Clair's. So, very winning play there for Maryville. And like I said, you want to see them accelerate the game.
Keep pushing that level forward. Keep ensuring that they catch St. Clair in awkward scenarios as well. That's going to be your ticket in. That one itself, it's surprising to see. It was interesting to watch, but right now, Baschetti having to run away. And Baschetti is also, we saw earlier, it was quite fun being that frontliner, right? Checking out those corners. We saw earlier checking into Niles and going, thumbs up, I see you, I'll walk away now. This is something that's really good about Baschetti, I think, is he's willing to be that front line. Even if he thinks he can't make it, he's still willing to be up there.
Yeah, and that mid lane fight's a little weird too, because I think it might be a little bit of that land miscommunication, because if you're Victor there, it seems like you're saying, I'll just clear the wave, you use your ult on the wave, but we might be seeing a fight here on mid lane as well.
A little bit of a split action is really what it was, and honestly, you drew 2 to the top side, so St. Clair actually get a second charge. This is actually quite big. It gives the momentum shift over to St. Clair's side. You now have mid lane prep for a quick take as well, and a teleport coming in. I'm not sure if this is the right call, we'll see, but that's a full TP'd in, and you're pretty dang healthy. The rest of the team is still looking. No knockup to come in, but that's going to be the knockup, and that's going to be the jump behind, but that's a wall up against the wall. Are you kidding me, Maryville? Maryville, you can't do it to him like that. Scary Jerry and Get Back annihilate the rest of the squad. That is Niles to pick up the shutdown, and just like that, Maryville says sit down.
The double TP from Syndra Gnar. The Gnar, I don't know if he came with Transform or if he got it in that fight, but huge ultimate knocked 4 of them into the wall there and just completely turned that fight in this favor of Maryville. Varus was completely safe after he flashed, did so much damage in that fight, and just incredible cognitive action there where Sion TP'd mid. They thought they were going to have a 4v3 for St. Clair's, but Maryville double TP'd behind and just made a phenomenal play.
I can't believe they were able to pull that one out. And yes, they were a little bit corralled, but you saw Rick LaFleur's TP, and I was so worried. They pull it out, though. And the big thing is they get control over that dragon. Remember that first dragon that they took? It is not O2 to a now possible, soul point or anything. This is 1-1. They kept themselves in the realm of not only gold, but the global objective game, and their now 30-minute timer extended a little bit further. Maybe about 35 minutes for them now.
You slowed down the scaling there from St. Clair and accelerated yourself. More than anything, you accelerated yourself, which is what you want to see. They got the top tower, they double TP'd mid, made that play. They got another dragon, and your Varus got a ton more gold. He's got a Zeal item. I don't know if this is going to be Phantom Dancer or Runaan's. I think Runaan's would be very, very smart, considering you have 3 melee champions. You'd be hitting, if you're hitting like Victor, which might be impossible. You're hitting 4 people. But most of the time, you're going to be hitting 3 people with every auto attack. I kind of want to see the the Hurricane there, but Varus has a ton of gold now. He's going to be able to do a ton of damage, which is what you've needed. I've said it from draft. If Varus doesn't get ahead, you don't have a ton of damage. Nobody else is going to be able to really deal with this Scion. And if we're looking at the items, we have 2 items on Varus, 2 items on Xayah. Everybody else is about 1.5. So your gold on who you want it to be for both these teams is just going to be about getting yourself set up in the right position. And we're going to continue to see posture up towards this topside jungle with vision around this Baron, because you don't want to give either team a chance to set up and force you into them.
And you can actually see, I think that's very appropriate, because with that Maryville win, you actually see in the warding condition, you can see the pings going down. So much vision is actually pushed into the side of St. Clair. So as much as we're talking about not giving ground, St. Clair had to give a lot. You see 2 ping wards in the back line that have now been moved even further into the river, and that now means they are on the aggressive. Maryville did not have that chance before. Maryville has not had that chance to actually ward out, but you can see it now. They're very excited about this upcoming objective, and they're excited to try and catch St. Clair again. You can see it, using those Hexate gates, get in position, get that Nara bar up once again, and have that phenomenal play.
Yeah, and part of that is the way that we're getting a little bit of a stagger between recalls between both supports. We're seeing a ton of trade. This Nara's doing a ton of damage here. Sion does have ult, so he's going to always be okay there. But as I was saying, we're seeing a lot of weird staggering between both supports and the rest of their team to just end up moving vision around. So as soon as Nautilus resets to get more wards, his team just makes sure they have mid push, and then as soon as he comes back with that Hex Gate, they're allowed to get into this river, get vision down, and the same is trying to be done for St. Clair's. But because of the way that Maokai and Nautilus work, how quickly they can get onto your backline, if you also don't have Scion to create space for you, and you don't have mid prio, it's very hard to contest anything.
You can actually see that's why Niles is currently pressed so far up on the top side. Keep the Scion there, goes right back to minute 1. Keep the Scion on lock, and you can work your way from there. I also want to point out the vision game is so difficult because you look down the line, there are 3 sweepers on either side and then 2 scryers as well. There are no regular wards. No one's dropping those except for the support, and you're just like, this sucks. I'm walking in blind all the time and I don't have a choice, and that's why St. Clair, you're going to have to pull the trigger at some point, unfortunately. You're going to have to say, okay, we have to go for it, because right now, this is Maryville on Baron. If you don't do something, you are going to lose it.
And this Syndra's in a great spot to stop Maryville from even checking it, and there are no blue orbs on the side of St. Clair. I have no idea what health this Baron's at, but this could be very bad for the side of St. Clair. We do get the Twisted Van stop there.
And it looks like they're going to go in, but that's a double knockout. Baron is down, so now it's just a kill. And it looks like they've routed him, so you know what? You lose the Baron and you lose your ADC, but you do get 2 kills back. That's not exactly optimal. And again, as you said, it was Maryville. Phenomenal shot calling right there. They keep Baron on 3, and they now get the chance to push out and close down those outer objectives once again.
And we also saw Syndra get the shutdown there onto Xayah. I don't know if she one-shot her, or if there was a Nautilus R on top of her too, but Xayah just disappeared in that team fight. She ended up insta-killing the Nautilus, but yes, I don't know what happened there, how Xayah died, but she died so fast, and that's another win for Maryville. You know, it ended up being a 1 for 2, but you got Baron.
It was very, very nice, and I think for them, that's a win over top. It didn't matter how many you kind of lost there. This is still a ridiculous chance. It was so, so good, and I think we do have a little bit of a replay coming in here, so I'm very, very excited to see. We do get to see how Rockboom did die, because you see the flash and that cleanse. So let's take a look. Where is that ADC? Oh, all the way in front.
Oh yeah, ultimate just one-shot her, just absolutely exploded her. She was already weak from trying to get into the river. Syndra and Maokai had such a good position there with the saplings and the stun there from the Syndra. She was already half health, and then Syndra R. I assume Get Back might already have his execute from the splinters at this point. Maybe not, but just absolutely one-shot that half health.
I don't even think it was the ulti. It was straight up a Q and an E and then just scatter, and you're like, oh, that's an ADC for you. But yes, that is the scary thing now. You cannot go forward. Rockboom is not allowed to step forward that far without knowing where the rest of the team is. So we'll have to keep eyes on that. Same with Akashi. Akashi's slowly getting melted. Remember, this is a Leandries. This is where that burn comes in. This is where that entire HP draining is coming in, and that's been Maryville's saying of, this is how we're going to deal with that Scion, which I really, really do agree with. So Dragon is up right now. This is the 4th Dragon of the game, 3rd possibly in sole point for the side of Maryville, but it is going to be this other side. It is St. Clair saying, we have found one, and it is going to be Niles running for the hills. You burned everything, but you will burn instead. The AoE, the Phoenix takes it, but do they lose the Dragon? Yes, they do. That is something that Maryville will happily sacrifice.
Yeah, Maryville, again, just keep accelerating this game. If you can get out here with your Baron recalls without losing much more, it's very good, but I think we're going to see a full fight.
Well, not exactly a full fight. Remember who died earlier. This is something St. Clair are hoping for. That's going to be the draw in. Up goes Zyko, and Zyko goes into that stun. But look at the burn. Look at the turnaround, Maryville. They take a 45. Are you kidding me? The melting. This on hit Varus. That is a triple kill. Make it a quadra. It is the quadra kill. Scary Jerry shuts them all down and says thank you very much.
If you want to accelerate the game, a quadra kill for Varus will do it. I mean, he went to Runehands. If you want, when we get to this replay, watch Varus. He was completely safe. He had a great flash to get to safety, and it just does so much damage to everybody. Sion is just the stopwatch comes down from Nautilus. He flashes the Sion Q. He's just doing damage to everybody here. Syndra was never in a position where she was going to be hurt at all. Ton of damage coming down from them. The tanks are doing a great job of giving Varus and Syndra space, and this is going to be the acceleration that Maryville needed.
You know what it was? You know what it was? Look in the inventory. It's that Runes! It's the Runes! That's what it is! Called on the dot, Levi. And it's happening. Unkillable as well. 9-0-5 for how early game, St. Clair was in the aggression. 12 kills. Fantastic job. These team fights have not gone their way. And I would like to reiterate, as much as I can, that was a 4v5. The last time they won a fight, it was off of Niles. Niles had a phenomenal Gnar into the wall, and now it's just so scary the fact that this can happen constantly without their main tank. Anyone on Maryville's side can make it happen just like now. However, the corralling's still a little bit dangerous. You don't want to get caught in the static field, so Maryville wisely stepping away.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of what I'm talking about when we talk about team comps in general. St. Clair's has a much better tanks. They have these tanks that create much more space, do much more CC, and just tank a whole bunch more damage. But Maryville has outranged carries. So Maryville's Syndra and Varus outrange the Victor and the Xayah. So if there ever is a point where you can't get on to the Varus or the Syndra, if they have the damage, which they have from accelerating the game, it's so much harder to deal with than it is to deal with the Varus and the Syndra, or sorry, the Xayah, because you just don't have as much range for St. Clair's. And Varus can sometimes hit you. You can sometimes get a random scatter of the week that hits these carries, and it's much harder to play the game. And when we see all the gold on Varus, 9-0-5, and a Runehands, he's going to melt the fight if he can just survive and hit.
I would just like to point out, an ADC being able to drop by and casually pick up a GA is not normal. Normally we see like Shred in there, Lord Dobbs coming out, or another damage item. You just went straight up GA, just like, I don't really need too much else. Let's go ahead and have some fun. I love it. So right now, getting into that 30-minute time frame that you were talking about, Levi, it's becoming a question. Can this side of St. Clair hold out? They got their game plan. Let's be honest. They got exactly what they wanted. They've been building some of their advantages. Let's see if they can get back into it. We know they can scrap as well. And this is Niles just being a bully, getting some revenge for dying so early last time.
Yeah, but when you're this much gold down, it's going to be hard to, even if you outscale, it's going to be hard to make plays around the map. You're doing a lot when it comes to early game, trying to make plays, but Maryville just accelerated so fast. You can see Syndra's at 3 items, while Varus is only at 2. And if we look at items in general, I think Maryville's done a great job of building and picking their item choices. I mean, we have Anathema's Chains on the Maokai, which is probably on the Xayah. We're going to see a team fight here, full on.
Yeah, this is going to break down. Look, a little bit of a pincer, and it looks like this St. Clair going, we might have messed up death chart, keeping majority share of them away. Rick LaFleur is going to fall. Keep eyes on the side, though. Niles trying to get a flank, and the double kill still to Scary Jerry. Now 11-0-5, and now the wall up into the wall. That is again the Gnar kicking things off. Someone call 911, because it is all Maryville Saints. They ace the side of St. Clair, and they will rush TP, the bot lane, the mid lane, the inhibitors, and more if they can.
Yeah, it's a clean ace. I mean, that's the game for Maryville. incredibly well played from the very beginning. I mean, they had some faults, which maybe a little bit of land nerves, but you know, they came out, they accelerated the game when they needed to, and their carries played very well. Props to Maryville.
Amazing job for a game number 1 here in the grand finals of the NACE Starleague. This entire time has been so much fun, as now we're going to get a little bit of fountain farming fun. That is unfortunate. Now's trying their best, but there we go. Final shutdown. That is going to be a kill. They're still dancing. Oh my gosh, wanted a bit more. 14-0 and 6. You know what? Pad the KDA all you'd like, because that is going to be game number 1. A phenomenal time, and honestly, we got to talk about 2 players for 2, I would say, very different reasons. Niles and Scary Jerry gave us very impressive performances.
Yeah, they did, but a lot of it is not possible if Maddie and Boschetti don't do such a great job of giving him space. We could talk about how much Scary Jerry did in team fights, and he dished out a ton of damage. Props to him. 80 carries get all the props. But if you watch those last 2 team fights, Maddie and Boschetti are giving him so much room to work with.
Odd Orange and Zyko?
Odd Orange, yes.
Okay,
Odd Orange and Zyko. Sorry, I got them back.
It's okay, it's okay.
Odd Orange and Zyko, the Nautilus and the Maokai, are giving him so much space to work with, where Victor and Zaya could not touch the Varus. He did a great job of dishing out damage. He had perfect flashes, flashing that Scion Q in the second to last team fight in the bot lane. But if it's not for Odd Orange and Zyko giving him as much room as he had, it's very hard to play that game as Varus. So as much prop as I want to give to Scary Jerry, the Odd Orange and Zyko need their praise as well. That was an incredible
100%.
job by them to give them space, and oftentimes those are not the people that are going to get talked about.
Yeah, it was so good. And you know what? I'll give a personal shout out to Niles. Those Gnar ultimates were phenomenal. Mid lane TP, I want to see it again. Maybe not on the Gnar, because that'll probably be banned out. We'll see what happens though. Here with the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, we will continue after this short break with game number 2 of the League of Legends Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere. welcome here. We are right back here again with the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. Again, thank you so much to Extra Life. Millions of children across the U.S. and Canada benefit from the amazing care given to them thanks to their local Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Show your support by donating to the NACE Starleague Super Team page in chat or Twitch page panel below. And again, it's phenomenal. I love the work that they do. I've had a chance to actually work with them a little bit, and it's amazing to see them doing great work for those that may be a little bit underprivileged. So very nice to see again that they are helping us out. Also put on a great show here because Game 1 gave us so much excitement again here at the Butler University Esports Park. It was fire. Let's be honest. A little bit slow in the early game, but we expected that. Mid-game gave us everything we wanted.
Yeah, that early game was a lot of, I think, land nerves. I mean, we saw some miscommunications. We saw some, for both teams, we saw like the Udyr tanking in, the Victor still getting rooted by the Twisted Advance. And we also saw some poor team fighting for both teams there at the beginning. But once they got settled and got those nerves in control, that mid game, Maryville just accelerated it out of control. They got the Varus super far ahead. And if you're St. Clair's, that's going to be very hard to deal with here. You see Maryville on the other side, super excited about Game 1, probably. I'm sure they got really excited out there because it's land, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard to be St. Clair's because you just had a very good early game. You were in a very winning spot, and then you just slowly lost team fight after team fight, and each one got worse than the next, and it just steamrolled for Maryville.
And I think that really highlights something that Maryville do very well. We talked about it. They're a very mechanically gifted squad. This is a squad that, as you said, kind of the kings of collegiate. They're a squad that tout themselves as the best, but it's not empty. It's not empty promises that, empty bravado will sometimes do. You just want to talk up yourself for talk up's sake. They have the skills to back it up. And this is a sign, I think, to St. Clair saying, if you make mistakes, if you give us an opportunity, they will run with it. So for St. Clair, was the mistake the draft? Because, I mean, you praised their draft quite a bit. What actually went wrong with them, and what do they need to change if they do decide to run the same composition back?
I did like their draft. I thought the Xayah and the Victor have a much easier game to deal a whole lot more damage, and their tanks can create more space. But the issue was that the way they team fight was not slow enough. They just, once Varus got too far ahead and they just kept trying to get on Varus Syndra, their tanks would die too quickly, and then you're left with Victor, Xayah, and the whole team, and there's not much they can do at that point. But if you, in the mid game, are slower in your team fights, and you're more front to back, you don't worry about Sion trying to get 5-man ultis, you worry about 2 on the tanks, go through them, murder them, and then go to the back line, it's much easier to deal with. But they just were too fast. It felt like they got ahead of themselves. If they would have slowed the game down, got to objectives first, set up their vision, forced Maryville into them, I feel like it's a much easier game from that point. Because when you rely on like a Varus, right? If you use everything to get on Varus and then flash away, he flashes away, he just melts everybody. But if you are forcing him into you and he has to maybe use it aggressively, or he's already too far forward and then you can turn it, it's a much easier game to play. So I feel like they just need to go a little bit slower, which I hate to say because I want to see fast League of Legends. But if you're going to draft like that, I feel like you have to take these team fights just a little bit slower.
I think that's 100% on the point, right? As much as we want to talk about what they need to do, they're the ones that decide what kind of composition is going to be played out, what kind of style they want to go for. And again, we did say they're a very fundamental team. Take one step at a time, maybe try and race up the steps this time. We don't know, but fight the way that you want to. As we are getting into draft number 2, last time we saw a very quick focus on the bot lane, quickly grabbing that bot lane focus and then work your way out from there. They also gave, I think, counterpick to themselves a little bit in terms of that top side. Maybe we see a change up there as well. The Sion was good, but it's a rough time, let's be honest. They picked it into the Gnar, and you're like, okay, you know what that is. But we're straight into it this time again, and so far we're seeing almost the exact same pick and bans.
I would actually like to see St. Clair's do the exact same thing, but what I would have liked to see Game 1, I want to pick Rakan here, let him go Varus Maokai again, and then pick Jinx. Just pick Jinx. You don't have to pair Xayah Rakan together. Rakan's strong without Xayah, regardless. But Jinx is so strong into these types of compositions. So just run it back, pick the Jinx, and it's a much easier game. She does much better in Varus. She does much better in these big team fights. And it's going to be so much better than the Xayah. So I hope it's a salty run back, but we might see a flex pick Pantheon come out.
Oh, yes. And remember, this was actually banned in round number 2, I believe. That's actually what happened, is in the second round of bans, that was St. Clair saying, okay, we don't want to deal with this type of top lane. As you said, if this is locked in, this is going to be dangerous. But the Varus was so good. Scary Jerry had a phenomenal game. Again, unkillable. I would like to keep pointing that out. Unkillable so far. And they're going to be looking. Now, last time they did pick up the Maokai here, it was tied in, and it was a good pickup. However, it didn't hold as much, I think, in the early game. But they say we don't care about early game. We care about mid to late.
If you're going to stick with Xayah here, I think you go Vi. It does a much better job of getting on the Varus and killing him than the Udyr. But if you're not going to stick with the Varus and you go something like Karthus, I'm happy about that. I think that's exciting. That's a very cool adaptation to the draft. So I'm very interested what this is. I'm betting it's just going to be Xayah, though, even though I think it should be Jinx. Oh, Zeri's also a good adaptation to the same thing as Jinx. Better team fighter, better scaling than Xayah, and allows Rakan to just be Rakan. He's already very strong, and if you want to go the Udyr here again, you can, but I would really like to see the Vi really easy to get on Varus.
I would also wonder and posit if they pick up like their top lane here, because they already know what Rick LaFleur wants to do, and I understand it's not optimal. Don't get me wrong. But if you already know it, maybe you can pinch that pool, unless they also want to counterpick on the other side. But we'll see what they do. No, it's still the Udyr, so still appropriate. And I mean, we'll see how it goes. I know you really wanted the Vi, but so far this almost feels like comfort for Maddie.
Yeah, it's going back. I mean, it definitely had its value in the last game, but credit to OW2. He was able to make sure he didn't fall too far behind on Maokai, which doesn't farm as well as the Udyr. So respect to him there. But Udyr, it might run into the same issue this game, where if you can't get on Varus or you don't have the extra help to get on Varus, it might be another hard game to play. But you do now have a Zeri who's going to apply a whole lot more team fight damage, especially now that she can go the Runan's route. And we're not seeing any changes in draft from Maryville, but we are seeing the Gnar ban for St. Clair's.
Which I can appreciate. Again, the Pantheon was last time. If Pantheon is picked up here, that would be the only real change up. But either way, we'll see a brand new top. And if they actually want to pick it up. At this point, you're assuming 50% that, hey, it is going to be that Scion in the top side, but they say they actually want to take Akashi's pick, which I can appreciate as well. As you said, Victor, huge linchpin into why some of the fights were kind of rough. You can't really run into it. Take it away for yourself. Take that defensive measure against the likes of the Udyr, this area, and the Rakan.
And it will also be interesting if St. Clair's decides to pick the Cinder here, because then we'll see how much it matters on both sides.
Oh,
but, Aurelion Sol, that is interesting.
Do it. Yay! We get the dragon!
That is, without a doubt, the coolest looking champion of the game to just watch fly around. And in this type of game, where if you play really slow team fights like I've been talking about, it does damage. It's very scaling. You are maybe the most useless champ, 1-2-6. Like, that champ is a cannon minion in those early levels. But if you can scale, you're going to be very strong. But one thing I've seen now with the Orin locked in is they're very, very AP heavy.
Very much leaning on that side, and that now puts a lot of pressure on the Zeri pickup. But this is going to be the Orin locked in, which I appreciate. Top lane, let's see what they go with. The Camille being hovered, this would be great. If they do want to run it, Maryville would have a great engage in the back line, and they do. So, beautiful lock in here. This is going to cause problems also for the Acel. Another problem that you hate is the fact that if you're locked down, you can't really do much. If you're in the Hextech ultimatum, it's an ultimatum of dreams.
Yeah, and you're stuck there. You
yeah,
can't
you're
fly
just,
away.
That's it.
Can't fly over that one. But also, it changes the game plan a little bit there for Maryville. Last time they had the Gnar that you could almost completely ignore. You can definitely completely ignore the Camille versus Orin matchup, but you also want to get the Camille ahead. So maybe the OW2 wants to play towards Niles a little bit more. I mean, he was such a linchpin in the last game where he was so strong in team fights, and he just make plays, and he's a veteran player, so maybe they want to try and get him ahead this game and just say, hey, Varus, Nautilus, you guys were great by your own last game. We're going to go get this guy fed now. We're going to let him shine this game. So I like the adaptations for both teams. The only thing I'm worried about for St. Clair's is you are very AP heavy. So if that Zeri does not get strong, and the other team starts stacking MR, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, and of course, we are taking a look here as we are in the amazing arena here at Butler University Esports Park. Once again here with the NACE Starleague. And again, shout out to some of our other amazing sponsors. One, of course, is being Mavix because, you know, sometimes people, they're telling you to go outside, touch grass, you know, maybe don't sweat so much in the game. Forget them. How about you touch mesh instead? If you're looking for some awesome chairs or accessories, go ahead and check out Mavix, where you can save 20% on all Mavix chairs and accessories during our touch mesh sale. Every person that makes a purchase will also be entered to win up to $2,000 in prizes as well. Mavix is once again the official gaming chair of the NACE Starleague, and this offer expires on April 30th. Very, very close here, so make sure to act now before you miss out. Of course, the players are enjoying themselves here at the live arena, and I'm so excited because there's so much going on and so much to talk about, because now we have to get into the nitty-gritty. As much as we want to talk about the champions, we have to acknowledge the players that we're currently playing, and this Bruiser setup, Niles had a phenomenal time in the top lane in just lane matchup. Ricky LaFleur has got to be a little bit more stalwart this time as well to hold on.
Yeah, it's a lot harder lane now. I mean, we saw him bowling the Gnar a little bit early on the Scion, which not really how that goes. So well done by him. Maybe Niles just got a little bit too aggressive, maybe made a mistake on a jump on accident, but this Camille versus Orin matchup is much harder to do that. Camille has autonomy the whole time, basically, especially if you start getting jungle 2v2s involved. So I definitely want to see Maryville play towards that Camille. And I think Niles is going to have a much better time this game being able to do stuff on side lane. Now that he's not going against a Scion as a Gnar, he is a tank shredder, Cho'Gath Q, or Cho'Gath R on Q every 2 seconds.
It's one that you're just like, bruh, really? Like, come on.
To play Orin versus Camille. Come
like,
on. How many times have I played this matchup, you know?
Oh, man, it's so rough. But heads up to the teams. Again, they are actually playing very close to each other, so that's also the best part. You talked about that lane setup situation, and the fact that you can literally hear each other pretty much, or maybe not hear each other directly, but it's the feeling, knowing that your opponent is just right across the table. And I want to say that the top laners are literally like right at the edge of the tables as well, just like they're beefing at each other. But I love it. The fact also in the bot lane, this is going to be one that I want to touch on, because Scary Jerry and Zyko, early game looked a little bit dicey, right? That very scary moment where Zyko was like, I might get first blood. Yeah. But do we see the repeat performance? With the Zeri, with the Recon now, do we see the same repeat performance of Scary Jerry going absolutely bonkers? Or is St. Clair going to be able to hold off, stave off, and maybe lock him down this time?
I think it depends on where Scary Jerry gets his lead, because last game he got it from random team fights and staying bot lane and getting plates. But this game, now that it's not Xayah Recon, you're probably just as much push with the Zeri like you had with the Xayah, but maybe you're a little bit weaker early, so if Maryville can make plays bot side, you have more of a chance to win those fights, because Zeri does take more time to scale. But if she can stack that lethal tempo as well, she's going to do a ton of damage with the lethal tempo range. But the only thing I'm interested to see, now that you have so much more damage from Maryville, that Varus can go poke if he wants, but we do see a very tanky team there from St. Clair, so I doubt he does go that route, but we might end up seeing that, which would change the way you end up playing bot lane.
Of course, maybe the AP poke instead. Maybe. It's just like all the HP in the world doesn't matter. You're dead in one shot. Of course, only time will tell, as we've been very, very excited to see what they can do. So many different options among the teams, and if you at home want to try and counter us there, go along, try and predict yourself. You know who's going to come out on top. What lanes are going to be super interesting, because we don't even know here. This is only game number 2. If St. Clair are able to win this one, we move on to a game 3, and that, my friends, would be all the spice of life. I'd be so excited to see what they can do, because at that point we get the silliness, we get the craziness, we get the absolute buffoonery, as the buffoonery has just occurred, as I think we missed it, but Rock Boom loses out on the flash. That's that feels bad.
Yeah, we saw the invade there from Maryville. The Nautilus came out through the bot river, or sorry, through bot tri-bush, threw his hook on Zeri, blower flash. That's very, very bad. I mean, it's nice that you do it early enough that you're going to have it back by first dragon spawn, but you're not going to have it at that 3-minute mark, so now you're going to see Auto Orange try and make plays down there. Not a very good thing to have happen to you. And like you said, game 2, St. Clair needs to win this to force a game 3, and I'm rooting for game 3. I'm excited for either team that wins the grand finals here, but I want to see 3 games.
I want to see 3, and I want to see really long game 3. I want to see these teams go like the full distance. Do you remember the times of like 80-minute games or like 60-minute games? Those were like almost normal. I hate saying that now because now we're down to like 25, 30 minutes. If you go longer than that, you're just weird and you can't close out a game. I want to see that. I want to see crazy. I also like Gathering Storm, so you know, there's that. Hook goes out though. We did talk about this, seeing a little bit of a difference in the shift. However, what has not changed, Jerry, of course, still running that on fifth.
Yeah, and he's got the ghost this time, which is interesting as well. He's opted not to go the heal, which is nice. But as you're saying, I actually have only been playing League for 3 years, so I have not. But we're seeing a lot of trading here on the bot side. We already got the cleanse, and since area is no flash, we're going to see the Maryville's bot lane play incredibly aggressive here. The Ignite goes down early, and that Glacier off makes it very hard to predict the move as soon as you get at all.
That feels so bad. And again, that is Maryville's own doing. We have to give him credit for that. We can't say that was a mistake on Rockboom. It's just well timed. If you have a Nautilus, you're going to invade, or at least we hope so. For right now, though, it's still not death, so that's appropriate. What we are seeing is now an invade coming in from Odd Point, trying to dance into the palm of Maddie. And this is something that I was really worried about seeing before, if that was going to happen here. But that's a great block here. Ricky LaFleur going down for first blood. We said it was going to be tough, but Ricky not really expecting that amount of damage, which gives a great hold of the jungle for Maryville.
And with that, William, we're going to see here probably die here. Oh, what a sad flash cone there. But because of this bot lane prowess as well, Maryville was able to move their bot lane into jungle, take that red buff from the Udyr, and that's just going to put him farther behind. But Niles does have flash here. We are seeing a lot more trading here from the Ornn onto the Camille, but she's going to be able to just jump away, and that's going to be just hard winning there for Maryville. Well done by Niles. I told you, veteran player. He's probably like, I want a matchup. Give me last pick. I'm going to pick something that I can completely dominate this top lane with.
So good. And that's also scary for the fact that Niles can now TP into other lanes. We don't see it as often in now. Don't get me wrong. We don't usually see it now. It's still terrifying. It's a Camille. You can enter him from so far away. If that level 6 comes out very, very quickly, Niles will be impacting the other lanes so much faster than expected. Now on the bot side, we're still seeing that dance as Jerry deciding to eat up a lot more damage, just trying to get poked down on Rockboom, but it's actually turned into a little bit of a difference here.
Yeah, and this is what we've talked about too, where you went for the Zeri instead of the Zaya. You did blow the flash level 1, but you are also slightly weaker now than you were last game, so this gives Maryville's bot lane the chance to really bully you, and they're going to be able to have a little bit more confidence than they did last game. We're seeing a ton of trading here on the top side. That's going to be Ricky's flash down, and we could end up seeing here maybe a 1-for-1 go here for Niles, which would be risky, but it would be a good play continue our push.
The scary thing is, if you look at it from a top laner's perspective, that's actually a free kill because Niles still has flash up, right? You go ahead, dance in if you have an empowered key, you chunk out the Ornn, and then you fly out again. It's a ridiculous setup that's why Ricky's actually have to recall even though you're losing, or you try to recall, you're actually still stuck on a tower, and there it is, right? And you flash out and you survive. That happens so quick that even our observers, like, we knew what was gonna happen. We don't even have to watch that. That's down 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that was gonna happen as soon as you in that wave state there in the Ornn. The Camille with no flash, no TP, you cannot base TP there because when you get back to lane, Camille's gonna be level 6. You're just gonna die there. It was so obvious. If you didn't have somebody there to help hover you, protect you, bail you out, you're just gonna die there every time. But really well played there by Niles to keep giving himself this lead in this 1v1.
And I love it, right? I love the fact that we're seeing more action in this top side. Game number 1, it was much more slow. It was the indirect flow. It was, I'm taking over top lane, you're not getting as much CS, but this actually doubles up, right? Ricky on this Ornn, you want to hit level 13, 14 as quickly as possible. Getting killed twice and losing a good chunk of minions hurts so bad. So this is going to play even further in. I'm excited to see what the rest of the team, though, is willing to do as we get a beautiful view. By the way, this is glorious. I miss it, though, because we don't get to see the dragon. The dragon's already on the rift. It is going to be a mountain dragon once again. Do we see the Hex Soul come out to play? Is that what we're going to see?
I hope not, actually. I'm a big fan of the way that teams play when Chemtech Dragon's in the game with the stronger Squire Orbs and the health things, but we're seeing more trading here on the top side. This is a big wave here for Niles, though. He does have Udyr up here. This could be shut down for the Udyr, but that's first killed for the Ornn with the Hextech Ultimatum. Asol's making his way up here as well. I think Udyr has the damage to finish this off, but they're going to gift it over to Asol. That is a huge play there for St. Clair's because Asol can really 1v9 this game if he gets really strong. You get the shutdown, you get to shut this wave in, and this is really going to accelerate that mid lane there for Akashi.
It feels bad that Ricky was not able to bait further down, but you know what? You'll take it. At that point, you're not worth as much gold. You're giving, what, about 170 or about 210, I think? After dying, I think, twice, it does drop that far. But as you said, giving it over to someone that drastically needs it. You want that Rod of Ages stacking as soon as possible. So very, very nice handover. However, Dragon does go the way of Maryville, so even whenever they lose out on top side, they're still winning. Next Dragon, of course, is going to be a little bit of a difference. We'll have to keep eyes on that one. But still, very nice lead to Maryville so far, and now level 6 as well. One more arrow could have taken it away, but it's not going to be the finisher. Just the Blight Orbs burned at the last moment. A little bit of a walk forward. The rest of Maryville's like, come on, give us that extra kill.
And even more since you don't have vision on Maokai, you can't walk up to this wave safely when it was that big of a wave, so you just lost more minions. I think he ended up losing his cannon, and when both AD carries have Cole, which we didn't even talk about till just now, they both started Cole, which means when you're not getting CS, you are just falling further and further behind. It's another way for Maryville to accelerate their game plan, accelerate the Varus, and it's just really well played from both these side lanes for Maryville to give themselves their own leads in different ways.
Now we get to see back in the mid. We got a glance over at Akashi. Akashi coming back with that Age of Eons Catalyst, right? That is brain. Listen, my brain is old. I'm working on it. Is Catalyst though? I got it. Catalyst coming back. Still not the full one though, so that makes me kind of sad. But we'll see what they can do. Of course, eyes are all over the place. Maryville have built themselves up a very solid lead, and this time a 1.7k lead. In game number 1, there wasn't that much of a lead for them. It was actually St. Clair, but it never really got up above 1k. I think it was sitting about 1k, 1.5 top, so very nice for St. Clair. Very nice for Maryville, I do apologize. As Psycho says, oh dear.
No,
oh no.
Acel's still here. That's gonna be
it's
another
still
kill for
burning.
Acel.
Do you get the stun? Yes, there it is. Akashi gets their second.
And sorry for that small pause there in a second. I think there was a pause on stage by the players. But right there we see another play there by St. Clair's. They were in Maryville's jungle. They knew they were losing Herald. They were like, I got to do something. I'm going to try and take these camps. They catch out Zyko and they get the kill on him and his flash. And again, that's another kill for the Acel.
Oh!
Nice cleanse there from Jerry to dodge out on
Oh
that.
my gosh!
Udyr just came right through tower and ended up getting Jerry's flash. And the Victor TP. That is another win there for the side of St. Clair's, even though he's losing a lot of these camps on his top side.
That was spicy. I give a lot of prop over to the side of Maddie, scaring the absolute bejesus out of Jerry there, in the name, even if you will. But that is a dub. As we said, Scary Jerry was one of the main proponents of being a carry in the last time. The thing is, though, bot side I don't think is actually that big of a focus. Top side is so far ahead that I expect Autowin should just be focused on the top side. Give maybe a Dragon there too. Look at the Herald. They want the Herald. They already got it. Should force this tower down. Keep your Gillifleur on the back end. And then push the game that way. If that happens, that's going to be great for them. St. Clair has to be ready for it, though.
Yeah, I would definitely be playing towards this Camille. So strong up here in the top lane. And with the Herald, you're going to be able to get this tower very easily if you can end up killing that Warren. Or if you can push him off the wave and get the Camille to just hit the tower, because you've already got 2 plates down. But, oh, we are seeing more trading here in the mid lane. That's just that's another kill there for the side of Maryville. Sad it went to the Nautilus and not to the Victor, but the Victor's not going to be too mad about that because of his passive stats.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you saying supports don't matter? Are you saying supports shouldn't get killed? What you talking about over here,
Hey,
Leela?
let's remember, at the end of the last game, I really wanted to focus on Zyko and on Orange because they deserved their flowers for what they did. So, hey, if you're going to give space to get back and Scary Jerry with that gold, take it. I'll give it to you. If you're going to give me space, we are seeing more trading here on the top side. That Orange does go down, but that's just another solo kill there for Niles.
This is the unfortunate reality that has been built up, and a great reality for Maryville. Game number 1, remember, it took up to about 15, 17 minutes before we saw those full-blown team fights. This is more the Maryville that we were expecting, a little bit more fast-paced and a little bit more suffocating is the best way I put it. It feels like every twist and turn, they have the advantage just like this, even more. That might be an arrow to come out. Final shot, thanks to the grasping vines of Odd Orange coming down for the assist.
We also talked about the way that Maryville is individual players. Yes, they do very good in the team fight and in the team play, but they are building these leads as individuals. It's Niles making a play topside against Ricky. It's their bot lane winning the 2v2 solo. We see a nice play there from Auto Orange to come down and take advantage of the fact that they're winning this, and we might end up seeing another kill here for Niles. He's going to go on a tower. He takes 2 tower shots. He does blow his flash for nothing, besides a ton of Orin health.
Oh, come on, come on. Health off Orin is good. I mean, well, okay, now you're recalling. Now it's not worth it. Now it's not worth it. You're right, you're right. But still, it is the power that Niles holds over that top side. It is getting out of control, and the fact that Maddie has to say, I gotta sack you. I'm sorry. We can't help that top side. We gotta let it go. We're going to focus on bot side, and the fact that bot side is still rolling out for them is huge. Right now, this is Maryville saying we want Dragon number 2. It is Infernal, so a little extra boost to the AD AP. But this is also one of the few times that we're seeing a full stack of Dragons on one side at the beginning, and that leads me to this. St. Clair already feel the pressure. You can see them. They're stacking up pushes, walking as 3, trying to gather little bits of extra just to try and claw their way back into this mid game.
Yeah, they do have 4 people up here, so they might try to dive the Camille here. He does have Hex Tech.
Oh my gosh.
It might be a little difficult, but you do have 4 people up here. Victor has no TP. If Asol can get another shutdown here, it's going to be very good for St. Clair's, but this could end up being very difficult as well. We are going to see everything go down on this Camille. She does not get the jump away, but we are seeing Nautilus and Varus walk up here as well. We might see a fight here, or if I'm Maryville, I'm just saying walk away. Victor's going to get bot tower, hopefully, or a ton of damage to it.
I mean, there's no reason to force it, right? No reason to have to dance that high up or anything of the sort. Just, we're going to enjoy our time. We know that losing Niles on the top side, not the worst thing in the world. So, let's go ahead and keep fighting it out. Not just that, I would also like to point out, it's Hex Tech. It's Hex Tech again, let's go! It's there, and this is again leading into Maryville even further. This squad now has easy access to enemy jungle to every part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Hex Tech is always fun when you're ahead too, because it just means I can get back on the map faster and I can fight you again, and then I can die, and then I can fight you again, or I can kill you and you die and you get back on the map faster.
You sound like you're talking from experience here. Is this a recurring thing for you?
Yeah. I mean, if you are running it down, you want nothing better than a Hex Tech solo. If you're running top to just die over and over again, you know, you're 0-10. Might as well go 0-11, and Hex Tech Gate's gonna make it faster. You know what I mean?
Is there someone that you would like to call out on broadcast right now? Have you experienced this a little bit too much?
You know what? Sure, I'll call out my teammates.
No.
I'll call out my teammates. You know, they've seen me run it down. I'll call them out for running it down too. Why not? I'm not gonna call out anybody random, but my friends, you guys, I think you run it down plenty sometimes.
Oh man, I am the one that runs it down, so I definitely agree with you there. You can see there though, the gold has also been run down as well. About 5K in Maryville's pockets, and most of it is in that top side. 1.7 right now for Niles in the ADC role as well. A little bit of a chunk up at about 1.2. This 1.5 though will extend ever further. Niles playing this laning phase so well, and it's forcing St. Clair to start rotating. As for that Dragon, Akashi is the only one that I think was even in gold state or a little bit ahead, but you're still behind in the CS department, about 30 CS behind.
Yeah, but the only thing you're happy about is Asol might scale better than any champ in the game right now, because he does have that infinite scaling, but you got him past his cannon minion phase. He's level 9, he can now just have that Q out forever, and he's very strong in these team fights if you can get to him, but it's going to be very hard when you're down this much gold, and you never have a chance to get vision control because you have the Maokai saplings you have to go through, you're already down so much gold. It's very hard to get in position, but I continue to think they will play the side lanes away from everything that Maryville's doing, probably until Soul Point. We're not going to see much action unless it's very forced by Maryville until that Soul Point, I think.
Oh man, it is getting scary. That Soul Point is definitely on the table, but Rock Boom might have slid into the wrong area. It definitely has to burn that cleanse, but it's not going to be enough. The burn is just a bit better. And even we see the call of the Forge Gods there. Oh no! And even now, Busquets into the wrong area, and Ricky Lagone as they get chopped down by the arrows. One last to make it a double kill, and it is 3 dead on the side of St. Clair.
I don't know if I just caster curse St. Clair's by saying I don't expect to see anything happen till Soul Point.
Nah, you definitely did. You definitely did. It is pain all the way through. This top side has fallen. It is going to be a delayed ace for the side of Maryville.
I guess that one's on me. I mean, I did not expect anything to happen. I think Rock Boom might not have meant to take the Zeri E that far into that spot. I think he meant to go more towards tower, but then after that, the St. Clairs tried to recover and tried to help him, and then it just kept going worse and worse. And on our team, we call that chain inting, where one person ends and then everyone else feels like, oh, we got to make something happen, and then it's a League of Legends thing that happens, and it feels horrible when it does happen. And there's almost no way you can explain it besides they just kind of chain it.
Yeah, I think the other way in more technical terms is a sunk cost fallacy, right? You sit there and you're like, I gotta make a play, but there is a point where you have to be like, I gotta cut it off. Listen, you gotta cut it off. You have to take the lesser two evils, and you can't see the greater evil here. You walked into the greater evil. You have walked into that scenario that puts you further in the hole, and now that 5K that we sat at just about 3 minutes ago exploded into 10K. This game has gotten out of control. And even though they're on the top side, Psycho and Niles are getting ready just to bully Rock Boom and Maddie. Rickle and Fleur are going to try and help as well, but it is spotted out. Oh no. Oh no, this is yeah, this is scary. They're gonna zone their way in. It's gonna be a little bit of a glacial augment, but they're gonna try this with 5v3. But that is a great stopwatch to slow him down, and now the twist advance comes out. Psycho is on a killing spree. Let's go supports. Okay, let's get back in one back there, but it is still two very, very nice pickups by Maryville that opens up a possible push down mid.
I don't know why Get Back is stealing Zygo's kills. I mean, he's the carrier right now. Give all the kills to the Nautilus. I mean, and we're gonna see more fighting over here against the Wolves, and it's just going to be everybody for St. Clair's dying. There's no way they can really fight back. This is what happens when you give Maryville a lead. They just run away with the game. They don't make mistakes, and they make every single one of your mistakes way worse. They really punish those mistakes.
When you give an inch, they will take a mile. Normally it's a foot, but they take a mile. It's ridiculous. This squad is so mechanically good. They know when to take action. They also know when to fall back, just like that. Even with the kill on the back end, the fadeaway Q chomps away at Maddie's life, and just in time. You lock down the jungler for another 20 seconds. You now put yourself on soul point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're St. Clair, there's not much you can do besides just at this point enjoy the moment. You've made it to the grand finals. You've earned your flowers there. You're here at the LAN. You just got to enjoy this event. Try your best to keep calm and try and make these plays, but it's going to be very hard. At this point, you have no autonomy over the game. It is all about trying to make Maryville make a mistake and then capitalize on that, but it's a very hard thing to do in League of Legends. So in games like this, all you can really do is hope to scale and hope to get some steals and make plays that way, but we're going to see Maryville just run the map for the rest of this game unless they make a horrible mistake.
And also, if you wanted a very quick, brief intro into all the items, you did see it there, the Bulwark, as well as the Control Ward, as well as the Broken Stopwatch. Those are all very, very fun things. By the way, I love the fact that these things all have longer text than Nasus's passive, by the way. All the text here, yeah, it's literally just, you get lifesteal. How much? 5, 7, 9%. That's it.
And we might end up seeing another fight here when Tristan Vance does come out. Hextech Ultimatum goes down onto the Udyr. We are going to see continued fighting. That's Barrett's getting first kill in the fight onto the Ornn. Victor takes down the Udyr, and the Ace ult comes down. And I think, is that going to... Oh! The arrow gets her. The absolute Legolas snipe there from Jerry. I mean, this is what I mean, where they can kind of just do whatever they want to do. But as you were talking about items, Nautilus has an amp tome. He's going hourglass. He is the carry. No Scary Jerry has not died in this series yet, but Nautilus has an amp tome. I hope he goes full AP. Let's see a Cosmic Drive come out here, you know what I mean?
I love it. I love seeing those come out too, and I think we might have a replay. We'll double check with that one because I want to see that last piercing arrow because it was so good. Let's go ahead and get it. It is here. The Chain of Corruption so good, and then the follow-up. Take a look at how long the engage from Maryville can come by, and then Niles, of course, locking down Maddie. But just the final shots, a piercing arrow through, doubles up on the back end, rampaging here, and then this final snipe here. Take a look at this. Where are they? I'm blind. Let's go ahead and take a shot. Ramp it up here. 3, 2, 1, pop. Boom. So good. Hitbox might have lollipopped a little bit, but we don't care about that one. So good overall.
No, I mean, if you're getting that kill, you're getting that kill, right? You're 5-0-6. That means you're 9-0 and something on the day. We are seeing maybe a death rush here, but they are on vision here. I think we're just going to see here another clean kills for Maryville. I mean, there's not much to say besides compare those two.
Yes, they are. They're looking like the champions here. They've annihilated 4 in the blink of an eye, and they're waiting to just take down the inhibitor. This is Maryville 23-3. A lock on Akashi. Akashi going back for dear life, but the rest of Maryville very happy to maintain their advantage. They go in, they ace, and they look to close it out. A phenomenal time here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. They sweep in 2-0 fashion and give us a glorious time. Once again, congratulations to Maryville, and of course St. Clair fighting their best, but in the Battle of the Saints, Maryville takes the cake.
Yeah, that's just that LAN environment. Once you lose that momentum, it's impossible to recover, and we saw that from the very beginning. Maryville, every single player on the team, individual leads, making plays by themselves to give themselves these leads, and it's a very hard thing to recover from. I think props to St. Clair's. I mean, it's hard to get here. You had a very good early game 1, but that's just the nature of LAN. Once you lose that momentum, it is impossible to get back.
It was a time, and as you said, it's also a very tough team to go up against, a team that is always wanting to be better and better and better, and again, the self-proclaimed kings of collegiate, they're not going to stop either. They brought their A game, and I always say for teams, the best respect that they can give is going at you full force. If they pull their punches, it feels kind of bad. You want that full force, and that's what Maryville did. So very, very nice job. I loved every single moment of it. And of course, we are going to send it over to our floor, I believe, over to over there soon, because again, they get the grand prize. But now we got to look into this game, and now I want to ask your thoughts, because you gave huge props over to Odd Orange and Zyko. Let me ask you, who gets props in this game then? Because I think there was someone else that you didn't give props in game 1 that we get to give props here too, right?
Let's be honest about what I was saying. I wanted to give props to the people who don't talk about, who they don't get talked about. Niles is we've talked about Niles a lot. I'm sure in all his games he's get talked about. And this game he's earned it. I mean, 4 solo kills up there. He gets the first blood solo, and then Orn comes back. He gets another kill with that dive before level 6, and then he comes top and he gets another solo kill, and then he comes top and then he gets another solo kill, and then Hex Tech Gate spawn and he goes top and he gets another kill. I mean, it was just over and over. Really well done by Niles. I mean, solo performance there to give himself a lead, and even if the rest of the map wasn't going so well for Maryville, I mean, he was going to be able to make a play.
Yeah, of course, and with that, we'll go ahead and give it to a very, very quick break, because again, congratulations to Maryville, but we want to see him hoist that trophy. Please do not go anywhere. The NACE Starleague Grand Finals will be back in just a bit.
everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the NACE Starleague Grand Championships. You just watched St. Clair take on Maryville, and we want to give a huge congratulations to St. Clair. You guys had a fabulous season, and it's only up from here. On stage with me currently, though, is our NACE Starleague League of Legends Grand Champion squad, Maryville University. Yo, like, come on. Is that all I got from you guys? Is that all the hype you guys can give yourselves right now? Come here. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty decent, honestly.
Okay, anyone else decent?
Feeling really good.
Okay, thank you. All right, what is it after this? What's next?
The collegiate championship. Or you mean like directly after? We'll probably get food or something. But yeah.
Okay, so collegiate championship. How you feeling about that one?
Feeling really confident, honestly. We should play against St. Clair next weekend because they should beat ISU. So that'll be a good match. But yeah, we feel pretty confident going into the collegiate championship.
All right, well, let's see how they perform against St. Clair the second time. But we have an important thing, of course, to address here. Curtis, are you going to join us on stage to present this? Once again, a huge congratulations to St. Clair and Maryville University. Don't go anywhere, anyone. We'll be back with some Rocket League action just after this.
So let's do right where you're at's good, and then just filling around.
try to get by, something that I'm not into. My mind is paralyzed. Don't care, I just might pack my bags and take off tonight. Don't need the pressure from ya. No need to put that on me. Just need some fresh air to breathe. Feels like a movie. Everybody's watching, all eyes on me. Easy to see if I'm winning or losing when all eyes on me. I don't need a lot, I'm good with change in my pocket. A little goes a long way. My way ain't perfect, it's mine, so that seems worth it, right? Don't need that pressure from ya. No need to put that on me. Just need some fresh air to breathe. Feels like a movie. Everybody's watching, all eyes on me. Easy to see if I'm winning or losing when all eyes on me. Feels like a movie. Everybody's watching, all eyes on me. Easy to see if I'm winning or losing when all eyes on me. Don't need that pressure from ya. No need to put that on me. Just need some fresh air to breathe. All eyes on me.
was a dream at first. I got lost in your world, in your universe. I never thought our love would ever end. I messed up, made it worse, pushed you away. All that fighting and pain till you left one day. Wish I could take back all those things I said. I can't deny that I miss you, and I know that you miss me too. So let's get over our issues and go back to me plus you. I know that things weren't perfect, but I think it's worth it. Nobody knows you like I do. I can't deny that I miss you, I miss you. Let's go back to me plus you, and go back to me plus you. I'm a mess, I'm a wreck when I see your face, and I know that you're feeling exactly the same. Let's stop pretending we should stay apart. Tried to meet someone new, but they can't compare. And I know that I'm being a bit unfair, but you're the only one that's in my heart. I can't deny that I miss you, and I know that you miss me too. So let's get over our issues and go back to me plus you. I know that things weren't perfect, but I think it's worth it. Nobody knows you like I do. I can't deny that I miss you, I miss you. Let's
Do you hear what I hear? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do you know what we share? Do you hear what I hear? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do we know what we share? Do you don't you? Don't you? Don't you?
closed out League of Legends earlier with Maryville walking away with that victory, but there's plenty of esports to come, and now it's time to shift gears into Rocket League. We are going to be having Northwood take on West Virginia University to battle it out for that title. So let's introduce the players to the stage. Northwood, would you be willing to join me up here? And battling it out against Northwood to claim that championship title will be West Virginia University. Let's bring those players on stage now as well. Without further ado, Vincent and Soy, please take it away for the rest of the Rocket League action.
It's going to be inside a matchup with Northwood and West Virginia. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And Soy, I just have to ask, man, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling, fantastic about this series. It's going to be so much fun to see. These two teams, they've really had to work hard to get here, and they've just been so explosive throughout the regular season. It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, both these teams coming in undefeated in the regular season. That's what's so exciting. Neither of them running into anyone who gave them too much trouble. That is, until the playoffs, or at least mostly, because I was taking a look in West Virginia. They didn't drop a single game throughout the entirety of the regular season.
Yeah, they had such a fantastic regular season run, but in the postseason, things got a lot tighter, a lot more difficult for them to deal with, but they overcame. And then on the flip side, Northwood, I mean, their regular season had their missteps here and there, but still fantastic regular season showing, and they really turned the dial up to 11 in the postseason.
Yeah, they haven't dropped a map in the postseason. That being said, I think it's fair to say that West Virginia had a little bit tougher of a run in this one. It was some very good teams that they played. Bruton Parker, for example, that was a full 7-game series. And then St. Clair, who has shown some real pops of brilliance, wasn't quite able to bring it to West Virginia, but that too was a competitive series, despite it being a 4-1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how these teams play on this stage, right? Because, I mean, now you get to play at a LAN. You're under the lights, you're under the pressure, and these are two teams that are pretty familiar with each other, right? They haven't just, played, in terms of scrimming each other, but in terms of other leagues, right? They've had these best-of-7 series, and they're all experienced veterans at this level, a lot of them with that RLCS level talent. It's going to be, it's really something else to see culminate at this stage.
It is, and kind of speaking along those lines, these guys actually played just last month in CRL Swiss stage. Now, unsurprisingly, Northwood were the victors in that best-of-5. It was 3-0. I don't actually know what the full score lines were for each game, but what I do know is that not a single game going the way of West Virginia. So I think as we're setting expectations for this matchup, the question is, can West Virginia step up to the plate against such a storied roster as Northwood, with Lion Blaze coming in, Hockey and Buddy? Like, these are players that we've seen so many times not only perform, but perform on LAN against the best of the best.
Yeah. This Northwood squad, it is so talented. I mean, you talked about it. Lion Blaze, he's kind of the star of the show because of the caliber that he's reached at RLCS. He's currently signed by M80, who look fantastic headed into this next split. But, Hockey and Buddy have also been really consistent overall. So like you said, West Virginia is going to have to rise to the occasion here, but it's certainly something they can do. They've shown this capability in the past. We'll see if they can do that here today.
Indeed. And Well, before we get into the action, we do have to thank one of our partners because, hey, we wouldn't be here without them, and that's Spectrum. We're excited to announce the additional tournaments for the Spectrum Collegiate Gaming Challenge featuring Fortnite, Rocket League, Super Smash Brothers. By registering, you have the chance to potentially win up to $1,200 in each tournament. Students currently enrolled in a 2- or 4-year program at a U.S. college or university are welcome to register for any of the upcoming challenges on May 20th and 21st. All you got to do is sign up now at rally.gg/SpectrumPA.
Fantastic opportunity. You love to see these students just get more and more action across the collegiate level. It's just so exciting to see, and I cannot wait to get into this best of 7 series.
Yeah, it could be that we're out here quick if Northwood show up in the way that they can at times, but West Virginia, I'm gonna be honest, I think they have the caliber of players to at least give the Northwood squad a run for their money as we look to get into this game. Let's just get it started, Matt.
If best of 7 series underway, Northwood in the light blue, West Virginia in the dark navy, and we are underway here as already some early pressure being applied. Deck will looming, and they'll be able to move this ball forward. Hockey to chip it back in, and maybe a chance here. Lion Blaze with the first shot, and it's Deck and the Dominus to make the save.
Indeed, some electrifying starting out here in this matchup, but ooh, Hockey a touch out towards wide. It's going to be Rots though to interrupt that for the time being, and still control in West Virginia's hands for at least a moment before Hockey regathers that, but shift towards the backboard, though nobody's really there to follow up.
Not quite yet. Rots trying to help this West Virginia defense break out of their own zone, but not able to find a clean touch quite yet. Rots has to pull back on this one as Angel makes the save. Lion Blaze to keep this ball in the opponent's half, but now Angel, he'll get the 50. Deck to bounce one towards the net, but Lion Blaze, right place, right time, able to make that save. Rots now turning, but he's facing the wrong way. Angel's 50 goes awry, and Buddy tries to get the clear. This is the first real time that we've seen the Mountaineers offense try and get some pressure here on Northwood's defense, and they're really being kept to the outside, but still able to get a couple shots on goal, and that's a good sign for them.
Yeah, I think getting some offense at all is always tough against a team like Northwood, and seeing that early is good news for West Virginia. That said, nice little shot attempt there by Angel. Of course, Lion Blaze in position, Deck with a little stutter move there, able to move forward just a little bit. But once again, getting out of the outskirts of this point is just so difficult, it seems, for West Virginia. They'll go deep into the corners of the pitch, and they can't get the midfield ball.
Ooh, but the first time they're able to sneak through, it leads to the opening goal of this series. Rots with the 50, and Angel, this pickup was so clean into the air dribble, over top of Lion Blaze, and the Mountaineers strike first.
And the beauty of it, I thought Lion Blaze was going to be there. It looked like they had it. I don't know what happened, whether it was just not the right angle or not enough boost, whatever it is. A fantastic start for West Virginia here in game 1. We're approaching the halfway mark, and I'd say West Virginia has actually had the majority of the offense.
Yeah, they've had a lot of good chances now as that one bounced but saved away. Buddy will be able to dribble this one along the wall. Northwood had some good early possession, but like you mentioned, not a whole lot of high quality chances until the Mountaineers were able to break through. But I feel like Northwood, now that they're down one, they're starting to turn that dial up, put on the pressure here, starting to really stretch out with a lot of these passes. Look at the power that they're getting, and that ability to stretch the field is so key because they can pressure from so far out and really force West Virginia back into their own back third.
I mean, that's what's happening right now, consistently. Northwood putting West Virginia under pressure. Tap towards the back bar at the second attempt by Hockey, at least moving out of the way. Lion Blaze taking a touch, but it will go to Angel, who at least temporarily had possession. Hockey playing for the 50, doesn't get away with it. Somehow that's a demo onto Angel, but regardless, the push continues towards the opposition. And, well, I mean, as soon as West Virginia have a chance, it's back to Northwood.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you talked about it a little bit, right? The fact that West Virginia, they are being forced to the sideboards. They cannot find a way to break through into the center line, go right down Main Street. And that's what Northwood's defense does so well. They keep everything down the outside. My old lacrosse coach used to tell me, just keep them down the alley, keep them outside. That is the toughest place to score from when they are shooting, is now Lion Blaze tries to go for a bump attempt. We haven't seen a whole lot of physical play so far this series, but it's something that Northwood certainly prone to in terms of mid-game adjustments, throwing that kind of curveball into the mix here. Might see more of that here as we're still at a 1-0 scoreline with 45 seconds remaining.
Oh, Lion Blaze, that was such a good attempt. Just ran out of steam there at the very end. Buddy will be able to regather that control, but Deck is in position to make that difficult. Out wide, Rots has a touch. Buddy, though, back immediately, and that'll go to midfield as Deck, once again, looking to try and find some success later on. But Northwood, they've adjusted, but there's only 20 seconds left. West Virginia, they have this if they can just hold strong on the defense for 10 more seconds.
Oh, demo comes through. Angel on the follow-up off the post and in. 2-0. The Mountaineers look poised and ready to take game one.
That's incredible. The double demo to get there as well is simply absurd. And with 10 seconds left, that's the nail in the coffin. There ain't no way that Northwood could bring this back unless they pull off some sort of miracle.
They might have a third here. The pass just barely unable to connect. But like you mentioned, the clock will hit 0 and game one will go to West Virginia. What an opening battle this was. And I really got to give credit to Angel. Not only did they get the MVP, but the fact that the goals that they scored were so clutch. That opener, like you mentioned, just very opportunistic off of kind of a strange 50 off the wall to have that clean of control. I mean, that's like a fingertips type of catch in football that they were able to corral and then carry into the net.
Yeah, I mean, West Virginia just showing that they do have the pedigree, that they do have the skill. I will say that though Northwood looked pretty good defensively for most of that game, I didn't see the offense that I tend to expect from them. I have a feeling that as games continue, we're going to see a bit more of that. At least, I mean, that's what's been the case for this Northwood team in the past. So, gotta say the expectations as we head into game number 2, but with West Virginia up 1 in this series, not something we were gonna expect to see from the outset.
And how big is it to take game 1 of this series? When we talked about it, Northwood has been so clean in the playoffs. Game 1 has almost always gone their way without, minimal damage dealt to them, but they end up dropping game 1 here, and now they are the ones who have to adjust. And like you mentioned, this offense certainly capable of doing so. They'll find one here. Nearly 30 seconds into the action, it's Hockey to get Northwood on the board.
But what a slow-moving play. Just Hockey barely beating that defender. And from there, Northwood getting on the board because West Virginia had no one else back to play that ball.
What a sequence. Like you mentioned, kind of a slower play, one that caught West Virginia off guard. Now Rot's able to move this ball forward. Great catch by Hockey, but where can they go? Angels bearing down on them. And now Lion Blaze and Hockey kind of combining in the corner in an odd spot. We'll leave it for Buddy instead. Rot's now on the challenge. Lion Blaze up early to ensure no shot comes through. They try and find each other in transition through the midfield. Might lead to a chance from the outside, but Buddy is stopped in his tracks.
But that's much more than Northwood we tend to see. A 3-man transition pass play, exactly the anticipation that we were missing in game number 1. Now, hasn't actually given them an additional goal just yet, but this just might. Hockey up, dropping it right in front for Lion Blaze, the second for Northwood.
Oh my mercy, what an air dribble, the flip off the ceiling to kick it back down off the ramping part, and not only to do all that, but to communicate that to your teammates saying, hey, this ball's gonna guillotine straight down for you, Lion Blaze, and it's an easy tap in to make it 2-0. And those are the kind of plays, that's the magic of Northwood. Just when you think they won't find one more touch, they do, and it sets up their teammates perfectly.
Yeah, like I said, I was missing some of that offense. That's the offense that we know Northwood for. Now up by 2, but plenty of time still remaining for West Virginia as Angel coming out of nowhere being able to put one away.
149 kilometers per hour, but look at the pass and just a bullet towards the net. And even though there was a defender there, you see Buddy just reactionary in that moment, trying to get in front of that one. Cannot do so, and because of that, West Virginia right back into the thick of things here with over 3 minutes remaining. Buddy, though, trying to ensure Northwood keeps possession. Deck with another good challenge, and as long as this ball is off the hood of Northwood's cars, West Virginia's got to be feeling pretty good. No boost for Buddy. The follow-up, Hockey clears it away. Deck to dump it right back down in. Can he catch back up to this one? The 50 goes right down Main Street, but again, West Virginia forced to the outside so frequently that they weren't ready to follow up.
Well, the follow-up attempt was there at least that time, but unfortunately the defense had the moment to reset that they needed, as Buddy won't quite connect on that shot. It'll be back towards Lion Blaze, who, what? Are you kidding me? Just on the left-hand side, I don't know if this was a misread. Let's take a look.
Lion Blaze from the corner, and yeah, I believe that was Rotz off the wall. And that's one of those unfortunate situations where I think Rotz was playing the backboard initially, trying to read a pass, but your momentum's carrying you forward, and when you're on the backboard, you can't drop down. You still have to keep your flip, because that's where that ability to challenge and stop the ball comes from. So he gets too far forward, he can't react to whether it's a shot or a pass in time, and it sneaks by him and goes into the back of the net.
Nice attempt there to Deck to pinch this out into the mid area, but Angel for West Virginia still keeping control, at least for the time being. But it's been really difficult for Northwood over the last minute to actually clear this ball effectively. West Virginia have continually applied that pressure, and we're seeing that here, but 2 key 50s going the way of Lion Blaze gives Northwood another opportunity, and they don't even need it. They already have the insurance goal with 1.5 minutes remaining. They just have to stand strong and not allow any more scoring.
And their defense is so good because of those 50s. You were talking about it, Lion Blaze with 2 key ones to buy his team some time. And that's something that Lion Blaze is so good at. He got his start really because of his 1v1 prowess. He was up on those leaderboards for a very long period of time as he taps this one in. A hat trick here in game 2 for Lion Blaze. 4-1 Timberwolves.
Look at that, just the anticipation, and of course, he's always gonna hit that. There's just no one to play defense for West Virginia. This game starting to get out of control from the West Virginia side of things. Of course, still there, Rotz trying to get fancy, had a reset set up pretty quickly, but it just wasn't going anywhere, and oh, so close. Hockey able to get there just in time.
This one dumped right back down into the Mountaineers' defensive side. They try and clear it away, but Lion Blaze has 2 touches off the ceiling. The drop down pass, Rotz ready to make that save. It was dangerous though. You saw bodies looming in front, looking for the redirect. Hockey here with a catch. Deck will bump him off it. Now looking for Rotz, but Lion Blaze is there. Great catch again. Sneaks by one. Tried to drop it down for Buddy. This one will be blocked away for the moment. Deck and Rotz combined to clear this ball out, but with 20 seconds left, you're in miracle territory in game number 2, and Hockey's defense is just too strong.
It's just consistency at this point. 10 seconds remaining. West Virginia, all they can hope for is just one for the road, one to feel a little bit better as it drops down to what would be now a tied scoreline. Indeed will be just as soon as this ball touches the pitch.
Eventually it'll get there, but they're playing the rule of Rocket League, right? You've got to keep this ball in the air as long as you can, just to see if you can get one more. They cannot, though, off the flip reset. Northwood take game 2, and a very solid response overall. Just everyone stepping up, but in particular, Lion Blaze, the hat trick, and just so many key touches. But it all started with that energetic air dribble play, the drop-down pass that Hockey made.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, it was expected that when Lion Blaze kind of stepped up to the plate, he would probably be the guy, number 1, and then number 2, that it would happen eventually. That being said, got to thank one more of our partners, and that's Duncan. Well, listen, America might run on Duncan, but so does the NACE Starleague. Just click the Twitch panel down below to find a Duncan near you. And whilst you check that out, we'll check out some more Rocket League as we get towards game number 3. What do you think the key changes that West Virginia need to be looking for are coming into this next game?
The hardest part about dealing with Northwood was, we talked about the transition game, the fact that all 3 members of Northwood were kind of pushing up at the same time, and they so quickly pin you into your own back third where you don't have a lot of access to boost and ability to play the ball. Defensively, I think, for West Virginia, they can only stall out for so long, so you really have to make your offensive chances count. And I feel like the biggest thing is the ability to work that ball out of the corner, because Northwood, again, so clean and so good at making sure all this offense comes from the outside. So you've got to find a way to attack from that corner, to break through, to set up that infield pass, because that's the one goal they got, was a fantastic pass. Rots on the drop down to Angel with just a bullet to the back of the net. These infield passes, they're double-edged swords because the defense, in theory, has an easier time reading the play. But if you get the shot off, you get A-grade chances 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I do think so. And in addition, it's like, just from if you want to break it down to the basics, straight up, need to be seeing more offense as we jump into this next game. All tied up for the moment, but, well, that's going to change here and now. Which direction is what we'll determine here.
Rots with a dangerous touch off the backboard there. Deck now trying to find him in transition, but Buddy is there to shut down that passing play. Lion Blaze looking for another touch here. Deck off the wall, can't get back to it, and Rots, no boost here. This is a real awkward spot for him, and he'll let it drop down to Angel, trying to mind game the opposition that's enclosing in.
Just 30 seconds gone, and this time, no score, nothing crazy. That could change soon, though. Lion Blaze had a touch, had an idea, straight towards Deck, but everybody missing that touch. It's now in the favor of Northwood, temporary, as another 50 goes the way of West Virginia. Rots regaining control the back half of the pitch, but the rotations from Northwood have been phenomenal. They haven't really made a mistake outside of that first game, and, well, that makes it difficult to find any openings whatsoever.
Yeah, the big thing for Northwood, like you mentioned, no real clear-cut mistakes. You're not seeing a lot of double commits, and that, I think, plays to their experience. They just know where to be and can communicate it very well. They can read the play of where West Virginia wants to go with the ball, whereas you can see just a little bit, just a hint of panic defensively from the side of the Mountaineers. But I think one of the biggest things is you're seeing a lot more 50s go the Mountaineers' way. They're starting to get a read of how Northwood wants to play this game, and now you kind of get to see more mind games in terms of those 50s. Deck in particular for West Virginia has done a fantastic job of maybe not getting on the score sheet, but at least denying Northwood more possession.
Indeed, Buddy going on a bit of a solo maneuver. The attempt good, but it doesn't work out. Pass, Buddy to Hockey, now Lion Blaze. It's back towards the opposing side of the pitch, and Hockey nearly, if that had been on target, would have certainly been a fantastic shot, but wasn't quite there. Now that allows West Virginia plenty of time to reset and get back into position, but the same true of Northwood, and it is those 50s that are happening right here in the corner on the Northwood side. They're back third, where they've consistently been finding success, and that's a great save. It probably shouldn't have been necessary.
Dangerous play here. That 50 also getting scary here. West Virginia, they really want to break out, but a lot of these 50s are not going their way, and everyone pressing forward. They're almost getting backdoored here a couple of times. A lot of diving saves, and Northwood will eventually punish the pass in front for a tap-in goal for Buddy. Puts the Timberwolves up 1-0.
Yeah, and whilst that wasn't actually a double commit, there was just two players that were in that position, that general vicinity, and there wasn't time to get an additional rotation over. Just good, honestly, good field vision. I think that's what I would call it for Northwood, to recognize that and then take advantage.
It's one of those things where I feel like West Virginia, a lot of them want to play a very similar game, and when you kind of see the same lines, you end up in the same positions, and so that's what happens there. As a giveaway at midfield, we saw this get saved last time, but this time around, it's Buddy from the wall to make it 2-0.
Yeah, I think it was Rotz who just barely got there before, and unfortunately nobody was even close this time out. Two key mistakes from West Virginia in order to give Northwood this 2-0 lead.
It reminds me, oh my, what an air dribble, and Angel's down in front, but it's saved away. The rebound gonna get punched over Rotz again. And again, it's West Virginia wanting to move forward, wanting to apply pressure, but Northwood, the touches are just too clean. Hockey puts in one to make it 3-0 here, seemingly out of nowhere. Lion Blaze gets this touch off the wall, and look at the angle here from Hockey, short side near post.
That's so dirty. It's so hard. When you watch it here, it's hard to understand how difficult that angle truly is, but it's so very hard to hit. And, well, Northwood making it look pedestrian.
So many clean touches. You know, it makes me think of in RLCS when they interview Abjack from Gen G. He said this is a thinking man's game. You've really got to think about every single touch, and that's what Northwood does. It's every single touch is with purpose, with possession. Even here, my goodness, the double tap from Hockey. A brace here in game 3, 4-0 Northwood.
I mean, you see that touch from Buddy, and you think, no way, the Hockey's going to be able to take that. No, works it off the back wall. Brilliant work there in Northwood. They're just running away at this point. Not a single goal thus far in game 3 for West Virginia, and that is bad news for the long-term success of this WVU squad.
The vision from Northwood to find the open pockets. Speaking of, Rotz with a good shot there, but it's denied by Hockey. Even this pass, Hockey reads it well. Rotz trying to work this ball through the corner, has to go in, and it's denied off the woodwork. The crossbar comes up clutch. Deck now, 50 boost, tried to mind game the fake, but ends up going awry. Lion Blaze will kick it back to the opposite corner where the rest of his team can regroup, but Deck trying to force the pace here with short time remaining, but it's too little too late. Buddy with a chance at the open net. Angel cannot get back. It's 5-0 Northwood.
I mean, at this point, you just chalk it up. If you're West Virginia, you have to. You have to be thinking about what's going to happen next game and how do we adjust, because we've been continually talking about the vision and the intention with which Northwood are playing, and I think that's the big difference at this juncture. I mean, the last attempt being made here, but the reality is the game's over and it will be knocked down there very swiftly. Northwood now lead this series 2-1.
And I think the big thing, right, you mentioned it, the vision, the ability to find each other, but it's the intention behind those touches, because on the flip side, West Virginia, you chalk up 2 of those goals to just really odd turnovers, because West Virginia is so used to being able to get those clears, to being able to power this ball into the opposing half and get their offense going. This is an explosive offense, but you look at the number of chances that they have, it's really a lot of kind of low quality chances. They do have a lot of opportunities here when you tally things up. 7 shots is kind of average for Rocket League, but when they're B grade, C grade against Northwood because you can't get into the midfield, you wonder, well, if Northwood's able to create these chances, like that is just a whole nother caliber that they're able to create.
I mean, this specific shot and just sequence really changed this game. I mean, it truly did. That was where it felt like Northwood fully woke up. Before that, they were a sleeping giant, and they finally got awoken. And, you know, West Virginia, you were talking about the shots, and, yeah, they have 7. I was reading, though, and looking, 11 shots there for Northwood, but the quality of them, it's just so good. When they're scoring about half of the shots you're taking, that's what's impressive, and that's what Northwood did in that last game. And West Virginia, they just have to be able to finish the shots we were seeing. I mean, it didn't feel like they really were able to finish those. They had chances, but no finishing attempts.
Yeah, the biggest struggle that they have is breaking the Northwood defense. In particular, right, we talked about how West Virginia, sometimes they're occupying the same spots, or sometimes we do see the occasional double commit, and those kind of tally up because all of a sudden that boost is off the table. You've got to regroup and you end up taking the same lines back. You end up taking the same boost pads, and all of a sudden that boost distribution is really askew and certain players can't make certain saves anymore. And on the flip side, Northwood, their defense is just so clean. It's uninterrupted. It's never impeded by anything. You sure see the occasional kind of double commit on the goal line when you see these bullets from Angel from the midfield or Rots, but outside of that, right, there's no physicality being implemented by West Virginia. They can't find these demos. The 50s that were going their way kind of in game 1 and game 2, not really the case anymore. This game, they've got to find a way to kind of flip that switch and change the pace, throw a curveball into this game plan, because there's a lot that for West Virginia is kind of going awry, and when everything's going awry, you just kind of try and throw stuff out the window and see what sticks.
Yeah, I think there's one key point that you just mentioned, and that's physicality. That's something that we actually saw them do a pretty good job in game 1, and hey, they won that game. There's a reason for that. It's that and the 50s. So to really focus in on one thing in particular, I just want to see them go for those 50s a little bit more aggressively, and I think that the physicality will come with that. Right now, I'm not saying they're playing passive intentionally, but they're certainly not as aggressive as they could be. As we get into this next game, game 4 getting underway, the possibility for Northwood to go up by 2 is here.
I think one of the big things about that physical play that we saw is, oh my mercy, no time to think. Hockey is going to dump one in and get the opener here just 12 seconds into game number 4. And just underneath Angel, who's already pre-jumping because they fear the power of that shot. So many places that you have to guard, and they just barely guess wrong.
Yeah, I mean, but that mindset just shows the fear with which West Virginia are currently playing. It's just a little bit, but it matters when the stakes are this high. Northwood up 1 already, and the demos are starting to get a little bit ridiculous for Northwood. They've been finding that physicality that we were talking about was missing for them in game 1.
I think in terms of the physical plays, oh my, it nearly happened again. That double tap just barely off target there. Deck will win this 50, tries to move this ball forward, but you can see in the previous game, West Virginia, they tried to win through the power clears, right? And that's when you don't see a lot of demos come through, because you're playing a hockey-esque style. It's dump and chase. You dump the ball in, you try and get a 50 afterward, and if you get another demo off the back, then, you know, hooray, even more going in your favor. But when those power clears stopped working, the offense for West Virginia stopped working. They couldn't get the ball into Northwood's half, and that's why you saw few chances between, but what an air dribble, and Buddy puts in another.
Look at this, it's disgusting. Look at the ridiculous play here. Buddy just outmaneuvering both defenders in the air. They didn't have a chance. They lost as soon as they jumped in the air, man.
It's a whole nother thing. When you're going up to challenge those air dribbles, you're thinking about, well, they're getting height on it. I have to go high. I have to continue boosting. But Buddy there does the exact opposite. They get to touch down with their nose. But here, Rotz out of the corner makes it 2-1. The Mountaineers back on the board thanks to another fortuitous 50.
Yeah, that's great work. It's Rotz who gets the credit, but Angel is the real hero by winning that 50. It was, I mean, technically it was a 50, 25, 25. There was 3 players involved in that, and, well, Angel came out on top.
Oh, good flick here. Lion Blaze will be able to make the save. And the demo, what a play. Hockey just eliminated the shooter there in rotation. They'll get one back and buy some time, but Rotz now has to go up, passing play to deck, and Buddy is able to make the save along the goal line, trying to find his teammates here at midfield. Look at this off the ceiling. Buddy on the drop down, but nowhere is that third man, Lion Blaze, waiting for his opportunity to strike.
West Virginia, they're looking a lot better than they did in the previous game, but it's still a 2-1 score line. They need to continue to have success at these 50s, but they've had some opportunities where they didn't before. But Lion Blaze has continued to be a thorn in the side. Buddy going up high, trying for the air dribble. Angel will get a nice touch, but that's straight to the waiting hands of Northwood, and Rotz can't end up bumping the player away from that. But West Virginia, they'll have some time. Long, booming attempt at these clears, but none of them really going where they wanted.
That one cleared to the corner. Buddy to keep it in. Gets over top of deck. Lion Blaze, the tap over top. Are you kidding me? How much height does he get? He's barely off the ground here, but he's just far enough out to catch Angel off guard. Look at the spacing. Just barely frames away his Angel from being in the right spot to shut that play down, but it's the perfect pass.
That chip shot is what you see after thousands of hours of Rocket League. It's just experience, being able to spot it out and know precisely what you need to do in order to find the net. As well, at least Deck will find Hockey. That'll stall what was going to be a pretty aggressive push for Northwood, but I say that, Hockey still in possession, drops to Buddy. Buddy has a free and open net. Nobody found rotation fast enough, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Hockey, so nasty with the air dribble. He goes for the air dribble bump, and then if you were watching his perspective, he turned off ball cam. He went to go hunt Deck down. He didn't find him, but it didn't matter. The looming threat was just too much, and I don't think Deck had the boost to get over to that side of the net. What a flip from Lion Blaze. The flick is nasty. 5-1 Timberwolves.
This man's unstoppable. This flick, you won't see anything better at any point in time. Northwood, 5 goals here, and there's still a minute 40 left in this game, and they've gotten better and better as the series has gone on, and I just can't.
Off a kickoff, Hockey's gonna get the brace here, and it's just off of a random redirect there off of the challenge. The 50 goes right to his backside and into the open net.
You know what we call that? We call that unlucky.
Or if you're Northwood, calculated. They're probably thinking, yep, I got it.
All part of the plan.
Oh boy, Lion Blaze here, trying to buy his defense some time. Angel trying to press in, but down 5 goals here is West Virginia. and they get demoed again. Every time you think, okay, West Virginia's in a favorable spot, things go awry, they come up with another clutch touch, and Northwood just continue to put the pressure on here. Rots, no boost, they'll be able to get this clear for the moment, and everyone on Northwood now gets to press forward.
I don't know if you saw this, but I think that shot just a moment ago, I think it took 3 players to read all the possibilities. They were all covering something off on that ball, and hey, you got to do what you got to do, but at 6-1, does it matter? I don't know.
Angel, oh, good air dribble here, and that's gonna put another one on the board for West Virginia. Again, getting around all 3 players here, the individual effort from Angel to try and keep his team alive in this series. Fantastic to see. Baits 2 defenders in, and then Mind Games the last one on the goal line. And it's a slow roller, but they'll take it here and get some momentum back.
A little bit of momentum, but I think they're going to probably need at least one more goal in this game to actually shift that in any meaningful way. With 30 seconds left, I'd say pretty unwinnable, but it's not over yet when it comes to this series. Got to keep the mental strong and keep scoring. Really, that's the key. Bronze with a nice 50. That's only going to go over to Lion plays, though, and he's just taking his time, wasting the time off this clock. There's not a lot of it left, and I looked away. I have no idea what happened.
Hockey is sitting, look how long he's on this backboard for, and then look at this angle. Are you kidding me? That is insane. That is absolutely absurd to come down from that side and hit that drop shot. That is just a whole nother caliber of offense that Northwood is bringing to the table, and they are firing on all cylinders as they move to series point.
Yeah, Northwood are just a different breed. We knew that coming in, didn't we? That's the reality. But to see it in action is always brilliant. I mean, I watched the majority of this team at Worlds last year in Dallas, and they were fantastic there. They're fantastic now, and they've continued to do so pretty much throughout their time together. They've been one of the longest standing collegiate rosters in existence. I don't know what the actual numbers are, but I do know it's quite impressive. Just like our partners over at Corsair, one of those that help us put this show on. They're at the top of their game with all the latest innovations in peripherals. The NACE Starleague is powered by Corsair. Click the Twitch panel right down below or type Corsair in the chat, !Corsair, to check out their latest gaming gear.
Well, what a series from Northwood so far after dropping game 1 to take 3 in a row, and in this style. Because West Virginia, I think, coming into this series, if West Virginia was going to win, it was going to be in these explosive track meet style games where it's not, you know, a 1-0 or 2-0 scoreline like we ended up seeing in game 1, but I thought it was going to be, you know, 4-5, 5-6 type of scorelines where it's just back and forth like a basketball game. Just every offensive possession, you got to score to keep pace. And somehow, some way, Northwood has shut down this offense. West Virginia cannot get a quality chance to put into the back of the net. This defense of the Timberwolves is so strong.
They certainly have been showing themselves to be the best team, the one that we know, the one that we expected. West Virginia, well, they have one more chance. The final chance, if you will, is it's 3-1. As we get down to it, about 30 seconds gone, and no fireworks just yet, though chances here. Angel, that's gonna be good. Back in the lead, West Virginia, that's what they need.
West Virginia's done so well at getting these 50s. When they found offensive chances, it's off winning the 50s, but here, they mind game the opponent again. The pass comes through and everyone thinks that's gonna be a bounce shot on net, but instead it's towards the top, it's towards the backboard. It ends up being a pass and it's an easy follow-up, and all of Northwood, importantly, stuck inside their own net, not pressed out, no boost in the tank to be able to react to that shot.
Oh, that was a great attempt by Lion Blaze. Angel fortunately in position. Ron's taking control. It's going to be off the backboard, but I think there's a little touch by Lion Blaze, forced it out wide. Angel will win a 50, trying to do the same against Buddy, but winning 150 is hard enough. Angel with a great touch. How did it miss? It was just off the edge. Oh my goodness. West Virginia, they're playing like they have nothing to lose, and they don't.
I love it, right? This is the pressure we were looking for them to apply. They're finding ways through, they're fighting their way out of the corner, and now they're getting those quality chances. They're making Northwood sweat a little bit on defense here. It is only one goal, but it's important to kind of relieve that pressure, but they gotta find a way to make this save, and they cannot. Hockey capitalizes and ties this game at 1.
Yeah, just a little careless on that clear is the reality by Angel. It goes out wide. Buddy punches it onto the backboard, and Hockey's in position to take control. Nobody was really ready as they were transitioning towards offense, so it's all tied up. Angel, long range, trying for a shot there. It doesn't quite work, but Deck is in position, dropped in front of them, and look at this. As soon as Northwood score, it's a resurgence from West Virginia.
Yeah, Hockey here with the pass to the outside, but his defense is still rotating back, so all Buddy can really do is pass it back to him, say, well, what do you want me to do with this ball? And it's right back to the midfield, and Deck is able to capitalize. A little bit of smoke and mirrors on that play, too, in terms of there's already Angel, I think it was, with low boost in front looking for the redirect. Angel now with another chance. Lion Blaze will make the save. Infield pass is cut off by Buddy. Angel chips that one back to midfield. Lion Blaze will drop it back for Hockey, and Northwood now can march forward.
Angel has been outstanding this entire series, but really resurging into this game. Obviously, it's a team game, but Angel's really impressing me. With that said, Hockey taking control. It's a little bounce, and Deck, a very good read to interrupt that, give time for West Virginia to rotate back towards the defense, but it's not enough time, clearly, as Hockey's just ready to take it all on his own.
So quick here. Look at this catch. No attempt at an air dribble. They immediately flick it off the wall, and we were watching West Virginia's angle at that. You think, okay, even though he doesn't have boost, he's on line to pick up 2 more pads. 24 is enough to go for an aerial. No, not against Northwood. They are that fast with their plays, with their touches, and they're able to sneak one in with West Virginia set up and ready to play defense, and now it's tied at 2.
And remember, this is win or go home for West Virginia. They need this game. It's now tied up, just passing the halfway mark as we get down to the wire. Hockey dropping it. Rots, though, with the 50. That's going to be good off the backboard, but Buddy is not quite ready to let that happen. Hockey in possession as Angel a little bit careless on that touch. Buddy will be in position. That's so close, but very good read from Rots to take it away.
And Angel reads the 50 against Buddy as well. Gets this good block onto Hockey. Deck can't get there. Rots to keep it in. Hockey now trying to set up his teammates, but Rots will read that play well, and West Virginia realize how quick they have to be defensively because of these short passes that Northwood is now going for. Chip shot by Angel will sneak its way in, and West Virginia take the lead with 1:30 on the clock.
Staying alive is what they're doing at this point, and great work from Angel, just right outside the position where that could have been defended. Top left, good shot positioning. That's what it comes down to. And now a lead guaranteed now for West Virginia. They've had these, Lion Blaze, that was off the crossbar, and that was just a little too close for comfort.
Lion Blaze even got the demo as well, too, for the follow-up shot, but just too slow. West Virginia, they dodge a bullet there, and they hold on to a 1-goal lead as we approach the minute mark left in this game. Deck with the air dribble here, can't get by Hockey. Angel stopped at midfield by Buddy. Good chance from the corner. Look at the snipe he had, but Rots with a fantastic save. And Angel trying to follow up, went right back to him. Deck sends it across, but this is where things can get a little tricky here. Infield pass, Lion Blaze shot, Angel save.
That's Northwood at their best in transition, but defended for now. Double commit, but they get away with it. Rots is gone, demoed away. Angel having control before Hockey goes for that 50. 30 seconds remaining in West Virginia. They need to hold on to this lead. Rots maintaining control for just a moment, but all there is one opportunity for Northwood, and this goes to overtime.
Gotta be careful. Oh, what a shot. And Rot somehow sees that play and shuts it down. Lion Blaze a chance. Angel makes the save. Deck with another block. And now we're into 0 time. But it's going towards the Northwood net. And West Virginia live to fight for one more round.
West Virginia, they're bringing this all the way. Incredible resurgence from them. And we thought it was over. The last game prior to this one, 7-2 was the scoreline. It wasn't close, and honestly, West Virginia pretty lucky to get those 2 goals that they got. Now 3-2 for West Virginia, and I think that it really comes down to them playing aggressively for those 50s.
They are getting a lot more aggressive on those 50s, and you saw in the final moments Northwood was trying to create windows of opportunity to tie this game back up. They had a couple of good chances, but I think the biggest thing is that they weren't getting demos. Northwood was so good physically early on in this series, aside from game number 1, but for West Virginia, right, the fact that they're able to dodge these demos keeps them alive in the play, and maybe it forces them out of position, but it's only for a moment because they are amping up the speed. They're reading the play very well here, and they're cutting off a lot of these short passes. Northwood's offense, it's a little Team Falcons-esque in terms of just 50s kind of dying down, and they're going for these short, quick passing plays instead of the stretch passes we were seeing earlier.
The pressure still full for West Virginia. This is still a must-win game to force a Game 7 against Northwood, the #1 team. The expectations were here, but West Virginia could do this right now. Lion Blaze gonna have some space. Rots almost able to get that touch, but won't quite get there in time. This 50, a little bit more attempt by Rots, but that's really to no one. Lion Blaze had so much space. That another 50 attempted, and we're seeing the attempts, but not quite the success.
Yeah, West Virginia, they are really stretched out right now. I think they'd like these passes to be a little bit closer to each other, but in terms of the line that you take to gather boost and connect on a pass, Northwood, it's just too far for West Virginia to really follow up and catch Northwood out of position. There's always a player back for the Timberwolves. Time and time again, Buddy or Hockey has been on that goal line, ready to make a save, and now we get to see what West Virginia can do in transition here as Lion Blaze has to go back for boost, and they'll lose the 50 because of it. Rots with a solid read. Hockey will be able to read that one off the backboard. Angel trying to receive it, but it ends up going the other way.
This might be the longest we've gone without seeing a goal in any of these games. 2 minutes in and no goals scored, but lots of midfield play happening. And that's what this comes down to, is West Virginia trying to go back to what's been working for them. Rots taking it over the top this time. A nice touch, but there was 2 players ready to play defense there. Angel trying to get a bump, and well defended. Northwood will still hang on to control, but they haven't been able to get on the offense. This might change. 1 touch, and Hockey in position to recover this very easily. Will do so, but gets bumped out of the way, so there's no attempt, and that's on target from long range past midfield. Angel going to get this touch on to the target.
Where was the defense of Northwood here? Lion Blaze is the only one back. I think that the 3rd member here for Northwood, I believe it's Hockey or Buddy in that sequence, they lose possession, and the 3rd man tries to demo the shooter, but they can't find him. They can't track him down and eliminate that threat off the board. And West Virginia, they sneak one through, but maybe one back. Oh! Look at the pass. Lion Blaze is there in inside the box, and it's tied at 1.
This pinch is ridiculous, and Hockey's assist is even better. Lion Blaze puts it in the right space. 3 West Virginia players are in the air trying to make that read, and ain't none of them got the right one.
It is insane to see the passing plays that Northwood can pull off here. Rotz is trying to get this 50, kicks out to Angel, doesn't have a whole lot of time here. They will get the ball forked away from him for a moment. That one will kick out thanks to Lion Blaze, and all of the Mountaineers will retreat for the moment. Maybe an infield pass. Lion Blaze trying to backdoor them here, but it will be just wide. Angel trying to buy his team some time. Deck, no boost in the tank, but he has to play this ball. Gets over top of 1 and will do just that. He's bought enough time for the rest of his team to get back into the action.
You say that, but as soon as Angel is back, he's demoed again. There's just nothing that you can do. Lion Blaze on the hunt. A little ambitious there on the aerial. Gets met by 2 defenders, but a pass play. Little bump off the backboard, and another shot by Hockey. So very close. This should be in. No. Defense working strong for West Virginia for the time being, but they got to clear it. They'll finally get there, but Lion Blaze back in position. He set up beautifully. Oh, but a great touch to clear it away.
Angel's still on the backboard here, just enough boost to get over top of Hockey, but Lion Blaze right back into the thick of it. Deck with a good dribble and the 50. That's massive for West Virginia. Maybe a short side shot.
Oh.
Hockey with the goal line save at the post to pinch it out. Deck racing across the field here to try and put this one back into the midfield. Rotz, it's a bad touch though. Angel will get over and make the save. That one was huge because Lion Blaze was bearing down at an open net.
A goal here could be the game winner with 30 seconds remaining. That said, the way these two teams have played in this game, it feels like anybody could take it. Oh, so very close. Hockey was setting up another fantastic touch, but it's cleared out. And now West Virginia, they're starting to anticipate these shots that Northwood had made look so easy early on. Hockey not do it again. Lion Blaze was in position, but Angel has been stalwart in their defense.
Still a chance here at 0 time, and the bouncer, if that stayed in the air, I think there's a chance that one finds the back of the net, but it's a bounce shot instead, and West Virginia survived, but oh no, it's a backdoor goal! Everyone too far forward, and Buddy wins it for Northwood in overtime!
Look at this, that's outrageous. Just 2 touches straight into the net, the chip over the edge. Oh, what a way in overtime for West Virginia to lose out, but what a darn good series it was.
I really got to commend West Virginia. In that last minute or so, the pressure was on. They were constantly on defense. And I was about to ask the question, does anyone have boost for this team? I feel like they've just been in their own net for the entire last minute of defensive play. But they got the job done. They got to overtime. But the moment they had boost, the moment they wanted to push forward, right off of kickoff, it all goes wrong. Buddy gets over top, and it's an easy empty net goal that wins Northwood the championship.
It is, and you know, the conversation will end as Northwood won. We expected Northwood to win, but that wasn't how it went. West Virginia played such a good game, and the resurgence that they showed, especially late into the series, those last 2 games, they deserve so much credit for that. It's been fantastic.
The ability to make this defense that has been so stout throughout the playoffs sweat so hard, because West Virginia, they had chances. They made Northwood panic a little bit. You saw those moments where West Virginia's offense could pop off. You saw that electricity that they can bring to any matchup, but Northwood just so strong offensively. The number of air dribble passing plays, the bumps, the angles that they find. At the end of the day, their vision is just a tier above, and it showed at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, they were forced to play a lot more physical at the end, and that's what's so impressive about what West Virginia were doing, is that at the end of that, they were having to rely more on getting the demos, finding more value in rotations as opposed to those passing plays. And like you were noticing, in sort of the longer passing plays that we saw early, it was more short 1-2 type of passes, and it wasn't quite as effective because West Virginia were looking for it. It all ended up in a great series where West Virginia were able to push the limits of what Northwood had to offer.
The pace of play was just so fun to watch. These two are just so fast, and they were able to really go punch for punch with each other. Northwood obviously had that dominant third game, I believe it was, or fourth game, the 7-2 scoreline.
Yeah.
But outside of that, which was really just everything going right for Northwood, West Virginia really did make this team work for every goal. If you go back and watch the highlights, it feels like every goal Northwood got was a highlight reel level goal because it just took that amount of effort to break through this West Virginia defense. And Northwood can provide that. There's not a whole lot of teams that can find that next caliber.
No, there really isn't. And I think that we pretty much got what we had hoped for from this. With that being said, the championship does indeed go to Northwood, which I'll be honest, they're probably going to have to make some room in their cabinet of trophies because they have a lot of them at this given stage because they just have been so impressive. Not only that, playing for the prize money as well, $3,000 prize pool, $1,500 going to first place. So listen, West Virginia does walk away with $750. It's a nice chunk of change.
Yeah, that's fantastic to see. I mean, all the prize pool's fantastic here at the Starleague, but it's just so fun to see these teams compete. And Northwood, they get the championship, and what a run it's been.
Indeed. Well, with that, we're going to take a look at exactly what they'll be adding to their cabinet. Northwood, your victors, as we head to Nerdy on stage.
All right, can everybody hear me again? Okay, cool. All right, I have a voice of reason. But not Thank you so much, West Virginia, for showing up. That was great to actually be able to watch. It's just overtime. Y'all got one heck of a golden goal. I'll admit that was a little bit too soon. In my own opinion, as a caster, we like the storytelling elements, but nonetheless, I am joined here by Lion Blaze to ask the question. We're going to disregard the overtime because I really want to focus on what the heck happened game 1 versus game 2. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, game 1, we kind of took it slower than we really expected to. We needed a bit of a warm-up, it felt like. We kind of didn't expect them to come out with the pace they did as well. Kind of caught us off guard. But after game 1, we were kind of like, okay, let's take a breather. Let's play our game. And then just came into game 2, and I beat them by quite a bit.
Well, I mean, adjustments were made. It looked better, but they still put up a fight near the end. Got a little bit too close for comfort. But other than that, how are you feeling? And if you say decent, I'm walking off the stage.
I'm feeling all right. Got used to the setup here. Feeling all right.
Okay, well, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our NACE Starleague 2023 Championship Rocket League team, Maryville. Well, sorry, Northwood. I'm tired. Forgive me. Sorry, guys. I think you guys are supposed to get photos. And while we take photos of these guys with the trophy, we'll go to a quick break and come back with some Overwatch action. So don't go anywhere.
so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place than here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now. See your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now. Here with you. Rather be no other place than here with you now. Place than here with you. I see your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. The only thing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now.
Test 1, test 2. Yes, only C. Do not do B.
You've forgotten the words to our song. Now it's gone. Take it back just for one night. Take all the wrongs and pretend that we're alright. Feather and metal songs, let them entwine.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. We're about to jump into our Overwatch game, which is going to be best of 5 between Maryville and the Broncos from Boise State. Without further ado, Septilance Orbital, please take us away into the game for the championship title.
Thank you so much, Nerdy, and like you said, hello everybody, and welcome back to the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. We are jumping into what I biasly am most excited for today, Overwatch 2, one of my favorite games. I am Septilance, joined by my good friend Orbital. And Orbital, we are in for a treat, brother. We have two of the best teams in the entire country going head-to-head here today.
Not just that, having some players that have definitely touched an even higher stage coming down to play with us. I am super excited. I got to cast some League of Legends. I also got to cast Maryville at that time too. So the fact that I got to actually come here and cast them one more time, see if they can take a second grand final title, I could not be more excited.
And statistically, they're expected to, right? I mean, they are one of the top 3 teams in the entire country. They're bringing in players that have touched the Overwatch League, that have been on several teams, that were on championship-winning teams, that have given us a beautiful performance in and outside of collegiate. I'm talking about Mikey in particular. I believe they're tank player today, but knowing them and Boise, both teams have fully warned us anyone can play anything today, and it can absolutely be credible. But Maryville, I think they come in with a lot to prove in the sense of they have been that collegiate giant for years at this point. They are the team of teams, truly.
Of course, and not just that, even when you swap, I mean, you take a look at some of the main roster setups. I mean, Juby on that support role, we were talking about pedigrees and everything like that. Yes, Mikey takes the spotlight, don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong, but Juby is going to set themselves up as one of those players to watch, especially if they do get that Lucio. And I mean, oh my gosh, we're already in a game. They did not want to wait for a single moment.
These players chomping at the bit to get in here as Boise State and Maryville did go head-to-head just a couple of weeks ago. Maryville able to win that best-of-3 series in a 2-1 fashion. So not a shutout by any definition of the word. Boise fought hard, and they lost this once. And Boise, more than almost any other collegiate team, watch and dissect every single fight they're a part of, and every single map they play, win or lose. And going into this, they're going to bring the compositions they believe are the best and most successful to take down the powerhouse known as Maryville.
And the fact that Mikey's not actually on tank is actually on support, so Clerky's actually coming in as that tanker coming in for us, and Junk Queen is actually rocking, same with Clair on the other side. Very, very excited for that one. And now we do see that Symmetra, of course, both these teams going to be using that funnel of getting that TP out, just laying very quickly. But on the secondary team, actually, it is going to be a little bit of a Matt Mark actually coming in. We talked about it, Matt Mark going to be giving us a show as well.
Yeah, Matt Mark and the team.
Trying to figure out the rotation, but huge ult charges for BSU.
Yeah, Maryville calculating a little too much there and actually going to be taken down one by one. The methodical gameplay style doesn't lend itself when Boise is collapsing in on top of you like that. They put themselves in a pretty critical position of success moving forward, but looking at Boise State, they've got the ultimate advantage, they've got the numbers advantage, of course they've got the defensive point advantage, which in itself is a hypothetical, not everyone believes it. Going into this next fight though, it's the primary opening game that'll give one of these teams the numbers advantage they need. You see King go deep into that line, his first reasonable pump, comes up and running to the out, drop the beat, unfortunately Chosen doesn't have a beat of their own counter. Chosen down like dominoes, the rest of Boise will begin to fall. 50% of the point though, Orbital, you've got to be proud of that for stage number 1.
They are so happy, it's actually counting even further because right now they can test BSU know how to stall so well.
Yes.
And there it is, the 51, almost exactly what you called. But I do give a huge prop to BSU as well as a little bit of concern. MU took a little bit too long. Normally if you're hitting 50%, you actually took about 2 different initiations.
Correct.
This one was actually only 1 push out. That does bother me just a tiny bit, but of course, play an experience, first time maybe, for some people. Hey, let's go ahead and give them a little bit of a break.
without a doubt. And Maryville already dumping a lot of ultimates down the drain. We saw the Rampage come out. It was actually quite unsuccessful. This is a double support commit here in the back line from Boise. It gives Plato the shields they need. Matt Merck pops that Death Blossom, and all of a sudden, it's a three-piece for Boise State as they clear this site of Maryville once again. In the blink of an eye, this team has fully collapsed underneath themselves.
And that is how quickly you take that. We talked about MU taking a little bit too much time. BSU did it in 30% time. Only 30 seconds is all they needed. Granted, they have the ultis already stacked, but it's phenomenal. And so for right now, Boise State giving me a lot of hope in terms of pushing the limits here, really putting MU on that back end. You can even see it there. The Brigade is already dropping the ulti, but it doesn't even matter. An absolute wash through. BSU weathered the storm and are now trying to battle the way out. Again, for them, it's just about holding. Matt Merck gonna find Clerky. King, though, gonna find one on the backside. Juvie popping off as well, and then Plato still finishing off. That Tracer is so destructive.
I mean, the Tracer is so destructive, but it's being answered by a little bit of supportal combat here. Juvie with 3 eliminations in that fight, really opening the door for Maryville to try and re-engage once again. Each elimination, Plato found a support, found another against Boise State. So the numbers have been even this entire time through, but as the rest of Maryville is going to regroup just a wee bit faster, they're going to have the 5v4 advantage until the 5th member of Boise returns to the fight. No ultimates going into this as that pulse bomb from Tree comes out and tanks Chosen out of the equation early. 99% is where Boise's run is going to end for this defense, but luckily enough, Maryville only at 30%, so Boise has probably 4 more attempts if they lose all of them.
And the main one to keep eyes on is that second one, right?
Absolutely.
The first one is going to rack up the rest of those ulti charges, and Plato, of course, getting locked out there at about now 100%. They're just waiting for the ulti charges. That's all they're doing.
Yep.
I want to actually watch for Clair as well to lock that one, and maybe Matt Berg. They have so much time. Again, you can decide how long and when they actually want to dive in. But, of course, if they can wipe it here, MU just like, okay, this is what's going to happen. So BSU going to try, and there you go, a little bit extra shielding on top on this engage.
Yeah, it could be a very blink and you miss it moment as Maryville puts themselves into an advantageous position with that beat once again. Boise is going to have that Rampage, though, unanswered. As the beat has come to a close, Clair goes deep and finds all 5 members of Maryville. And Mikey's the first one to be on the wrong side of it. The Brig has fallen offline, the majority of the healing now, all of it gone. Bad Merc takes Juvie out of the equation, Chosen with a shield bash, sends Tree back to the spawn to report Clerky, the last one, to go 6 feet under. A complete and total team kill for Boise State does win them stage number 1. Orbital, but that is only stage number 1. They've got to win 1 more and then 2 more full maps to take Maryville out.
We said this was going to be spicy. We said this was going to be so fancy for either side. We also were talking about who is going to actually step up, and so far, Boise have given us that reach, that absolute authority that they're setting forward. Huge props, again, to Plato and Matt Merck making massive moves in that mid-game. It gave him such a washed back, keeping MU at 30%. Juvie, though. Juvie had a phenomenal time on the other side. Now it's waiting to see if Clerky, King, Tree, Mikey can all step up to that level.
Yeah, and I do want to tip my hat to Boise a little bit here because we talk about Matt Merck and Clair being on the incorrect roles right now. and they're still doing a very good job with, maybe I shouldn't say incorrect, the less common roles, right? Clearly something is working, so they're doing it well one way or another, but it's a weird time to kind of drop this swap, and as of right now for Boise, it seems to be working. The Junker Queen wildly effective with that Lucio online, and similar to a Reinhardt, you lose a lot of value when you don't have a Lucio to speed you around, and unfortunately Matt Merck can knock its speed out of the way fast enough. Maryville should win that fight pretty convincingly, even with just the 1 elimination. That's all they need to force Boise into a reset. I also want to call out the support swaps as well from Maryville. They're going for a lot more healing this time.
Yes, they are. Keep themselves alive, and there's even another swap for Chosen once again, swapping over and ensuring that they are going to be happy. But one of the things I also want a chance on Clair, again, sitting on that now swapped. Okay, never mind. No more Junker Queen. But even Clerky was swapped out now on the Diva, so huge changes on all sides. Everyone adjusting as they fly through. And then Matt Merck said, I don't care. I'm still a Reaper. I'm still going to do some work.
Homeboy just sneaks into the back line and drops both supports. Are you serious? Now, it is going to get traded out pretty early here for Boise as Bagel will go down. And Clair playing on the Zarya right now, the most classic of Diva counters, right? But you need those supports to keep yourself up and running. You need those Zarya bubbles online where the cooldown is a little bit longer than it used to be in Overwatch 1. So Zarya's individual survivability has gone down quite a bit, but Boise seems to be working with it at least somewhat well. They've tied up the percentage. They've put themselves into a point scenario, and now Tree tries to flank into the back. It is the job of the Tracers, and Matt Merck has shown it's his job. He's decided it's his job to get rid of the opposing supports as fast as possible. Right now, Tree's not able to get that lineup. Matt Merck taking a honk shoe in the middle of the map, and Clerky gonna find that headshot damage early enough to remove Reaper, the primary damage dealer, off the Boise roster. Is it enough to help Maryville get in? The elimination of Chosen makes me think so.
Yes, it is, but now again, Boise have shown once and time again that they are very good at stalling out. They still push an extra 20% on top of losing Matt Merck and Plato and Bagel and Clair. that's very, very good. Now it's MU's time to try and step up, try and keep themselves healthy. Tree sitting with the ulti right now. A little bit of the ult is going to be absolutely ridiculous. That bomb just causes so much damage to the back line, but keep eyes on Juby and Micah as well. They're going to be pushing up. The Anna should be so happy to be so annoying as well. And Tree still dancing around the back line, saying, hey, I want to cause some problems. I want to be annoying. King ready with the Echo as well. And I love that setup. And Diva Bomb ready. And then all ultimates for Maryville is just online, ready to go. This is going to be rough.
Full-blown ult apocalypse on the side of Maryville, and the double pulse bomb comes out in the blink of an eye. It's actually going to be answered by a Coalescence from Chosen. The beat from Bagel to get rid of that anti-heal as well. Both support ult commitments here from Boise. May win them this fight, but they've got to be worried about the next. Maryville has popped now 4 ultimates of their own. Only a Diva Bomb left. Not exactly notorious for getting those eliminations when they need it. A Bionade on to Clair will get them taken out of the fight. King finds Matt Burke. Clair has fallen, and the bomb is desperate to get Clerky back into the fight. They're able to do just that. 70 seconds left, and we know that 75 is about where we call things last fight territory. Both teams throwing out almost everything they have, but now Boise finds themselves in an ult lead. It's not about having the ult orbital, it's about getting something done with them.
And the fact that MU were able to stall out, did not allow a single flip either against BSU, that is ridiculous. Well played by them. This is the MU that we expected to see in that round 1. And you said it. It's only one round. These teams have so much more to play for.
And there's possibility of going all the way to ruins here if Maryville is able to hold on to these remaining 7 seconds. Clair has that grab, but it's going to depend on how hungry Clerky is in this moment. Are they going to be able to eat that grab? Is Boise going to be able to touch 99? Hello? Okay, they barely make it on. Just the last-ditch effort there. Clerky loses the mech at a pivotal moment, and now all of a sudden, Boise looking at a free grab if they choose to use it. You've got to respect Clair here, though, because so many players would default the second that mech is gone, you throw the ult out with it, you throw that grab at the opposing team, but Clair recognizes the importance of a grab and how throwing it in a fight you didn't have to can certainly cost you this map.
Not just that, the fact that you're waiting for MU to corral in, trying to be able to funnel them in. You could not do that on the attack. They're going to scatter so quickly. And actually, the threat of the ult, I think, did more for BSU than they expected.
Absolutely.
So they're so happy about that. But now you have to watch chances. Maryville are going to go ahead and try and prep their way. You can see they're focusing around on the upper ground, trying to send in their tracer, try and get some touch damage. Ooh. But it's not going to happen. Tree is going to lock one, though. Chosen is down. That's a huge ulti that they don't have.
Now, the Moira going down, the Coalescence falling offline is critical here, but it's actually going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Clerky falls off the map. Matt Burke is gone as well with the tank missing from the side of MU. It forces King to go into a transformation. A Nanode, nonetheless, a Nano Zarya going to be jumping into the point for the next 10 seconds or until that 300 HP goes down. With an extra tank on your side, it makes it really easy to win a fight like this. But with the damage threshold, Boise is bringing to the table a full charge Zarya. In a moment like this is huge for Boise State, who are now seconds away from being able to win map number 1 and put themselves up 1-0 on the series over Maryville, the team that beat them. One of few teams that has beaten Boise before. The beat comes out, the mech goes down. Clerky just can't get away in time. The alternate fire puts them down, and even this Echo just can't do enough. The fight getting ready to come to a close. This is a delay of the inevitable for Maryville unless they get nothing short of a miracle in this moment, and that is certainly not the beginning of a miracle I've ever seen.
That should be it. Again, the sleep is going to do a little bit of work, but I mean, that's just a little bit of fun. OT runs out. BSU punch their way to game number 1. A ridiculous way. Clair had the most ridiculous hold at the end, by the way. I don't care what anyone says. Clair sat there and said, give me a moment. Are you freaking kidding me?
I mean, they don't call Clair the Grim Reaper of Collegiate for nothing, right? Like, this kid, on any run he goes out.
Even on
tank, on DPS, maybe on support, but I haven't seen it. I'm guessing. The point is he's a very strong individual player, and he really can help lead this roster to greatness, right? This is the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. They are fighting for a prize pool right now. They are fighting for a trophy, and I believe Boise are the defending champs. They took down the UT Dallas Comets back in the spring, the fall. This is the spring. Back in the fall. And they've been a very powerful team throughout, but if anyone is going to take down Boise, it's going to be Maryville. Maryville comes out strong. They come out powerful, but unfortunately, they lose map 1 to Boise. The thing, Orbital, is statistically, I don't want to use the term worse here because I don't think either of these teams are bad, but in Overwatch, the team less likely to win is most likely to win control. So I want to see Boise win one more, then I'm going to be like, okay, let's go, it's showtime, right? Because a lot of times we'll see the lower seed team win map number 1 and then get 3-1. I want to see Boise win any other map type, then I'm like, okay, this is the Boise show.
I think I agree with that, and I feel like it goes a little bit deeper than that, too. You know, when we're talking about the fact that, hey, you know, map 1s usually go the way, you take a look at what Control has to do, and I'm going to get very, very basic here because we need to, right? Control is a push and pull at all times. It is a tug of war from start to finish. There is no centralized, okay, You are on attack, you are on defense. And I think that hard line gives a lot of better teams a much better angle because they can focus fire their entire way. In the controls, that's really like, you're going hand back and forth. You got to be ready to attack and defend. It gives those scramble styles much more time to elevate themselves forward. But I love that fact that you said, hey, listen, lower seed is going to win round 1. Go ahead, get ready for 2. I still think Boise can do it. I still think their scrap can do well. It's the fact of they swapped really, really well back and forth. I want to see them be able to be stalwart on the attack specifically. The defense was solid, don't get me wrong. Defense, great. Attack looked a little bit wonky at times, especially in round number 2.
Yeah, and Boise was able to win map number 1, which means Maryville does get the next map pick on our escort map. So there's only a couple of choices to choose from. I'm actually not super confident if we're doing the Season 3 map pool or if we're doing any map. So there are a lot of maps to be chosen from. We could be seeing Dorado is incredibly likely. I know we see a lot of Rialto as well. Rialto is my favorite map in the game aesthetically. I think it's very pretty. I like it a lot. So I certainly would not be upset to see it. But in the collegiate kind of essence and in the pro essence, and a lot of these players play at the pro level, the highest echelon, I think Circuit Royale is incredibly likely to be the map of choice.
Ooh, okay. So you have all of those. Now I want to ask, because I can, Matt, I want to see exactly what the crazy picks we're going to have come out. Because I know
it's actually
the teams
hybrid,
are talking about this, right?
I believe it's hybrid, sorry. I just got corrected.
Okay.
Because I just heard Blizzard World in my ears.
Hey,
so
there we go. It is. Yeah, but you know what? Even then, we can't ask because it still holds true. It still holds true. The control is going to be nice, but again, second half is always that main point of the escorting that payload. So I still got to ask, what are we going to see come out here? Because I think you and I talked about a very, very specific hero that we did not see that game.
A hero that we were both like, oh, for sure, 100% of the time, and then we didn't see him once the entire game. So I think Ramatra is incredibly likely here on Blizzard World. I think on Escort and Hybrid that Ramatra can do a really good job playing an offense and a defense, something a lot of tanks aren't able to do right now. He's a very good kind of middleman of being able to provide both the offense and the defense in this moment. But at the same time, I know that Sigma is very popular on Hybrid maps in particular, on Escort maps when there's a natural high ground. Blizzard World does not have a good natural high ground during that first point. There is a high ground, but very rarely do we see teams fighting.
The high ground is like Kansas high ground. That's what we got to say. The high ground is like a little bit of a hill that you look up.
Yeah, it's just this weird little ride you stand on top of, and then there's no cover up there, so you're just like out in the open, and the shield.
So it's Kansas. It's just Kansas.
It's a mess for sure. But I do know another tank we could be seeing on the offense at least would be Wrecking Ball, who has been a little less common as of late. He had a couple of strong buffs like 3 or 4 patches ago, 13 net buffs in total, the most a single hero has ever gotten in a single patch of Overwatch. And then he did get a couple of nerfs, but not enough to really take him out of the wayside. He's a very fast, he's a very chaotic character, and he's one that can do a really good job kind of disrupting your team's synergy. The problem is Overwatch 2 has 1 tank. When there were 2 tanks living in the back line, that was great. You could be distracting, you could be quirky, you could be weird, but when your team only has 1 tank and you're in the back line, who's protecting your front line, right? So it's very difficult to play Wrecking Ball in the speed and synergy that Overwatch 2 calls for that Overwatch 1 did not.
And I can agree with that. At the same time, though, there are some teams that pull it off extensively well
100%.
Because their DPS are at such a high level. There are also points where we sit there and go, okay, hey, the DPS is able, if you funnel like a Pharah, Mercy, almost you can cause a distraction. That Wrecking Ball does become such a different aspect. It becomes that annoyance, second almost DPS or third DPS. The only thing that I wouldn't see on Blizzard World is I actually prefer Wrecking Balls in much more confined corridors. So I dislike having such an open world at the start. Yes, we might see it later on down the road. We might see a swap later, but I actually I don't think we would see it in Blizzard World, at least at the start. In the start, you're a little bit too freeform, a little bit too open. I would like to see maybe even just a Rhine, just make your way, step by step, just walk your way forward, or just something silly like that.
I love my boy Rhine. Let me tell you what, one of the most fun tanks to play.
The shadows are so good.
I played Collegiate for 2 years. I played Rhine for 1.5 of those 2 years, okay? I love Reinhardt so much. I think he's such a fun character, but unfortunately, he's not that good anymore, right?
Yeah.
There was a couple of metas here and there where he was like getting a good pick rate, and then apparently the devs don't want him to have one because he got nerfed both times as soon as that came to a close. So it's not exactly the momentum we're looking for in a situation like that, but I think Ryan can get a lot of great value here. I think you bring up a really good point. Playing him is going to be the difficult, but I think I'm going to be looking for either Sigma, Wrecking Ball, or an offensive Junker Queen. I don't think we're getting a Junker Queen on defense, but I think on the attack she's not impossible to see.
I mean, they did really well in round 1 as well.
Yeah.
We saw that the Junker Queen, they're willing to scrap, and if you're willing to go on the offensive or defensive, I could see it happen as well. So I love the fact that you pointed it out. And yes, Wrecking Ball, if it does come out, please play it well. That's all I care about. I just want to see good Wrecking Ball. I'm also a Lucio main, so, not a good one, granted. Not a good one. So, I mean, like, look, let's hold that off. But I do love the fact that go fast comps are some of my favorite, and it feels that, again, yes, you don't pair it with the Wrecking Ball too often, I like the speed. I like to see the aggression come out here. And again, taking a look, Clerky on that Sigma, as we talked about, King, Tree, Mikey, and Juby all riding their way forward. They'll give us a great show. Taking a look on the other side, Clear, Plato, Matt Merck. Gosh dang it, Matt Merck. I heard this on the other side a little bit. I heard a little bit of a talk. I hate the fact that it's coming out right now.
Hey, I'm a bit of a Torbjorn believer, okay?
Listen,
my long-term best friend
I can agree with it.
My long-term best friend is a Torbjorn player, and he has fully convinced me at this point in time that Torbjorn is a viable character, and I think he can be played well. On this map in particular, on Blizzard World in particular, Torb goes a little crazy. He's a bit of a goofy guy. I mean, the Torbjorn, he's such an unexpected pick. He's unconventional. He's weird, and the problem, he's not going to work against the opposing team comp. There's a Sigma. There's a Baptiste. There's a Widowmaker to take him down at the blink of an eye. Torb has one of the largest head hitboxes in the entire game. So you can delete this little man before he gets the chance to fight back. And I'm really curious how well Matt Merck's going to be able to use him, because again, Matt Merck, notorious tank player. Torbjorn, certainly no tank.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a problem that they're going to run into, but they do still, MU, go ahead and place forward that wall that I was talking about. I just wanted like a forward step, right? The shield's still going to be really good, and they are going for that brawl, and then tree off on the side, right? This is perfect. You go ahead and knock out that tower as quickly as possible. That turret is no more. Matt Merck now has to play ground and foot. Juby on the back end, though, having a little bit of trouble and trying to space themselves out properly. It's a little bit of a tough time, though, as BSU have definitely tucked themselves into the point.
Yeah. Boise's done a really good job kind of hiding into the corner there, but King has busted not through the corner, but through the wall itself. Takes Plato out of the equation. Tree gets traded by Matt Merck, and it looks like the Immortality Field can't keep anybody up long enough, including Bagel. Mikey traded out once again. 1 DPS, 1 support missing on both sides. King misses a pivotal melee there, and it's going to be a full heal onto Matt Merck. Clerky does take out Clear amongst the chaos, though, and as Matt Merck will be falling as well. I think Maryville should have this point in hand. The brightest side of this is we're not going to be getting a full hold hybrid, right? We're actually going to get to see a little bit more of the map.
Yeah, that lends into you, though. I think you're very happy. We get to see all the wonderful colors, the happiness, that, hey, we're good to go. And as the skies go ahead and clear outside and inside, it is going to be a push forward. MU happy to take that in the first charge, no less. You hate having to go a second charge. You hate having to go a third. You want to get that payload moving as fast as possible. The fact that they're able to do it and also get King to save that ulti means that this next charge is going to be very, very questionable for BSU.
Yeah, we look at the composition from the side of Maryville, and it is incredibly high damage. 2 of the highest damage DPS, the 2 highest damage damaging supports, and Sigma can just hold this out. All the tanks do about the same amount of damage, all things considered. So Sigma is going to be leading the charge here for Maryville, and King sends out an early pulse bomb. It does force the Immortality Field for Chosen, which does mean that Maryville is going to try to move up through it. No Immortality Fields on the table, all damage efficiently permanent, and this amplification matrix stalling Maryville in their tracks. Plato drops a pulse bomb, actually gives their life for it, and unfortunately cannot find the pulse bomb they were looking for, actually going to fall and give Maryville a numbers advantage once again. I need a bit of supportal combat here from Boise, but as Plato swaps into Sojourn, we have almost entered mirror matchup territory, but a couple of outliers still remain.
Only like 1 or 2, right? You're still looking at pretty much what we would call the mirror matchup, only because of what they're going to do. The exact same composition there is the Gravitic Flex slamming them all down, just pushing them out of the range, and MU just saying, get out of here. MU am mine right now, as Tree snipes out Clear.
Yeah, in a really fascinating composition there, Juby popping the Transcendence in a critical moment, keeps the rest of the team alive, allows Tree to farm up that overclock, in which Tree drops 4 of the 5 necessary eliminations. Not 5, because the Brig had already gone down. Wasn't a Brig to eliminate, but Maryville right now, they lose map number 1. They find themselves in a much better position. They've really turned on the gas here. Looking for that, trying to find a Sig 9 on the side of Boise State. Clear takes them up, and they come down. Everybody standing strong. A small opportunity to strike is going to be in favor of Boise, but it's a 1-1 trade. Plato gives their life. Clerky remains, and Bagel with that whip shot onto Clerky is going to open up some space for Boise. This is a huge moment for the defending squad as they have a critical spawn advantage.
At this point, Bagel's just like, listen, guys, you guys aren't working out as much as possible. Let me go ahead and do the deed myself.
My boy said mace to the face.
The first one.
He said mace to the face over and over. I heard him. He said mace to the face. Bro, Brig is so fun. Maybe she's not the best support, but holy cow, she's fun. Crazy the Reinhardt guy would think Brig is fun, right? But I know, it's crazy. I just like swinging the melee weapons. I can't explain it. Anyway, 2:48 on the clock here, and Maryville has found themselves in a very good position. Even if they got full health for the next 3 minutes, they've made it to the second point of Blizzard World. Somewhere I feel like we rarely get to see. This is a full hold map if I have ever seen one. And Maryville does have the advantage. They're going to have several ultimates going into the next fight, and Boise has to win this one high and dry. Maybe in Ant Matrix if they're lucky, but all things considered, Maryville going to throw it all at the wall and pray anything sticks. The pulse bomb, not going to be one to stick. Amplification Matrix comes out. Immortality Field offline for the side of Mikey. And with a great peaking advantage here, can Maryville just zone Boise off the cart? becomes that much harder as King has already gone down.
Yeah, that's a tough one to hang on to, and MU might have to fall back a little bit, but they still feel quite confident. You can see BSU, though, getting chunked out. Chosen on the backside is trying to eat up as much as can. Clair trying to hold him off as well. Plato on the outside, though, gets locked up, had a little bit of fun, was able to spice it up, but there's a snipe again. Tree takes out Plato, and that's a nasty shot in itself. BSU now had to back up on their own. And the payload being contested here. Clerky says, stay in the hole. You do not want to come out and take what we got. Shields are up, and Maryville, clean house.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal performance from Maryville there. We were seeing a situation in which, you know, like my favorite Sum 41 song says, Boise State was perhaps in too deep. They go all the way into that mega there. They're not able to find the opening they wanted, and they lose their lives for it. It's really difficult to win an advantage, to win a fight like that. When you lose a member, all of a sudden you're forced into a 5v4. You know you have less ultimates than them, and with 3 minutes remaining, Maryville is going to be entering the Castle of Blizzard World, one of my personal favorite points in the entire game. Reinhardt, smile. Boise State has a couple of ultimates to work with here. They've got the Flux, they've got the Overclock, and Maryville has the very same to answer, including a Transcendence from Juby, who is farming these things like they're free.
I mean, listen, the orchard is just right in their backyard. They are trying as hard as they can, but this is Clair sitting up on top.
This could be big.
There's the Matrix. They go ahead and set it. The Flux, I'm so sorry. Plato and Bagel, though, slam it on home, and Plato so happy to run straight through all of them. Maryville go ahead and back their way up. They only lose King, which is not bad, and they still hold ults of their own. Clerky and Tree hang on to theirs, but man, that was a good setup by BSU. They're able to push off once at least.
Boise did everything 99% right there. We saw Juby go down to what had to have been less than 5 HP, but they didn't get that 5-0. Transcendence got popped. Fully disrupted the Gravitic Flux. If they got Juby down, easy fight win for Boise, but unfortunately it's a little bit sloppier. They only get 1 elimination. It's a bit of a stalemate as Maryville has to recontest. With 2 minutes left on the clock, Boise may be playing a delay of the inevitable, right? Using these ultimates, cycling them through, and forcing Maryville at least, a best case scenario, into an overtime cap, because that's when you've kind of won a lost fight, right? It's when you get your opposing team all the way down to 0, and with 100 seconds left, Boise's going to have to make some magic happen as Maryville prepping an ult apocalypse against them. Amplification Matrix the first to make an appearance.
Yeah, listen, I thought that was on earlier, but it's definitely not. Mikey goes ahead and sends it forward. They're going to get the shields out as well. Juvie trying to keep everyone a little bit healthy. BSU already lose Matt Merck, though. That was such a quick frag, and that is such a definite death. Feels back Clear, though, able to stay alive, and it looks like they weathered through most of the storm, but the payload is still moving forward, so MU have already accomplished their mission, and now they're looking for the final push. Only a few more meters to go to be able to claim this first round.
A few more meters to go to get all 3 points in this first round. Something I cannot stress enough is incredibly rare.
Ooh.
Matt Merck lands a phenomenal pulse bomb, but it's actually the opposing Tracer King on a tear right now. 4 eliminations. Matt Merck, the only one left standing, has to go for a recontest. It just gets fully deleted. Discord Orb, a terrifying ability in a moment like that, and all of a sudden, Boise State find themselves not looking so Boise great. Maryville, 50 seconds left in that 3rd point cap. Though not even a win condition, a continuation condition has been set for Boise.
So good, and again, at the very end, we saw the true talent of Maryville right there. They go ham. Again, very mechanically gifted. They were able to roll their way through that tail end. And King, we did say after game number 1, we want to see the rest of the team step up in a big way. And we also talked about the fact that, yes, the higher seed will tend to be freaking phenomenal in games 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever you want to say. King, though. King has impressed me now twice in the early stages, had a great opening move, and then at the very end we saw being able to route out the rest of the team. BSU are going to have to try their own style to do the exact same. That worries me to a very, very small extent, because MU, if they're so good on the attack, we did say BSU, we need to see their attack be just as strong. It worries me that I'm not sure they'll be able to live up to that, but I think they might have some very sneaky plays of their own.
Yeah, without a doubt. We can see Boise State already relying on a little bit of comfortability. I don't want to say what it is till the gates open, till the doors are available. I don't even spoil anything, but I know that Boise State, you know, they looked really good on a lot of these heroes earlier in Maryville, kind of going for that same pattern of safety, of security, of familiarity, I think, in a way. Nobody's going out there to take a risk. Nobody's overextending and nobody's overplaying. They're all falling into what they're known for their comfortabilities. And as the doors get ready to open, I'm a little more comfortable because the defensive team can't swap, so I can talk about the offense. The Genji from Matt Merck here is really fascinating because without an Ana, that blade, of course, loses a lot of sustainability, a lot of viability in these critical fights. But Matt Merck, I mean, I can't say anything bad about this guy. He's one of my favorite collegiate players to watch, so I'm excited to see what he can do with that blade. Maryville, though, being down a map, they've set their own win condition. 3 points caps, 50 seconds on the clock, and one team, 4 minutes separating them from a 1-1 series.
And remember, BSU do have to try and cap this as quickly as possible if they want to match MU. MU are able to do it in one push. Granted, very, very extended push. And it looks like they're already doing a very, very quick push in. Means MU are actually falling back. They're saying, hey, we don't have the right ground. But they go ahead and watch as multiples fall. That is Juby and Mikey annihilated off the side. And MU are being shut down so quickly. What the heck happened? Clerky and Tree able to fire right back, though. So BSU only get 2/3, and they are stopped. Oh, do they keep going? Do they have a lurker? Do they actually have a lurker on there?
Now, that was a phenomenal play there from Maryville. We saw Boise overextend just a little bit into the back line. It actually cost them 2 of their lives, so a 2 elimination bonus for Boise actually turned into a 2-2 trade. All of a sudden, 3 members left standing. The Clair goes down here. That's the end of this fight, so they really need to make sure this Junker Queen stays alive. Only 40% off that rampage. Maryville going to be returning into a full 5 as Boise prepares to do the very same. Matt Burke on the Symmetra of all things. Get that microwave plugged all the way in. The radiation takes King back to the kingdom come. Maryville able to find another elimination onto Clerky in the opening. That Boise need is going to be here. They actually cap 5:10 on the clock, and they put themselves in a pivotal position to find great success. Very similar to what Maryville did, but Maryville lost, I believe, 2 fights in this second point, right? So if Boise can win this in 1 fight, in 2 fights, they can actually get to 3rd point faster than Maryville did and drastically increase their chances of capping with more than 50 seconds.
And remember, we're not saying they have to mirror each other all the way. This is exactly why we're trying to point out that, hey, there are different ways to do it, but if you want to match the timing, you have to keep that in mind, because always, whenever you play land, whenever you play against anyone, you're keeping tabs on the opponent. You're like, okay, they did this. We want to do 1 more than them. You always want to one-up your opponent, and we think Boise definitely feel it. They won game number 1. If they win game number 2, that's going to be huge, and that's going to be a very, very nice stick. Plato in the back line getting ready to work Matt Merck, and Plato just annihilate them. What is this crushing blow? A single ulti from Plato locks up MU.
How do you play Symmetra right now? How did you do that? That's absurd. I mean, to go in on Sim, of all characters, a character notorious for capitalizing on small and close spaces and getting a 3-piece out in open field? Are you serious? A phenomenal performance from Matt Burke. There really does open up the opportunity of Boise to go through and cap. Like I said, if they win this in 1 fight, if they win this in 2 fights, they drastically increase their chances of success. And if they keep playing like this, it's not an increased chance. It's a guarantee. They walk away with a great success. Bagel drops the beat. Photon barrier comes up from Matt Burke, and Boise State with 2 more ultimates in their pocket want to stop Maryville out. They want to stomp out this 2nd point cap, and they want to guarantee themselves what? Nearly 6 minutes on the clock going into 3rd point. Not something we see often, but something Boise's trying to give us a treat of a glimpse at here today.
Are you kidding me? Is MU actually going to be put on the back foot here in this game number 2? Please, that is ridiculous right now. Boise State giving us such a phenomenal show here, and now they're stuck actually exactly where MU were last time. Good little stun comes out, and that's going to be Clear in the back line. Goes ahead and pushes forward, and it's a train of kills across the board. Look at that. The damage deals and the supports get locked out. Matt Merck, Chosen, Mikey, Tree, Juby, everyone falls from the map.
It's going to be a missed pulse bomb from Plato, and King actually takes out Clear in the back line. Now the tank has fallen in Boise State. A fight that was looking so good in favor of Clear. A little bit of an overextension is actually going to cost them this engagement. Oh, dude, that just stinks. I don't even know what word to use right there. That stinks. Clear got a 4-piece, but the remaining member known as King just dissects the Boise offense there and fully caps essentially 30 seconds off a time bank.
That hurts so much. And all I was watching was BSU like, yeah. And then MU were like, nah, we heard you, Orbital. You ain't gonna do anything. Such a nasty time. And now the ultis are all reset as well. So MU gonna step up, say, hey, now you gotta challenge us in 1v1 combat pretty much. You do not get those ultis to kind of crush on right now. And in turn, Clerky is actually gonna have the flux ready to go. Same with Tree actually on that Ash, ready to have Bob thrown ahead. And that's gonna be a big question mark. BSU getting funneled right now.
Yeah, BSU going to be caught into this mini here. This is actually a dangerous spot to be with a character like Sigma or a character like Ash on the other side. That Dynamite or just the general Sigma primary fire can get a lot of value in those enclosed spaces. As we see, the Dynamite comes out, Bob goes up, and Bagel goes down like a bag of rocks taken out of the sky. Matt Burke already in a critical condition as well. King has fallen, and they have been the opener for MU time and time again, but this time everybody's favorite aim Bob is going to be the one to make the space necessary for Maryville to force Boise onto the back foot once again. Clear is out of here, and Maryville looking good to win this fight. I talked about this when Maryville was on the offense. We see people get stalled right here all the time. The defensive spawn advantage is the strongest at any point in this map, maybe except the very, very end. And we see that working really well for Maryville. They lose one, they stall for 6 seconds, and hey, look who's back. It's a 5v5 again.
If you're able to do that with a single ulti, that terrifies me. Maryville are saying, look, we don't need that much. So the threat of ultis up, Clerky with that flux is saying, hey, look, we're going to hang on. The fact that BSU still don't have any ultis except for the beat drop, that should not do anything. That's what terrifies me. You need one of those offensives ready to go. So for right now, BSU going to try and set themselves up. They're still inside the hole, which is surprising, but now they're going to rotate out a little bit more open field, try and get away from that flux and give themselves an opportunity to fight back. They're also on the payload, which has not happened in the last about 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely been a minute since Boise's been able to stand confidently onto the payload like this, but with a couple of ultimates in their side, a lot more than Maryville can bring to the table. Maryville takes up Clair, and if they can get the target focus, they can get Clair out of here, but the beat comes out. Clair still goes down. Incredible that they fall in such a pivotal moment like that, and with a 5-4 advantage, now it's going to be we'll call it a tactical reset from Matt Merck, as the rest of the team will be falling. 40 seconds left on the clock, and I think that honestly probably was a tactical reset because they realized they've got one more fight to work with.
And that one fight has got to be glorious. This is going to be the time. BSU locking in 3 ultis. This will actually be big. Remember, Matt Merck and Plato made the big moves in game number 1, as well as in round 1 when it was actually MU on the offensive. So taking a look at this one, they're getting ready to play forward, and Clair's about to have ulti as well.
Oh, Clair has that Rampage online once again. Boise State, everything except the beat, which they used last fight to keep Clair alive, and unfortunately Clair could not stay into the engagement. 6 seconds left, and it's now or never. The dynamite out, the blade goes up, the pulse comes down, a stun on the Matt Merck gets him removed from this mortal coil as the rally is there to boot. A phenomenal shield bash of that newly utilized rally. The Rampage takes him out, he is stunned away, and Maryville doing a phenomenal job dissecting any and every move Boise can throw at the wall here. Not a single one of them is even gonna hit, let alone stick. Blado takes down Mikey. Can you take down 4 more? Can't do it from the spawn room, my friend, and all of a sudden, we are tied up 1-1 in the NACE Starleague Overwatch 2 Grand Finals.
We got a series of swords rocking out here. Let's take a look at which play this was, because there are so many amazing ones. And hey,
the Bagel
props to Bagel here. I think we know which one this is. Supports don't usually get a whole lot of love, but Bagel definitely taking some home. Huge plays though. Again, Tree at the very end looked phenomenal, and so much of MU, again, pincering around the fact that they scramble so well. There are times where there are teams that very specifically sit on ultis. There are ones that are like, hey, ult onlys, please get us 3 or 4 ults before we go big. MU are sitting there going, we don't need more than just 1, 2, 3 tops. If we have 3 or 4, we actually have too many. We got to expend them as quickly as possible. They do so well about that, and that terrifies me.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at a circumstance in which these teams, Overwatch 2 is trained us. You lose 1 person on your team, the fight's over, reset, get out. In Maryville, they're very much playing with the Overwatch 1 mentality in regards of, okay, losing 1's not the end of the world. Let's stay in here, right? Because in Overwatch 1, it was very common a team loses a stray tank or a single DPS. And for some reason, a 5v6 is so much easier than a 4v5. I don't know what the fundamental explanation for that is, but it's something so many of us really believe. And I definitely want to talk about how great this event is for us, for the schools, and of course, how it couldn't be possible without a lot of great partners like Corsair. Corsair is at the top of the game with all the latest innovations in peripherals. NACE Starleague is powered by Corsair. Click the Twitch panel below or type !Corsair in chat to check out the latest gaming gear. A big thank you and a big shout out to Corsair for helping make NACE Starleague possible.
I mean, this has been phenomenal. And again, at this location, this is something that I fundamentally believe in. The fact that more schools are actively being willing to invest in this scene, and it makes us happy. I mean, like, I talk about it a little bit. I know you're quite young, Septilins, but I am old. I'm sitting at about 30 years old. Back then, we're playing on like hardwood floors. We set up a couple desks, the PCs sometimes don't work. We barely are running Ethernet cables through a full gymnasium. I mean, it's phenomenal seeing the absolute love and care that these organizations actually want to give. And again, thank you so much to those out there that are providing this for us.
Yeah, absolutely. We literally could not do this without partners like Corsair. So thank you, Corsair, so much for everything. And I will say, I may be young, but I'm not young enough to escape the gymnasium lands. I did go to a couple of those growing up, and I remember that, there's something weird about watching people play a video game and still hearing like the squeak of shoes on a basketball court. Yeah. It's very disorienting. But we did get a little bit of information there. I didn't hear the name, but somebody is swapping somebody out. Ooh. So one of these teams is feeling a little uncomfortable perhaps in this circumstance. It's a 1-1 series, pretty close all things considered. We've seen a 1-map victory, rather dominant on either side, and now going into what I believe will be Escort. So this is where we're going to be seeing Dorado, Rialto, Circuit Royale, one of those maps. Making a substitution here does indicate a little bit that maybe we're getting a team comp we haven't seen yet.
Yes, and I would actually say we've had brawls actually set up for a majority share of this, and it's just kind of like the battering ram. We did see a little bit of a pinch of the Widowmaker come out, but it didn't hold as well as I think they really wanted to, so it was immediately swapped out. We didn't get to see the full force of it. Going into Escort, this does lead me into possible thoughts of I think King's Row is, or not King's Row, my brain does not want to work right now. Don't worry about that, don't listen to me. But it's still like we're looking at maybe high value, high rise targets, you know, a little bit more verticality in there, and that's what makes me very, very happy because, again, I love the Widowmakers, I love angles, but it's also has not been tried just yet, so... You know, maybe we get it. If we don't, then, you know what, go back to Brawl. Have fun. Go ahead, get the ranking ball, do whatever you want. But I do want to see, you know, that long range. And even Junkrat. Send the Junkrat out. Go for long range. Go for just try and lay flat damage. At this point, you've realized the bully damage is not exactly working as much.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're looking at that circumstance in which I'm a Junkrat player, right? I'm a tank player when I'm trying, but when I want to have fun, I'm a Junkrat player at heart.
Because we don't have to aim. You don't actually, you just fire.
Yeah, I love Junkrat. Any character.
Someone's going to murder me for that,
Are you noticing a pattern here? I love Ryan, I love Junkrat, I love May, and I love Brig. What do all four of those characters have in common? I don't have to aim, okay? I used to be great at this game when I could use a controller. Going to a PC is a whole new beast, so I've got the brain of a great player, but unfortunately not the mechanics of one. So when I don't have to aim, my odds go up a little bit. But I do think you bring up an interesting point, right? Circuit Royale in particular has the largest natural high ground defense for their advantage for a defensive team. And I think we're going to be seeing that on a lot of maps. You know, you see that on a map like Junkertown Second Point. There's that natural high ground for the defense, and the offense has little to no high ground in that circumstance. So it forces you into a very weird kind of, not a back foot, but just like a general disadvantage going into the engagement. Then you have to be running the considerations. Are we going to be seeing, you know, a Doomfist or a Winston or a Diva or somebody that can close that gap really quickly? Are you going to be playing somebody like an Orisa and a Reinhardt and have a Symmetra on your team? Are you willing to take a risk like that? There's so many variables in play right now, but as we go into Escort, I think the number one thing I'm confident that I can't say confident most likely in the same sentence, that I'm confident we're going to see probably Widowmaker. And if not Widowmaker, Hanzo. Because those two snipers, they just run the Escort game. And I think on any Escort map I can think of, Widowmaker is a staple.
Yeah, and the crazy thing as well, the more that you talk about it, the more it scares me because we actually saw both DPS coming out here on either side being very good at getting flanks off. And I mean, honestly, what does a Widowmaker hate most? Being surprised on the back end. So you take a look at Plato, King, and Tree, all three of these. And the only reason I excluded one more is because that's actually where the swap came in. Goblin is coming in for that side of Boise. So this is the scary part. I do want to see long range, but you do have to have in the back of the mind, you could get flanked very easily. If the team starts reading, hey, Widowmaker, which again, it's very common, I think, right now, it's the idea of, well, crap, we always have to watch our back. We always have to have someone waiting for that flank, and it diverts attention away from your frontal push. If you have to alleviate your frontal push to give someone like eyes on the back of their head, that's not how you actually want to play.
Yeah. I feel like I can't be right with what I'm about to say next, but I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there anyway.
Let's do it.
Goblin is one hell of a Bastion player. I mean, just a phenomenal Bastion player. One of the best that I've had the chance to see. Like, he's really good at it. I think Bastion's a lot of fun, but Goblin doesn't just play Bastion, he plays Bastion well. Like, it's quite impressive the caliber at which he's able to play a character that a lot of people consider not to be meta, right? It's not rare that it is rare that we see a player go out and do such a good job on a character that's not so good. But you've got to wonder, this is the map in which the Team Comp pirate ship was made, right? And we can't implement that same composition, but I'm saying there was a time in which Bastion was meta on this map. Is that what we're going to be seeing from Goblin, or is it instead a different pick, a weirder pick? I honestly have no idea, but I'm super excited. There's a lot of characters I thought we were going to be seeing, and we just haven't. You know, I thought we were going to be seeing, like, Ramatra. I thought we were going to be seeing some May, some Hanzo. None of them have made an appearance yet, so I'm hoping I'm right somewhere along the line.
I love the fact that you have to keep bringing that up, because you and I were sitting there before we got here today, and
we took
it's literally
so many notes.
We have notes. We have notes. We have everything. Just toss it out the window. Just screw it. We're good. There it is, though. This is what we expected. Both teams are currently sitting on the Widowmaker, not just at the Hanzo, so very much that long range, which again, on Junkertown, understandable. This is the appropriate map for it.
I have a confession.
Uh-oh, what's that?
I knew Goblin was going to play Widowmaker. I was just really hoping it was Bastion.
That's also
he's
fair.
an incredible
but it's
Widow.
True. It's true, though. We wish.
Yeah, Goblin's an incredible Widowmaker, but I thought if I said Bastion, maybe he'd get like a sixth sense and be like, maybe I should play Bastion. But unfortunately, it does not work like I wanted it to. you, but I guess not everything is about me at the end of the day, as much as I want it to be. But Boise State bringing out that double sniper composition, Maryville mimicking the very same. And I think this is going to be really fascinating because I think this is the first time we've seen a Zen on both sides.
Yeah, we've seen it actually hop on either side, actually, depending if they're on the attack or defense.
Right.
But the fact that you're actually running this on both excessive attack and defense is the weird part. This is fundamentally just like, hey, we only have like one composition we're going to run on this map. We're just going to run it on both sides. That actually leads me to MU actually having a fairly nice time. I think this is going to lead to them having larger opportunities. Again, for them, sniping is going to be nicer. They get the angles, they get the jumps, they get the actual forward momentum to push forward. And that scares me for BSU because BSU are literally just like challenging them.
100%.
They're running straight to them and just like, I throw my white hanky at you. I challenge you to a duel.
You've activated my trap card, Maryville may say, in a situation like this. And I think it's fascinating because we see a circumstance in which we're seeing kind of a mirror matchup for the first time in the entire series. We're going to be seeing the same 5 characters on both sides, and the first elimination is the most pivotal unless it is counted out by the exact same trade. I feel so cool. I was just about to say that, and then it immediately happened. Both Zenyatas go down. The teams are forced into a 4v4 scenario. The accretion comes up. Clerky is going to be able to get that block out, misses the accretion of their own, but Overwatch isn't in a situation in which we're seeing a set meta, right? We have seen nearly every character in the game already 3 maps in, with this constant continued switch that we're seeing. But when people say, you know, what's the closest to the meta, it's a one-shot meta. That's a Hanzo, that's a Widowmaker, that's a double sniper composition like we're seeing from Boise and Maryville right now. Boise is going to be able to find that secondary blood onto Tree. It's not answered back on the side of Maryville, but it looks like they're not going to be using it yet. A grapple into spawn forces King out of the Genji, and that change alone can really begin a bit of a snowball against Boise.
Of course, and also where that payload is currently sitting is apt for BSU. You actually saw where Clair was sitting just right out in the open, sending the shield down, but it gives so much room for Goblin and Plato to just have fun. They're literally just sprinting around, slingshotting around to try and find an angle, and they're making wonders happen. But here we go, a little bit of push in by MU.
Kid's a maniac here. Goblin hasn't missed a headshot so far. Poor Mikey gets caught with the accretion. The stun is way too long to survive when the whole enemy team is looking at you, and his King gets removed by some supportal combat as well. That is a huge opportunity for Boise to restabilize. I can't believe we're already sub 2 minutes. I feel like I blunk, and all of a sudden we find ourselves 2 minutes gone on this primary attack. A full hold against Maryville would be baffling. I mean, it's something that no team has been able to do before. Boise would certainly be setting history in this moment.
I mean, history could be made at any point in time, and that's the crazy thing. No matter what, we always watch a best moment could be had, and King getting ready to line up. But Clerky also with that ulti is getting ready to set up 92% and counting. So I really want to watch eyes again. Mikey as well. But Clear and Chosen have it as well and are also set up more. But Chosen gets a battle, and Tree says, sit down, everyone.
Oh my goodness!
With the 3 says, give us everything. And the follow-up from Clerky as well. Ultis, we do not care. MU slam the door shut.
I mean, only a single ultimate from the side of Maryville as well. Tree hitting the emote for his guaranteed play of the game as of right now. And like you said, throw an H in there, turn Tree to 3, and Maryville find themselves in a very comfortable position, capping that first point, 3.5 minutes. The second point, though, this actually is one of the lowest capture rates in the entire game, is Junkertown's second point. So let's see if Maryville can keep their momentum moving, because if the wheels don't stop, you don't really have to worry about statistics, right? You want to spend as little amount of time in here as possible, and Maryville has plenty of ultimates to make that happen if they need to use them. Another headshot from Tree takes out Bagel. Another headshot from Tree takes out Clear, and that is 5 of 10 that is 6 of 10 possible eliminations in 2 fights from Tree. Just an absolute mad lad on the Hanzo right now, and exactly what Maryville needed in a moment that was feeling a little too close for comfort.
Goblin got like 1 headshot on Tree, and Tree took it very personally. There were some very harsh words sent across with a couple bow and arrows as well as a couple bullets. And there it is, Goblin forced off of that Widowmaker. And of course, we understand this is that point where you start turning, you start going ahead, swapping out here as we get into that halfway through second point. But Goblin being forced off hurts quite a bit. And now 4 ultis currently alive for MU. Plato, though, annihilating Mikey in the back line. And now it's only the Zen getting ready to help out the rest of the team. It is MU. Call of the Dragon coming in here. And that's going to clear out a majority share of the team from BSU. They have to hightail it back out.
I really liked those Dragons. I think it was really good at clearing space and giving Maryville the opportunity they needed to claim that high ground to get the opportunity. It was not used for damage, that's for sure. If you got an Elim, that's great, but you needed that proper space. Nobody can walk into a Dragons, and they knew they were going to have to give it up a little earlier than anticipated. Maryville committing 1 ultimate in that engagement. Boise coming in with 4.5 of their own. A lot to work with, but I think we're going to be seeing a lot of counter ults. Maybe a Flux for a Flux, a Trank for a Trank. No Amp for Amp, as Chosen is a little bit behind here, as Mikey has already used one and is halfway to another. Clair is very low.
Time is ticking away as well as we're down to about a minute 40. BSU rocking with their ultis up, and this is going to be big. There it is, as Zenyatta ult just a space out, and that's Plato on the top rungs trying to get some angles, but it is MU2 again. They're so scrappy. They're able to bounce back, even in the face of all these ults thrown at them, even at all the onslaught. They are able to hang on, maintain their advantage, and keep pressing forward. They are not stopping, just a little bit further to cap.
Dragons come out here from Plato. It's going to be able to separate a lot of Maryville, force out an early immortality field, and a lot of the damage from Boise should be permanent. Now, the problem, Orbital, did they overplay their hands at a pivotal moment? No ultimates remaining. Maybe a Blade if they're fast enough, but turns out they don't have to be. Some great damage as the Zen takes out the Hanzo, and the Hanzo takes out the Zen. Boise State going to be having a critical numbers advantage. Mikey jumps onto the high ground, a desperate play to keep the team alive, and unfortunately desperate it turns out to be. 60 seconds remaining. That's probably one good fight, and then what I like to call a panic push, where you're just trying to touch the cart in the final 10 seconds to force an overtime. Can Maryville give us the Blizzard World experience? Can they cap this second point in overtime once again?
What were we talking about? The sunk cost fallacy, right? You put so much in and you don't get as much as you thought, so you go, oh man, I gotta get even more. You step over that threshold and bam, you are met by that stone wall. BSU played it perfectly, and now Goblin ready to go with their own ulti. The Blade will come out and wreak havoc if given the opportunity. MU though getting prepped on their own side. Mikey with that Matrix ready to go, and they do pop it as soon as possible.
Interesting. A fascinating Matrix placement here from Mikey, but I think though it's more intentionally brought up to get the damage out from the Zenyatta and the healing from the Bat to almost make up for that missing player. Goblin goes in, the Blade comes out, two have fallen. Can Goblin get the equalizer they need? My goodness, Tree tears them apart and right into the wood chip where you go, my friend. Maryville finding the numbers advantage they need, and in overtime, looking like they should be able to cap this second point. Almost to see, now they forget the card for just a second, but not nearly enough for us to dwell on it. And with 4 members standing on cart, no touch from Boise State, Maryville will get into that third point. 90 seconds. If they're going to cap your Orbital, it will be with nothing left on the clock.
And that actually hurts. Again, we were talking about the fact that BSU being able to force MU into the situation is so crucial. Being able to possibly stop MU from not capping all the way on 3. This is huge for them, and BSU know it. Clear, though, getting taken quite low. Goblin able to find Mikey in the back line, so that is the support down. BSU ready to roll forward, though, still staying on point. MU still pushing that cart forward as much as possible, and Juby hiding underneath the rungs, trying to lay down some damage and get some heals ready to go as well. BSU, though, ready to go. 3 ultis, 2. I'm so sorry, I can count, don't worry.
Almost
that is
4.
going to be the flux ready to go.
So, I mean, you're someone in the middle there, because there's about 4 ultimates at the ready. Now it's 3 is clear, is going to be sent back to that spawn room a little early. Maryville going to be having very close to an old apocalypse of their own, and a lot of these players, I think we're back to kind of that game of chicken. Nobody wants to overextend with their ultimate, because a lot of them will be answered out by another. Tree drops some silent dragons up onto the high ground, and this Goblin gets caught out by an absolute ton of damage. They're going to be falling there too. Clerky once again. Clear gets back just in time for Goblin to go down, and Boise's second fight in a row is stuck in a 4v5. A 4v5 so much harder to win than a 5v6, and Boise now with lots of ults to work with, going to try to make something out of what is currently nothing, not in a negative way, just in terms of momentum. It is certainly on the side of Maryville, but they've got so many ults to work with. They can certainly stall out these last 13 seconds, but if they can actually prevent the cap, that's what matters. Goblin out of the Widow there, gets taken out by Tree. The Flux goes up. I don't think anybody really gets caught by it. The Dragons come out, but reverse synergy does not work well. Juby drops Transcendence. The space is being made here on the side of Boise, and they're down to 0. But the Flux from Clerky sends him up. King there to slice and dice, and it's going to be a 1-1 trade in the support line until King and Clerky clean house, and all of a sudden Junkertown looking very, very good for Maryville. Just like Blizzard World, they make it all the way to the end, and a win condition has actually a continuation condition has been set for Boise. They have to cap all 3, then we have to go into extra rounds, and hopefully Junkertown is going to work a little bit better for Boise, though, as Blizzard World was a bit quieter than I would have liked.
It was, and again, it started out with that long-range DPS battle between the 2 teams. It really slowed down the pace there. We got stuck right there, I think, at first checkpoint, right? Got stuck right on the open. It was Clear that was just like, yeah, this is perfect for me. It stalled out so much time, and then in second cap rotation, MU struggled right at that foothold. They were sitting there and going, what can we do? They kept bouncing. They overstepped, right? We saw Tree, King, and Clerky step a little bit too far. BSU, though, they saw the mistakes being made, so now they have a chance to say, okay, we know that MU run sometimes that same composition, maybe a little different this time, but if you can avoid the mistakes that MU made, if you can skirt around those, you have a better chance at completing with a bit more time on your clock.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Boise, if they can play the way they did toward the beginning of Blizzard World and keep that momentum, this should be a very easy 3-point cap. And I think we're seeing kind of the disadvantage of the Boise composition is when they lose momentum, they often struggle to get it back. We saw that opening from Boise back at the beginning of the day when Goblin and Plato had their playground for a while, right, for about 2.5 minutes. But the second that momentum was lost, I unfortunately don't think we really saw either of them bounce back in their entirety. It kind of became the Tree King show from there. But if Boise can dominate early in this opening engagement, they can actually find themselves a very positive advantage state moving into the rest of the fight. Let's see if Maryville lets them open up earlier, if it's instead going to be a Maryville domination.
I love that King just peeks over the railway. It's just like, please give me a headshot. Please give me a chance here. Nope. Shield was up. They knew what was coming, and they're ready for it. Again, a dance of duelists in King and Goblin. Goblin right back on that ish, and I'm so excited to see what they can do. But Tree, most notably, we saw a float between the Tracer and all, but Tree sitting on that Hanzo saying, give me a chance once again. We're right back to mirror composition. We know how this worked out. BSU did quite well, holding it down, burning about a minute off the clock. So if I'm saying any side is leaning, I think BSU understand exactly what they have to do to keep this payload moving.
And I like that Goblin and King are both playing this very cautiously because they know the second they peek the wrong angle, their haircut's going to come a little too short and they're going to put their team in a disadvantaged state. Just like that. Goblin has the lineup, he's got the angle, and he's got the one shot he needs to dethrone the King in a pivotal moment. Boise a minute off the clock already, moving forward as Mikey is going to be forced onto the Mega, King onto the Genji here, and it's that constant rock, paper, scissors. Widow didn't work, let me try Genji. Genji doesn't work, let me try Tracer. But we need to see if we get there first. Clerky and Mikey going to high-five each other back to the spawn room, and Boise should have this first point advantage about a minute earlier than Maryville was able to find 5:17 on the clock.
And I think that speaks back to the first round when we saw MU trying to attack. The fact that BSU were able to take that same composition and run it so well on the defensive side of all things meant the mechanics right there were so on point. And now on the attack, we see why it's so good. And we are going to see that swap almost immediately. King now swapping over to that Genji saying, I cannot compete. I have to wait. I have to use a different strategy. BSU still rushing. Take a look at that. Their ultis are still not online. They're still saying, screw it. We're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep rolling through. They are moving so quickly through this second half, or this second checkpoint.
You know, when it comes to ultimate charging, there's a weird kind of, I don't want to call it a disadvantage, but something that makes it a little harder is if you cap fast enough, you don't have your ultimates going into that next fight. Like Boise's kind of learning the hard way right now. I'm sure they knew that already. It's not learning, it's just unfortunate. But as a triple kill comes out from Tree once again, we see Boise really just feeling confident in this advantage state, and then all of a sudden, one player flips it around, right? Tree finds a 4K, looking for that clean ace, and just can't find the headshot, but you've definitely got to be proud of the lineup you have seen so far. My goodness! Clair is down, and Tree doing a phenomenal job keeping Maryville in this race.
This was exactly the same time Tree actually popped up on the attack as well. This was the exact same moment where there's just like, listen, I got some words to speak and I'm ready to go. Got the dragon ready to roar as well. And BSU have to be aware of it. Goblin going into the heat-seeking mode, getting ready to snipe out a few more players, but I don't think anyone's in position to help out. BSU are still waiting to corral around, still waiting for that flux of their own, so they cannot make use of this ulti. You can see Chosen and Plato trying to hold off on their own edge, and they actually lose it. Plato is going to launch the dragon, try and clear out space, get some damage a little bit as well. Clair just right into the mainstay.
Yeah, Clair, I do not like that play at all. I think there were a lot of ultimates coming out from the side of Maryville. A bit of an overextension is going to go a really long way. You wanted to take an inch, and instead you lose a mile for it. You lose all your momentum, and it's going to be a clean team kill from Maryville, only using 2 ultimates during that chaos. The Transcendence to keep the team alive, and the Ant Matrix to guarantee the end of that fight. 2 of the 5 minutes Boise found already off the clock with a couple of changes coming out. All of a sudden, this fight could be a little more in their favor. Tree is down, and the most impactful player so far from Maryville has been removed. This is Boise's time to full throttle run it down and get control of that cart once again.
I mean, they're trying, but you can see it's actually Clerky just hanging on by a thread, and this is Goblin now swapping out again. This is the 3rd hero swap that we've seen so far, and it may be working. Goblin able to save life, Plato able to find Juby in the back line, and that means Mikey and the rest of the squad have to run away. The heal comes out, but King gets stunned up. Now rushing back with the rest of the squad, so Clerky says, okay, we're hightailing it out. That is a great rush that BSU were able to hang on to. King and Mikey fall. 2 lost, so MU concede.
Yeah, you have to concede here. They lose 3 now of their players, with Maryville having a lot of ultimates to work with. They may be able to find a recontest unless Boise keeps 3 on the card. There was actually 0 on the card for a second, so all of a sudden, I don't think we're getting 3, but Boise find themselves in a really interesting position. Tree goes down late in the back line, and I think Boise really does put themselves in an advantageous spot because of that. That's the Dragons offline. There's a Flux, there's a Dry Blade, but Boise can have a couple ultimates of their own, including that Transcendence to answer back. Something tells me Maryville has that proper information, the old tracking they understand. That was a fight we're going to lose either way. Let's not not feed them the additional ult charge. 3:35 on the clock here. A minute and a half, no, sorry, just 2 minutes longer than Maryville had when they capped this opening point. And what a shot from King there. Headshot onto Plato does disrupt Boise's momentum once again. A repeat of that first point cap, right? They cap it and they immediately lose the next fight.
They really do, but it's still leading to the fact that BSU were able to do it so much faster. They're going to have so much more time to play with, and that
it's okay
gives
to
them
lose
so much comfort.
Yes.
It's that feeling of, if we mess up, that's okay. We took a chance. We still can bounce back. But Tree, though, Tree is now going to get very, very spatially aware. They're going to start running around, trying to find this extra angle to catch BSU off guard, especially with some of the angles that BSU themselves, Plato and Goblin, have been working their own side, and that's going to be huge. Ulti being dropped in. Clair tried to line it up, was only able to grab one, and now that's a little bit of a hack coming out. That's awesome to see as BSU hold on steady. Mikey, Juby, and Clicky all lose their lives, and King and Tree can do nothing about it. They are trying their best, but in the wayside, Tree falls as well.
I'm not gonna lie, Orbital. I'm not sure how I feel about that fight win from Boise. They used all three of the ultimates they had in that moment. I think the Transcendence makes a whole bunch of sense, right? Had to stop the Blade. That's exactly how you counter that. The EMP Flux combo, the EMP actually came a little late in that circumstance, and I think the fight was kind of already tipped, right?
Yep.
I think the EMP could have been held on to a little bit, but hindsight's 20/20. You've got 2 full minutes. I'm not going to dwell on it forever. Some early Dragons from Plato is going to make some more space and allow Boise to rear that final corner. Now they find themselves just under 20 meters away from capping the third point and forcing an overtime here. If they do force overtime, Maryville will be bumped up to 1 minute, and I believe Boise will get an additional minute. I think that's how that works. I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. Immortality Field online here for Chosen and Matrix to boot. Not going to be using it to keep the team alive, but as the Flux comes out, they know darn well that Immortality Field is nowhere to be found. Clear, I cannot believe you are still breathing, and it looks like Bagel won't be for long. And Matrix comes out at the end of a lost fight, and Boise, another ultimate they're going to want back.
The fact that they only lost 1 in that entire engagement, did not get 3 wiped or anything like that, is a testament to BSU's scrappiness as well. These two teams love to scrap, they love to stay alive, but there it is. Tree, I said Tree was going to find the angle over and over again, and killing Goblin opened up a massive corner. The pincer has now taken Chosen and Clear as well. As the front line falls, BSU have to back away.
Yeah, I think Boise needed to get out of there as soon as that first support had gone down, but they're not going to be able to do quite yet. 76 seconds left, not nearly as much as they had the 3-something they started with, but they've still got plenty of time. Even capping with a single second here, I believe, does make a difference. Over a minute is even better, so Boise does want to find themselves in that position. They're farming a couple of ultimates. They're approaching. They might have them by next fight, but it shouldn't be next fight. It needs to be this one. If you want to finish with anything on the clock, and Maryville can have plenty of ultimates of their own to answer this team out and force them onto the back foot. Dragons from Tree, a whole bunch of damage. Forces Immortality Field and deletes Chosen from this mortal coil. Maryville, a lot of ultimates in this final engagement, and I almost wish Boise would have held on. Oh, wait!
Oh my god!
Hello?
Are you kidding me? Unsuspecting right there. The Gravitic Flux forced the rest of MU up. They could not contest. They were shoved off. They did not keep eyes on the prize, and BSU sneak in that clutch. They have a minute 43. MU have 1. But are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, Orbital, there's this great quote. I can't remember who said it, but I think it goes along the lines of, it really do be like that sometimes. it really, really do. I mean, that is so unbelievably unfortunate. The execution from Boise State there, just getting the Gravitic Flux up, eliminating the one person that didn't get caught by it, and capping point right underneath, attack objective unspecified. That's basically a W, baby. A 43-second advantage here. This is going to be really difficult, and both teams are essentially going to have one fight. If you get stalled in that first fight, it is rare you win the second with this little amount of time on the clock. Now, Boise has just over 100 seconds, 40 more than Maryville has, but in reality, those 40 seconds alone don't often make the difference. The team with the smaller time bank will be on the attack first, so it is Maryville's job right now to set their own loss conditions. Will they go down in this series in the next 2 minutes and 43 seconds, or can they full hold Boise here on Junkertown first?
And the thing about it is, if you look back historically, with just these two teams, specifically on this map, who has won that initial start checkpoint more? Who has actually looked much stronger? We both know it. It's Boise. They've also won with that exact composition, and they're running right back to it. So MU, no, they're in a difficult spot. They cannot take those fights. Goblin is going to possibly win out against Tree and King. That's why King is not actually on the Widowmaker, going for that Tracer. Has to shake something up. So I love that understanding. MU conceding, respecting the fact that BSU can play the comp a little bit better. Have to find that different angle, and already they are pushing as fast as possible.
They're pushing as fast as they possibly can. They're going to be able to find that lineup, but not long enough. The critical power player known as Mikey has been removed by none other than Goblin, who has gone nothing short of Goblin mode for the entirety of this map so far. 20 seconds left, 5v4, and all of a sudden Maryville needs to win this fight. They need to find an engagement, and this tree goes in off the wide corner, sets that recon bolt into the distance. Gets the retail on to where a couple of players are going to be, but it's that Panic Storm arrow that finds no purchase. Down to the final 10. And what a shot! Oh, it was the Immortality Field. Dang it, I thought it was a headshot. Goblin did find a headshot on the King, however, and puts Boise into a better position once again. They lose the Hanzo. They go for a secondary approach, and even that will fall just a little bit short. King swapping to Widow here is an insanely risky choice, and Goblin taken down with the hand of Bagel there. Double elimination from Tree. Jumps into the backline, looking for 3. Mercy me, Boise going to be looking a little bit rough here as Maryville going to cap that first point with glee.
You know what? I give it a lot. We said there had to be even more action from MU. They had to do something different, and it was. Tree stopped staying in the back line, went straight forward. That's exactly how they won the other checkpoints. Tree went super aggro aggressive, got in the faces of BSU. BSU were not able to reconcile with that fact, and they made it work. So phenomenal time here, but it's full on press right now.
Yep.
BSU, they just need one good team fight.
Yeah, the second you let go of that card, you're done. Game over. You're going to have to all of a sudden tip the scales over against your opponent. I've got to say Tree playing with the power of a complete and total forest right now. I mean, this is no individual. This is somebody coming through and just deadlifting the roster of Maryville into this possible success position they find themselves in. Amplification Matrix onto the high ground from Chosen, and it looks like it's not going to do much as Tree finds a huge headshot. Bagel wants to make up for that missing space. The Dragons come out. King gets dethroned, and it's going to be a 4v4. Immortality Field offline. Creation found 1. Goblin did find the King, and as Mikey sends a late Am Matrix out, this could be a critical value and not long enough. Power player down. Tree has been derooted, and Mikey gets the trade onto Goblin. Plato finds another one. It's up to the DPS line of Boise to carry, and as one of them has already fallen, Clerky takes out Clair. Boise keeping it so close, but close looking at counting horseshoes and hand grenades, and neither involved in this current fight. Maryville continuing to dominate, only 60 seconds, and they should be able to make it all the way to the second point. That's the upside. Downside, a Sig 9 could be right around the corner if Clair can pull this off.
I don't even care. The fact that MU are still pushing by keeping that payload moving, that is ridiculous to see. They have done such phenomenal work. There's a reason they are considered some of the best here in the league. There's a reason they are top 3 right now, and this is it. Under pressure, having to keep their eyes on the prize. They have not slowed, but Plato might have some extra words to say. Same as Tree and King.
We're all a 2-2 trade right now. No supports for the line of Boise and Tree. How are you back this far? How did you get here? I cannot believe the Tree's just all the way back here. Tries to get the lineup shot, but Juby and King cleaning up the card. Poor Goblin, the last one left standing with 60 seconds. They have made it all the way to the third and final point of Junkertown. The win condition was set, was achievable for Boise all the way up until second point cap, but now this is where we enter the realm of impossibility. This is the stories of heroes that make it this far with 60 seconds. Tree removes Goblin, who just can't get out of the way fast enough, and Maryville, they are hungry for this trophy.
The fact that Tree was even allowed to have a 1v1 sniper duel with Goblin should be ridiculous. BSU were not able to follow up behind it, and that is a ridiculous, unfortunate mistake, I think, right there. BSU now have to scramble. They have to get the Torbjorn out. They're actually doing it here. MU understand they have done something ridiculous, and Tree is riding the absolute high there. Stopped right in front. King goes ahead and takes out the turret that was set down very, very hastily, and they are still alive. King finds one. King with the ulti, watches through the red,
Ain't
and
no way.
slaughter BSU where they stand. They're gonna go with 60 seconds from start to finish off this round.
That's nuts. I don't even know what to say, bro. That's crazy.
I have never seen that, by the way.
I'm flabbergasted, dude. That's absurd. I cannot believe Maryville comes out and caps all 3 points with only 60 seconds to work with. It's rare we see somebody cap first point with a minute on the clock, let alone all 3 in a guaranteed, like, 2.5-minute overtime. Now Boise, 103 seconds. Orbital, they have to do it again. They have to do it. They have to match Maryville. Then we go into extra rounds of Junkertown. So this is a Herculean task for Boise from here on out. And I know the next map type is going to be push.
Oh my gosh.
This is a first to 3, not a first to 2. So Maryville winning this one does not seal the deal, does not end the map, but it is going to be a tough matchup. And Maryville, they are going with what I would like to call one of my favorite plays. I call this the Havana hold orbital. This is where a team just high-fives your spawn door and does not let you leave. This is critical in a moment like this because even if they lose the fight takes 30 seconds, that's a free 30 seconds you took off the clock, right?
Easy.
If you win the first fight, you force a minute. That's a full minute of the 100 seconds off the clock. So there is so much to work with in a moment like this, and it's going to have to work well for Maryville. I'm going to be honest, with the comp we're seeing, Boise does not seem any the wiser.
I don't think they're expecting it either. They don't expect it in such a high-tense scenario. Okay, there we go. They're understanding that this is going to be a chance, so a little bit of a swap out, and there it is. Oh, Goblin him up, and there's the wall. They are holding him off. Oh, no, BSU, they have no idea. Tree annihilates Plato where they stand. That was one of the long-range engagements. Goblin is getting ready to set up a king. Locks him down once again. Clarky slaughters Clear. The tanks fight the tanks, and everyone dies. Are you kidding me? MU stall out at least 20 seconds.
This is why they're one of the top 3 teams in the country, bro. I mean, this is just Maryville doing Maryville things. I talked about the lack of power Reinhardt offers in a lot of ways here in the current state of Overwatch 2, but Clerky able to make him work well, winning the 1v1, and King on the May here, I think one of the most powerful individual characters in the entire game. You get that Hanzo down, you get rid of the space Boise had found, and with less than a minute on the clock here, they have to get all the way to the 6th point of Junkertown, a near impossible task, but Maryville did it, right? I mean, it's possible, it's achievable, but right now, Boise's got to get on their own spawn to try and make it happen.
I was literally about to say, the impossible just occurred, Septilence.
As soon as I said it, man.
I don't think we can even say that anymore, but Tree is making sure that the improbable does not happen.
Wow.
Tree shuts him down, a 5-player kill streak, straight up revenge kills right now against Goblin, against Plato, against Chosen, against Bagel. It has been a full time of freedom for Tree right now.
Tree should go down here. All things considered. Let's watch. Let's just watch. Hold on, let's see. No, there we go. Okay. Tree finally goes down. King gonna fall as well. With 15 seconds left on the clock, it looks like Boise will finally be able to make it out of that spawn. It's a very difficult spot to be in, but I think Maryville played that as perfectly as they could. Took it from a 100 Took it from 100 seconds to 15 to 0, basically. Boise cannot let go of this card, and the confidence to keep one person on card right now, kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad to see they're bumping it up to 2. You need to move this card as far as you can, as fast as you can, or it can spell disaster. So all things considered, I think I want to see Boise sticking to 2 on cart, 3 on cart, but only keeping 1 there. A good shatter ends this run for you.
Oh, they're so scared, and you can see it here. They are chasing forward. BSU have the ultis as well. Clear is able to find Mike in the back line. Remember, Tree can't take away low. Tree's down as well.
The cart.
No, we're going to have a chance here. They get back on the cart. That is going to be the ulti coming out of the Hanzo. Hanzo clears out the site, and that is Goblin, Clear, and Bagel still ready to go. They have to contest 1 more. They punch him up in the air, and they slaughter. King is down. Are you kidding me? BSU are doing it too.
This is tough. This is tough, Orbital, because BSU did it once, okay? They're going to be able to cap first point here. They're going to get no additional time for capping because we are in overtime. We see 4 ultimates on the side of Maryville right now. One of them being an Earth Shadow. We see a Blizzard, one of the easiest ways to get the opposing team off the cart. And I'm yet to see a beat from the side of Bagel. Only 92%, only 8% away. Goes in for the punch. A great disruptor from Clear. Does allow them the 4th point, but you don't need the 4th. You need the 6th. And you're going to have to do it well with no ultimates on your side. Kitsune rush and a beat just around the corner. A meteor strike could go up. There's the Blizzard to boot. Nobody's on the cart, and it comes to a close as quickly as that. Maryville going to be able to win Junkertown, map number 3, and put themselves on series points of the NACE Starleague Overwatch 2 Spring Grand Finals.
I feel like BSU and MU are Vegeta and Goku going at it back and forth, and then it came down to a close. Vegeta was like, I got you now, and then it was just Goku like, nah, let me show you Super Saiyan real quick. That ridiculous hold the entire way through an OT was a fantastic display, and I'll say that again and again for those that may just be tuning in, ready to watch, some of their favorite friends and family here. That is not normal. And I don't even want to say not even normal. We rarely ever see that. That is like, for me, I've been casting for 8 years. I've been casting Overwatch for a decent time. I have yet to ever see that. As the first time I've seen someone go with only 1 minute, by the way, with 1 minute to take all 3.
Yes, it is something that I've seen probably less than 10 times, and I've been casting Overwatch for over 4 years. Yeah, I mean, I've been around long enough to absolutely agree that is insane. It is not something we see particularly often, and I am just gonna out loud say, I don't know if we're supposed to take a break right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and wait for someone to tell me we are, but I feel like we are supposed to be taking a break, but either way, we've got so much to talk about that it truly does not matter. I mean, we've got to talk about Boise coming in, overperforming on the offense there, but unfortunately, like you mentioned, losing in those rounds. We're seeing a 6-point cap with less than a minute. That is like a historical feat. That is something that only a top 3 team in the country is going to pull off, and of course, they're able to pull that off pretty effectively.
And we have to lay it on. We have to say there is one specific person for that. Yes, everyone on Maryville did it, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. A tree grew, dropped a crap ton of saplings, and said, "Let me carry. We are making this a force and our home." Tree ran us ragged, and again, it was that change. We called it before because honestly, Matt Merck getting pushed out for Goblin, it was a call, and we were very curious if that would work. Goblin did well. Let's not dispute that. Goblin did well, and then Tree just ran it home.
Yes, Tree did a phenomenal job, and now I think we're going to be seeing Boise coming in with another new team composition. We've gotten rumor of a swap, but we'll find out about that on the other side of this break. Folks, use this time, get up, get a snack, get some water, walk your dog, do something, I don't know, but come back for what could possibly be the last Overwatch 2 map of the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes. everybody? Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Overwatch 2 Grand Finals. I hope you missed us just as much as we missed all of you. We're going to be jumping into map number 4 of the series, and it's going to be Esperanza, the push map. Now, I'm pretty openly not super fond of push, right? But I think when you play it at the highest caliber, at the highest echelon, it can actually be really entertaining to watch. So hopefully we're going to be seeing that Boise versus Maryville. This is, after all, Orbital, the newest map type in the game.
Yes, it is. And I mean, listen, when you push a slab one way, and then you push it the other way, and then you push it one way, and then you push it the other way. And then, oh, sorry, I got into a little bit of a lull there. That was a little bit rough. But it's push. It's literally push a slab back and forth and pray you get there first.
Yep.
It's very, I akin it a lot, you know, some people will run it up like escort, you know, you're trying to push this slab forward.
Right.
I actually akin it a lot more to control, it feels like, because
I
it's
agree.
so
Yes,
pushing
yes.
forward, it's always constant movement, and this again yields it to BSU just a tiny bit. However, there is a thing where I think players become online and activated throughout a series. Tree has now hit that mark. If Tree
100%.
is carrying over that third game premise, that third game like power boost Super Saiyan level 100 or whatever, Kaioken, someone's gonna murder me for that one too, but I think it's gonna happen. Right now, Tree is the one to watch for me at least.
Wait, hold on. I got you real quick.
Ooh.
Tree so far has just fully been going full power Kami Mamaha just every single time we have seen him out there.
Someone is going to clip this and we may not be here next year.
I got you. Yeah. Well, I'll take that blow for you. Don't worry. But all things considered, you know, with Matt Merck being back into the fray as well, I think we're going to be seeing a fascinating situation in which Maryville is, again, I don't want to spoil anything until the fight actually begins. I don't know if there's delay in there or not, but we're seeing some characters we haven't had the chance to see yet today. A couple that I've been talking about a lot. So I look a lot less like a crazy person when these characters come out onto the screen. And I think this is going to be really fascinating because the Boise roster in this composition is, they don't run into you, they run through you. And the Maryville roster, they're going to be a little more focused on trying to win the long fight, right? Trying to get their early picks onto the supports and then collapsing on the remaining members of the team. So this will be about speed and team coordination, target focus as the real win condition for either side.
Oh man, and that is so scary to think about. Remember, BSU were great at scrapping, but again, they're going for a little bit longer range, and right. Mark again on that Reaper is going to give us so much hope, but King still on that Mace, still on that Ice Queen, and giving us a chance. But look at all the walls going up again. The Ramattra trying to clear him out, but King being a little bit of a bully here, and now healing up once again. Oh boy, everyone is just dancing and jockeying for a position as much as possible.
Yeah, 100%. These players just taking a good time. Everybody looking for that first opportunity of eliminations, and all things considered, this has been a very long fight, somehow in favor of Maryville, but I think May is a pretty consistent counter to the Junker Queen, and Bath, not normally a Tracer counter, but hey, they really do be like that sometimes. Chosen gonna be right behind Plato there in the spawn room in Boise State. Gonna have to give fight number 1 over to Maryville. Over a minute was that fight, so a lot of time, 10% of the game already off the clock, and it is gonna end in favor of Maryville.
I mean, I said it. I feel like Tree is online, and it's now bleeding over into the rest of MU.
Sure.
That solid setup, that solid hold. BSU were like, oh, crap, do we really have to hold? And I am a firm believer in mental plays a huge
100,
difference
100%.
in these games and in that situation. We don't talk about it enough because I think BSU are a little bit shaken. I want to see them be able to bounce back. I want to see them be able to run back and be a little bit more offensive and not get caught up and a little bit tilted by this May, who is still causing havoc. Look at that Blizzard locking down the rest of BSU, and they're shoved away once again.
And I don't think I'm going to be getting a better example of what I just said earlier of May being a good counter to Junker Queen, right? Not only is her Rampage incredibly predictable, you have plenty of time to put the wall up, and that's infuriating. I've been on both sides of that. It is either elating or infuriating, depending on which person you are. But all things considered, I think this composition isn't going to be lending itself particularly well into what Maryville's bringing to the table. They've got a couple of ultimates to work with on the side of Boise and Maryville themselves. Have a couple just around the corner here. That Rampage is actually colossal. Hitting all 5 members of Maryville. Tree going to be the first one to go down. Mikey and possibly Juby. Not far behind. Juby at risk of an Ajax there is going to go ahead and continue to bring that damage forward. Clear with the 3K, trying to live up to that Grim Reaper of collegiate title once again, but 70 meters in 2 fights, Orbital. That is almost half of what you need to complete this map. That is a lot that Boise let bleed.
And the fact that, you know, even at the end, MU were flubbing a little bit, right? We saw the B drop go down with only like 3 alive. I would have been more willing to hang on to that, say, okay, we did lose this fight, very, very sorry. Let's go ahead and try to ramp it back.
Right.
The fact that even losing that B drop still doesn't feel like they're out of it, like they didn't make a massive mistake. They're still going to be able to fight back. BSU now has to do the same. They're going to have to try and push on their own, but corralling themselves once again, watching MU kind of scatter on the upper rung. This is BSU going, please help us out. That's going to be a little bit of a call in. The The Blossom of Death leads Madberg to once again annihilate Mike in the back line, but Tree fires right back. Madberg says, hey, listen, ulti, I'll still take the kills. Juby and Tree, they'll fire right back. And again, it's a team kill for MU as they shove once again.
Bro, that's wild. That's so crazy. I'm so like, I feel my brain hit a Windows reset every time Tree wins a fight, dude. Like, Matt Merck goes in with the Beyblade, the Season 2 classic of Overwatch 1, an ultimate combination, one of the oldest in the game, and it's supposed to be huge. It gets 1.5 eliminations, and Tree was like, giving us their best Thanos impression. I'll do it myself. Drops a 4K with that overclock and puts themselves into a very comfortable winning position. Bright side, Boise's able to recontest pretty early on here, and they're going to be able to find a large opening into this engagement. Clair goes in, forces Immortality Field, Matt Merck gets it down, and a lot of this damage can be permanent. Unfortunately, May counters Junker Queen. I'm going to continue to hit that dead horse because it is proving its point over and over again in this fight.
It's not beating a dead horse, and the horse keeps trying to get up. That's exactly what's happening here. Matt Merck, of course, merking out on 2, but Juby, the slaughterer in the support role, is still able to find it. And this is the other thing to Maryville in these scraps, in the constant, ever-moving map. Juby is able to show their prowess, constantly staying alive, being in the front lines, giving another third DPS to MU's lineup.
Yeah, that's absurd that Juby drops a 3K right there with the help of an Immortality Field from Mikey. Perhaps a little bit of BM there, or perhaps just a bit to survive that bio nade. You don't want your other supports to go down after they get so many eliminations in favor of your team. Maryville playing very carefully out of the far corner, trying to guarantee themselves an advantage state. Moving into this next fight, if they overextend, it can cost them an elimination against them, but if they play their cards right, of course, they're going to be able to find 1, maybe 2 more into their own favor. Boise coming in with a lot of ultimates, one of them being that Rampage. Juby and Clerky, the only 2 hits. The beat from Juby gives Maryville a whole new song to dance to in a moment like this. King sends out the Blizzard, and Boise getting frozen out of this next engagement. The boop away actually keeps Clair up and running. A desperate Nano to keep the tank online. Clerky overextends, finally going to give their life in Boise. With less than half the time back on the clock here, they finally have a team fight flip back in their favor. Only 17 meters to the 70 that Maryville has been able to find.
The fact that we said, like, oh yeah, that might have been a team fight win for VSU. It wasn't. MU were still on that push patrol. They were still shoving forward, and now they stop it. VSU realized, hey, we might have taken a fight, but we did not take the objective, and now they're fighting for it. Good kills by Bagel. Tree is still able to play in Matt Merck, which is huge, but Mikey able to fall on the back line. So this is Tree watching as the team falls away, just trying to find a couple frags on the back end, but it is still VSU coming out the overall winner, but Juby's still giving them absolute hell here.
Yeah, and Juby, I mean, just putting in the work left, right, and center. Tree is going to be overstaying their welcome perhaps a little bit, but I think I'm really starting to catch a pattern here of Boise showing a little too much respect to Maryville. I think we're seeing a fear of the May. We're seeing a respect of the Sojourn that Tree has very much earned, but in reality, it is separating the Boise compositions in a couple of ways. They're not communicating as well. Their target focus is a little shaken, and they're finding themselves in a bit of a struggling position against Maryville. 82 meters on the board for Maryville, and it looks like Boise State is going to find themselves back in favor of the card, but it takes 1 more elimination to really get it. The purple hug locked and loaded for Clerky. Another Rampage. This one is going to be walled out. That's what I was afraid of. Plato takes King out of the equation. The wall goes down, and now Clair, I'm sure, wishing they had that ultimate back. The purple hug, it's a big one, but Bagel's beat should keep the team up and running just a little bit more. Clerky trying to stay alive, but Clair gets the damage done. 2v1 trade. Plato finds Tree, and Boise finally going to break the chains, holding them down in this Esperanza offense. They are 1/4 of the way of what Maryville has been able to find. I'm predicting maybe 50, maybe 60 if they're lucky before Maryville recontests.
This has been such a dicey back and forth, and the fact that BSU have scrapped so hard, and yet this is the first time we have seen a major push. I hate saying that, but it's true. This is the first time we've seen them actually get freedom to breathe, and MU are already right back onto them, slowing them down, contesting this push, and the bot is already running back. So
this is tough now as well, because they're less than a meter shy of that forward spawn advantage, right? So Maryville, they time it to the millisecond to make sure they get out of the point in time. I like what we're seeing from Boise. They give up point control just a bit to force Maryville into a false sense of security, and Mikey already going to be taken out by Matt Merck, who had the Blossom. Actually must have been quite a silent one. A 2-2 trade comes out once again, but it looks like Clair is here to seal the deal, and Tree takes them out of the way again. This player just carrying Maryville. There are 5 great players, but this has been the Tree show so far. Most elims in the lobby by a country mile, and it looks like Boise, they get card control, but no one's alive to push the cart.
they feel so bad, and I love the fact that you even pointed out this is a team of superstars on Maryville's side. However, there's always one player that is willing to pick up the reins. When it's dropped by one, another picks it up. When one drops, the other picks it up. They are constantly shouldering each other, and it allows them to move further and further up that hill, up towards that victory that they want so desperately. They just need to hang on for another more than minute 45.
A rampage comes out from Clair. It's actually going to be able to hit 4 members of Maryville. Mikey going to be the first one to feel the pain and to get that bleed from the carnage inside. Clerky falling as well is going to guarantee Maryville most likely a fight loss unless Juby just is Juby, which is also weirdly likely. King is going to be able to go down. Juby slinks into the back line, looking for that opportunity to strike, and as Tree contests a high ground of their own. Boise sneaking the card away. Juby goes down, trying to get into a 1v1 with Bagel, but Clair's not interested in the supportal combat. They're interested in the win, and with 70 seconds left, Boise might take a numbers advantage. It's going to be really close.
Nah, there's no way they flip it like this. Are they? Are BSU going to give us a flip of numbers? At the last moment, there it is. The stop comes in just shy, but still BSU has such a good chance. They feel like they're coming back in. This Plato gets a good annihilation on Juby. Remember, one of the players that has set us so big, but Shri and Key are going to try. Blizzard comes out, but it finds no one. It is denied. Mikey, though, able to find Clair. That is the tank down. BSU on the high ground. Plato trying to shake it up, trying to find some other angles, and they're not, but they're stalling out as best they can. They want to keep the spot here.
This is probably the last true fight of this map. 40 seconds left on the clock. Clair already going to be missing the beat from Bagel, keeping the remaining members of the team up and running. Clair has returned enough to get that beat online, and Clerky 10% away from that purple hug. Boise needs to get him offline right now. The beat has been used, the nano just out of reach, but Boise needs to win this because with 25 seconds left, they can win this in regulation. Plato is going to be the first to go down, and all of a sudden, Maryville finds themselves in a very advantageous position to win this by 4 meters. Plato is gone. Matt Merck has fallen, and the purple hug is one that often doesn't let go. Clerky is going to be removed, though. This is winnable until Clair has fallen. Mikey getting traded up with a rampage. Matt Merck has the Death Blossom if they can get back to the fight in time. King finds one. King takes out another, and King is not looking to get dethroned today. Maryville is going to be your NACE Starleague Spring 2023 Overwatch 2 Grand Finalist champions. A well-deserved victory and a well-fought journey to make it this far. I need some baby aspirin, bro. My heart rate's insane.
I cannot believe it goes to the tail of
4 meters.
It was Tree first. It was Juby. And guess who comes out at the end? Who said we are not losing here? Victory is in our ground. It is King. Sat up, said, give me that victory. A phenomenal time. And please, Boise State, they gave us a show and a half. The fact that it came down to the last 10 seconds, not even that, 5 seconds is what it came down to.
Yeah, and it's a bummer because it's one of those situations in which a 3-1 does not dictate the 3-1 we just saw, right? Boise keeping it so unbelievably close, but unfortunately, it's not about being close, right? On the bright side, Boise keeping it that close with a top 3 team in the country goes to show that Boise is continuing to improve, continuing to get better, and I know they don't want to hear that right now, so I'm not going to dwell on it. They're obviously upset. It's going to be a difficult loss, but they fought tooth and nail until the bitter end, and I love Boise because I've really gotten to ride with them on a lot of this trail of success. I got to see them be a top 25 team, a top 15, and now they've made it to that top 10, going toe-to-toe with the top 3. So they are truly starting to hit their largest and finest stride, but unfortunately that stride is just 4 meters too short today. It's an unfortunate loss. It really is.
I mean, I give him massive credit though. So
Absolutely.
Huge props all the way through. And I want to give a special shout out to Goblin, who only came in 1 game, but gave us a taste of what a Widowmaker can do right there. That was ridiculous. And the fact that they're able to rotate some of these strong players means that it actually brings a lot of power to actually the different compositions that come out. And I don't think we speak about that enough. The cool rotations, it is now coming to fruition here in Overwatch 2. We get to see those monster rotations of, okay, you're playing this composition, I'm going to bring out this. And having those player swaps means certain compositions are a little bit better than others. So I love the fact that they were able to pull that off and gave us a great time. Again, I want to see it refined though later on as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I know that this is one of many collegiate tournaments they're a part of, right? I know both these schools have another one next weekend where they have a very high possibility of going head to head. And it's like you're constantly kind of grinding through. Boise's getting closer and closer. That rope runs out eventually, right? There's got to be a Boise win somewhere against Maryville. And as they continue to go, I know they're a very growth mindset style team. It's a loss. It's unfortunate, but second place, you're still walking away with some of the prize pool. You're still finding yourself in a very comfortable position of success. And I like that Boise brought out a team comp we do not normally see, or roles we don't normally see from them. They swapped a couple of players. They put Clair on the tank instead of the DPS, and Matt Merck, of course, filling in that empty role. To go in and have 2 players off role and go that, high caliber with a top 3 team really does go to show how deep the roster of Boise can run.
And also, you got to realize now on the flip side, Maryville also, congratulations to Maryville University for grabbing 2 grand finals here. The fact that you do that also makes you realize Maryville are always up to the finish, because game 3, you will never ever see that, I think, ever again for at least a couple months. Like, you are not going to, unless you're in solo queue, and then solo queue, anything can happen. But that is something that you do not see usually in a competitive setting like that. To be able to run 3 straight with 3 points straight in 1 minute. Yeah, Maryville is amazing for drawing out that strength, giving us that nail biter of an ending to game 3.
Absolutely, and I'm so glad this is my first opportunity. It's my second opportunity ever to see Maryville in person. Like, how cool is that?
Yeah.
They come through, they dominate the series through and through, and they find themselves in a really strong position moving forward. They have these weird shoes to fill of, like, they are great, and we all know that, but to continue to be great is a journey in its own right, and it's a very difficult thing that a lot of teams struggle to do. Collegiate is scary because players graduate, players go pro, players stop playing to focus on degrees or masters. So there's so many variables. So to see a team be this great more than a 4-year cycle is incredible. It's something we very rarely get to see.
And not just that, across multiple games as well, breeds a lot of respect for their staff as well. And
Yes.
I don't think we get to talk about staff as much, and I'm going to take some time because I want to, right? I don't care what anyone says. I want to give huge props to all the staff that are coming out. Again, I talked about it earlier. The staff for different organizations, colleges that are willing to invest their time, energy, and heart into this is ridiculously fantastic. Huge props to Maryville University, their coaching staff, whatever pipeline they have made, it is working.
Yeah, absolutely. The calls have been working so far, and Maryville has found themselves a really victorious victory. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. They found themselves a really well-earned victory. And this is a sense of coming into this, playing a couple of off roles, having a player that unfortunately wasn't able to make it, really having to improvise in a lot of critical ways, but it makes the difference, right? It makes a huge difference at the end of the day, and it works super well. I'm excited to hear what Nerdy has to kind of say with Maryville, so Nerdy, take it away.
Thank you so much, Septilence, and we want to give a quick thank you to the Broncos for joining us. Hopefully next spring they can come back and swing a little bit harder, but now I am on stage with Maryville and, of course, Iced. My first question is, despite the shenanigans that were occurring with some of the DPS, because we were talking in the crowd, I was over there, how are you feeling right now about your team?
I'm feeling really good. I'm glad we were able to adjust. I knew it was a guaranteed win coming into it, as long as we sort of just talked to each other and adjusted. We didn't panic, and we did that. So I'm really glad that we were able to do that. So yeah.
And is there any particular shout-outs you want to give friends, family, colleagues?
Yeah, I want to shout out NACE. They've been really accommodating. We had a player who couldn't fly in, and he missed it, and they let him play online. Thank you so much for that. Other than that, Dan, our program director, Andrew, Shipley, our entire staff, they have to deal with us the entire year, so shout out them.
Yeah, I can see the heads nodding over here. So apparently y'all are like herding cats in the best way possible. With that being said, I now give you guys our spring 2023 NACE Overwatch Grand Champions, Maryville University. Is it a little too heavy? You good? While these guys bask in their glory, we will take a quick break and come back with some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, so don't go anywhere.
decide? Do we turn back? Do we turn back? It's in your face. First up to mine. What did the day end up in time? How do we fall? How did we fall? Do we go left? I see no signs. Do we go right? Can't decide. Do we turn back? Do we turn back? It's in your face. First up to mine. What did the day end up in time? How do we fall? How did we fall? Oh,
What makes you an exception?
through time, through blue and white, where I can fly. Take me by surprise, bring me to the stars, to galaxies so far from ours. Set my spirit free. Music is where I will be.
right, it never was. We were just stuck into something. Time shows we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't wanna feel that way. Right, it never was. We were just stuck into something. Time shows we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't want feel that way.
Hello and welcome back to the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. We are in the home stretch, at least for today, and we're going to end things with some Super Smash. So it's going to be Stony Brook facing off against Northwood. Whoever comes out on top walks away with the trophy and the biggest bag in the house. With that being said, Seppi, Seppi and Soy, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Nerdy. And just like you said, we are jumping into our final game of the evening here at the NACE Starleague Spring 2023 Grand Finals with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I'm still Septilence, joined once again by Soy, who was on the mic earlier today, and we're jumping into a game that we both very much enjoy between teams that have certainly worked hard to be here.
Yeah, Super Smash Bros. Grand Finals is about to be underway momentarily, and it's going to be so much fun to see the top two seeds of the league, Stony Brook, the Seawolves, going head-to-head against Northwood, the Timberwolves, two top-tier programs about to do battle here.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of wolves, right? We're going to have to see which one of these teams has a bark that's just as bad or not as bad as their. Which one of these teams is better, Soy? The metaphor fully got lost in the sauce there, but I know that Stony Brook University is a team that I have unfortunately not had a lot of chance to see. Some of their players are just as individuals quite recognizable, but Northwood carries the Northwood name, right? We assume this to be one of the greatest teams here in the NACE Starleague, and they're going to try to prove it, but this is the first time in a while I think we've seen Northwood as not the #1 seed.
Yeah, Northwood's a very strong program. They've got so many good players, and they're all very young as well. Both squads, a lot of underclassmen in this grand final. So we're expecting to kind of see these teams here for not just this grand final, but potentially years to come. It's very, very strong overall showing, and it's going to be so exciting to see the kind of character dynamics that we'll see later on as the series goes.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see which one of these teams is going to be able to kind of unleash, I don't know, maybe the monster inside of them, right? And speaking of monster, a big shout out to Monster Energy. People have been blowing up Monster's inbox for years asking for a zero sugar product, and finally, with a retooled energy blend, new sweetener system, and after hundreds of failed flavors, they have finally gotten it right. Monster Zero Sugar helps fight fatigue, improve mental performance and focus, and motivates you to work and play harder. So generally, you feel pretty darn good. Zero Sugar, Monster Buzz, unleash the beast. A big shout out to Monster for helping making NACE Starleague possible. A lot of syllables there, but we're going to have a whole lot of fun as well, Soy, because jumping into this first matchup, we're doing this, not only are they blind picking, we're getting blind picked a little bit, because we know who plays what. We actually do not know who's going in first for these teams, so we as a group are going to get to experience just how hard these teams want to hit immediately out the gate.
It's going to be so much fun to see. There's such a wide variety of characters here, too, and every single player is just so explosive. They can turn these 0 to 60s into potentially full stocks. That's what we've seen from both of these teams throughout the playoffs, is just one player can have that ability to take over a crew battle, but it's all about the stock count at the end of the day. How much mileage can you get out of every single stock in this 4v4 crew battle?
And it's going to be really interesting, right? You talk about the importance of those stocks and how each and every one can make or break. The amount of times we've seen a player win a crew battle by one stock is more than you might think. It really comes down to each player's individual performance, assuming that player gets to play. There's, of course, the other side of that coin where a player comes in and wipes the entire enemy roster on their own. So we usually call it the mythical 9 stock, but with 4 players here, so that would be 12 stocks before losing 3 of your own. Not very likely, but not exactly impossible. And I do want to make a kind of a cool fun fact here. We've got 11 possible players today. Only one character is repeated throughout this whole thing, so we're going to be seeing a lot of individual characteristics. Looks like we've got Cody from Stony Brook there on the Peach versus, I think, Sensational, the Captain Falcon player from Northwood.
Yeah, Sensational for Northwood on this. Captain Falcon's been very, very strong, but right now they're off to an early deficit here. On the flip side, dealing with this Peach is going to be very, very difficult for Captain Falcon. The defense this character can bring is something else, but Peach, the combo game, the damage that they can output at these low percents makes it very difficult for Sensational to try and find those strong stray hits in the later portions of the game, because they're just going to be in the red for longer typically in this series. And that's kind of what you're seeing off the bat here. An early deficit from Sensational, but now that they're in the red, they've got a little bit of rage built up. If they can survive, they can now battle back in this opening stock.
Yeah, and Captain Falcon, one of those characters that really gets away with being able to use that that rage in its proper favor, able to do a lot of additional damage, make that early space, and get eliminations a little earlier than he may have been able to. 115 on the board for Cody here on this Peach. It looks like that up special is still not going to be enough to find that opening. Cody is going to be able to go in, get back on the stage, uses that side special one way, immediately bounces back the other, and knocks that Captain Falcon off the board for that first stock here on Small Battlefield. Stony Brook having a one-stock advantage. Have a hunch they're not going to keep it for long.
Yeah, at 164, you feel like this stock is working on borrowed time. Sensational trying to find a way to take this stock here, but how do you get through here? They get the footstool, try the run-up dash grab, but they won't be able to track it down quite yet. But look at this, the Nair combos. When you land a down tilt as Peach, it is the scariest thing in the world. Your percent skyrockets instantly. It's down tilt, Nair, turnip, Nair, just everything connecting in the aerial. But speaking of aerials, up air will eventually catch them out and take the opening stock.
Yeah, 53% extra credit is certainly not bad. I think you'd want to be looking for a little bit more, and it looks like more will be found. 81%, 95. Let's make it 100. Immediately able to get that Captain Falcon up and off the stage. The turn up to boot. This may be the stock of Sephiroth.
There's such good coverage on this character. The ability to cancel your float at any moment means you can just change and vary your positioning so quickly. The movement is so tricky to master, but once you do, you get so much mileage out of it, and especially against Captain Falcon, who's been around for a very long period of time. Everyone kind of knows how to cover that recovery angle. You get out there, you make sure you don't get clipped by that command grab, and you can just throw out a hitbox, and there's nothing Captain Falcon can do about it. So Sensational getting caught out in that second stock, but now they're trying to find a way to battle back once again, and maybe they find something here. The mix-ups here just constantly pressuring on the outside with these back airs, and then up B, a Sensational classic.
Yeah, we've certainly entered the territory here, Soy. If this second stock is going to be lost by Cody, that this isn't exactly a stellar performance by either player. Best case scenario, you're walking away with one additional stock going into the secondary matchup, and you're going to be able to give your team a very mild advantage. But with only that one stock on the board, I think it's going to be difficult to get a lot of value with it. Cody goes to the combo, set up a great shield from Sephiroth. Is going to be interrupted once again, and Seth wants to make the space towards center stage, but Cody is really doing a phenomenal job continuously boxing them out of the equation. This up special is going to return onto ledge. Back air finds space, and the lingering hitbox of the side special sends Seth into the blast zone. Able to get back up onto ledge, slow recovery, jump up and over Cody, and Cody stabilizing the center stage once again, but you cannot deny the knee like that. Seth completely flips the game on its head, snipes out a victory I think few of us expected, but a win is a win.
That's called the knee of injustice if you're on the side of Stony Brook. They had such good control of that game, Cody did, but you get hit by one down air at mid-percent, and you know what every Falcon wants to hit. That knee is so damaging. It's been a classic staple of his kit, and there it comes in clutch. The follow-up just too clean.
Yeah, I've got to say, I am quite impressed by the performance that we saw there. I think Seth spent almost that whole game in a deficit, and then was able, in the last 10 seconds there, to find the exact combo he needed, the exact lineup, and to hit the knee, which Seth made look easy. That is a difficult move to hit. The hitbox on it can be very small, and I think hitting a character as floaty as Peach can certainly be difficult, but Seth does it well, gives a one-stock advantage to Northwood, and like I mentioned earlier, one stock is not much to work with.
It's not, but this is how Northwood has combated a lot of top teams in just kind of previous seasons. What they do is they seemingly are down a lot of the game, but they find these interesting ways to counterpick you that may not seem conventional in the moment. You look at it on paper and, well, they struggle in this matchup, or this character should in theory be behind, but they find workarounds for it. They change their play style. Northwood is adaptable, and they come out the gates swinging with these odd counter picks, and that's what Sensational was able to do there. Peach Falcon seems rough on paper, and yet Sensational gets the job done anyway.
So there's part of me, my heart drops every time I watch a player jump off the stage. They have to do it. It's part of the rules, but every time I'm like, oh, no, what's happening? No, that's exactly what they have to do. They have to go down to that one final stock, and Seth going to be trying to find an opening early on here. Not sure if it's going to be a lineup. This is going to be Vanjie from the side of Stony Brook coming in as that second player. And I think, Soy, maybe you might disagree with this. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Mega Man should have a pretty easy time winning this if he can get Falcon off stage.
If he can get Falcon off stage, but the down air is going to come through instead. The problem with this matchup is if Captain Falcon gets Mega Man off stage, that up B is not a hitbox. You have to act out of it to throw out a hitbox. And with Falcon's edge guard ability, that is so dangerous a prospect for Vanjie. They've got to come up with something here. They got a back air on the platform. Down air will connect, but it doesn't send them off stage. It sends them in towards the center and giving Captain Falcon a chance to live. Oh my mercy! The poise, the patience, everything coming together on that combo.
I am absolutely blown away by Seth's performance here. I said, yo, one stock's not that much to do anything. And Seth finds 2 full stocks, a third still possible. With the play style he is bringing to the table, this is how you become a number 2 seed. This is how you become a recognizable player. Captain Falcon, oh no, man, I was going on a rant. All right. Anyway, Seth takes out 2 full stocks. I mean, Northwood is essentially almost a full player in the lead right now.
That is massive. The fact that now you've put them to their last stock on player number 2 here. You're almost halfway through the lineup already. But it's interesting when you look at the kind of cast of characters that Stony Brook brings to the table. It's very well-rounded, and I think that plays to their strength. And they have this counter pick ability to kind of pair with it. Quid is obviously a name that takes center stage because Pokemon Trainer, you can cycle through and play to whatever matchup style you want. But then you also have players like Vanjie who can play a little bit more defensive and just death by 1,000 cuts with Mega Man. But then you also have players like Jintis and Cody on the Peach who can just have these explosive matchups, the damage they can do just racked up so quickly. And that's what Stony Brook kind of is weighing in this crew battle. They're deciding, all right, player to player, we've got every counter pick in the book. Which one do we want to opt for here? And that's what, you know, they're kind of playing for in these best of 3 series, but they will have to, or at least in this scenario now, they will be counterpicked.
Yeah, without a doubt. And there's something interesting about Quid as an individual, right? I mean, a player known to make big moves. But all things considered, a player very talented on the performance that Quid has been able to bring. The player that I think is the most recognizable from Stony Brook for his performance for winning Let's Make Big Moves. That's the reference I was making a moment ago. Against some very popular, very talented players. So Quid has truly gone toe-to-toe with the best of them and emerged victorious. I think as long as Quid is in the roster for Stony Brook, hiding in the wings, if I had to guess the anchor, it's going to be interesting to kind of consider, even if we take this person down, Quid is in the wings. Quid is waiting around the corner. And so wait, there's this thing I made up a while ago that I call the Olimar principle, right? You and I have talked about this a lot because as an Olimar player, I feel like I see this very often. If you bring out a character that's particularly niche or not very popular, people often don't know how to play against that character. So I know I play Olimar and I get away with beating players better than me because nobody's at home practicing their Olimar matchups. Does that same thing go for Peach or for Mega Man or for Wii Fit Trainer, the SGP from Northwood's going to bring out now?
Yeah, SGP, a very proficient Wii Fit Trainer, and I do think it applies for at least these two characters on screen, especially at the collegiate level. There are so many strong Mega Man characters, or Mega Man players, Mega Man, let's say. But they are so spread out. They're few and far between, right? Outside of, say, Wichita State, who I believe Northwood had to beat to get here.
Yes.
And Weber State had one as well. Like, there's just not that many players that, or at least Mega Man mains. So it's a weird matchup that you have to play around, but you do have to figure out a way to play around it. And right now, Northwood's saying, well, we've got someone else who's got strong projectiles, and WeFit can kill very early with deep breathing online.
Yes.
So that survivability, the fact that Mega Man is a little bit heavier than he looks, not as much of a factor in this matchup.
Right, I have to agree, and that deep breathing does not just heal you for like 7%, it actually does give you a damage increase, which I went like 2 full years without knowing. I'm not afraid to admit that, but it is a very strong ability because moves like that kill. Why? I do not think Mega Man was at a stock low enough, or a percentage high enough rather, to go down to that, but it really do be like that sometimes, and Vaughn's second player of the Seawolves to go down.
Yeah, it's 3-2 now in terms of the player count, and WeFit is one of those really funky characters because they have everything in their kit to be able to compete with the top, but the hitboxes are just so odd. The speed is like just slightly off for them to really truly be considered one of the top characters in this game, and yet you can see kills like that. Forward tilt, surprisingly good at taking stocks. That move comes out at frame too fast. It is absurdly quick, but that's the power of WeFit, that if you don't respect their defense, they can punish you very quickly. And for Mega Man, it's easier said than done because Mega Man doesn't have a whole lot of fast moves that can really combat with the strength of something like forward tilt. You've got jab, but it's a pellet. It's just a knockback move. It's just to kind of stall you out. It'd be like a laser from Falco. There's not a whole lot of knockback to that move. You have to really commit to something like a back air to be able to do the trick here. And now that they're down a full player, here comes the Pokemon trainer.
Here comes Quinn, the Pokemon trainer we've been talking so much about today. Can they live up to that expectation that so many people here have for them? I think Pokemon trainer, one of my favorite characters in the game to watch, simply due to the fact that it can really be easy to kind of over-rely on one of these Pokemon. But in reality, to be the very best, you have to be able to rely on all three. And so far, we're going to be seeing Quinn utilize his Squirtle a lot, but this is traditional expectation. You play Squirtle until 60, maybe 70, maybe 80%. But after that, Ivysaur has to come out and make an appearance till around 100 to 120. Then our boy Charizard rolls up. And early Ivysaur going for the 2-frame down air, not able to get that lineup, but a lot of damage dealt to SGP. A perfect parry disrupts a lot of knockback, and not going to do it that time. A beautiful play. Technical 0 to death, I believe, from Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn with a fantastic stock there, only taking 12% in the process, so just very, very proficient on all three. If you have to kind of name one, the Ivysaur is just so well practiced and so well rounded that it constantly gets the job done. But like you said, the Squirtle does a lot in this matchup. A tall body is easy for Squirtle to work against because it's combo food at that percent. And now you get the kill power of Ivysaur coming online, saying SGP, you've got nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide. Upbeat takes stock number 2, and they're already working on stock 3.
Oh my goodness, just a breathtaking performance from the side of this Pokemon trainer so far. Quid has been cleaning house against Northwood player SGP, who took down their teammate Banshee just a couple of moments ago. If this could be a 3-stock here, Soy, this fully resets 2-2. This completely brings the Seawolves back into the fight.
Such a huge stock here for SGP. They gotta find something to get back on the board, but it's just so difficult to find their way back down to the stage. Oh my Quid, the spacing's just too good. And that downer is the size of Alaska, and it takes down another member of Northwood.
That is not a circumstance you want to be in if you are anybody, but Quid keeping all 3 stocks there. And if you see me writing, I'm writing down all my notes on who wins what, but Quid just completely bringing that equation back to life, putting themselves in a situation in which they have tied the series and they get to stay in, right? I mean, there's a chance Quid just wipes the last 3 players. If they can play like that against their next 2 opponents, they can fully put themselves in a really good and possibly winnable position. But Northwood, they're not just going to roll over. So, I mean, this is the number 2 seed. This is one of the best teams in the whole country with an incredible roster still waiting in the wings.
This is one of those situations that I think was the big question coming into this matchup because there is such an emphasis on Quid, because Pokemon Trainer is really not counter-pickable because they have so many different ways they can play. The Squirtle, the Ivysaur, and the Charizard, they've got a character for every phase of the game that there's just not an easy answer in terms of, like, okay, this character hard counters Pokemon Trainer. You have to find these odd workarounds, but that is where Northwood has thrived, in finding the oddball, the curveball to these matchups to find ways to bring things back. They know that Quid is locked in for this next set because of that last matchup. So they know this Pokemon Trainer is in. Now they've got 2 players to pick from in terms of dealing with this Pokemon Trainer. Who do they opt to send in?
We talk about the wild card. We talk about the possibility of change. We'll be seeing that here. I saw Roy, which does mean this should be Northwood's best player, Frostbite. Notorious Roy player, just came in 3rd in a phenomenal solo bracket in the Midwest and is definitely trying to carry that same precedent moving forward. Is there going to be an expectation of reality? I think Roy is a really strong Squirtle counter if you can kind of combo him, but if you start getting comboed like this, Soy, there might not be a lot of Roy.
Yeah, this is a very volatile matchup, especially since they picked Final Destination, right? There's nowhere to run to for either of these characters, and you don't want to deal with platforms against either of these players because they get so much more off of their combos, but Final Destination also means that your disadvantage is just there's nowhere to go. You don't have a whole lot of options, and for Roy in particular, it's even more of a double-edged sword. That recovery is very susceptible, and this is a matchup that for Quid, they're very familiar with this matchup. Not only do they have a Roy player on their own team, but I mean, in Let's Make Big Moves, they had to go up against Cola, one of the best Roys in the world. So it's certainly a matchup that they're familiar with. And they did drop the opening stock, and they do here on that play. So Frostbite able to scratch their way to the opener here, but at 97%, how does Quid battle back?
Exactly 100% here online for Roy, and I think this is going to be a really interesting circumstance because if Frostbite gets stuck off stage, that is exactly where Roy begins to flounder. But if you can hold on to the center stage, if you can go to a ledge guard scenario, you can actually make it very difficult for your opponent, even with large recoveries, like the Squirtle, like the Charizard. It can be very difficult to get back when Roy can swing an inch and knock you a mile into the blast zone. A 1-stock deficit right now, 121 full range Roy. Very scary for Stony Brook, because they really do need Quid to do numbers here. All Quid was able to do so far was tie things up. Stony Brook's remaining player is going to need an advantage going into this last matchup to try and make it happen.
So that side B is important to call out because that's a Frostbite classic. He loves the drag down of side B. It's used typically by Frostbite as an anti-air, which means that it's going to call out jumps. Or if you try and use an up tilt, the side B will beat it out. And it's a kill move for Roy. So at the ledge, it's a very good kill option for him. It doesn't take the stock, but it helps get a lot of extra credit. Oh, it's a forward tilt. Squirtle's at 90. Yeah, that's the kill power of Roy. It's absurd, but it's a huge stock for him to take as it keeps him in the lead.
That's the kill power of Roy. That's the kill ability of Squirtle, right? We talked about that last series. You cannot be playing Squirtle anything above like 60%. Against Roy, that number might be even lower. So unfortunately, Quid is going to overstay their welcome just a bit there. More than 82% online. Quid taking even one more stock can set their 4th and final player up for greatness. Right? If I had to guess, it's going to be Jintis, but we can get there when we get there. One stock available on both sides. 71% here. You got to get off the Squirtle, or it's going to cost you your stock. The weak hit only knocks you up 5 more percent. 76 into a grab and a down throw, into a short hop, down air, grab again. A chain combo here. 43% off the stage. Here's the Ivysaur, too little, too late. The 2-frame not going to be happening yet, and that's got to be the stock. No, a great DI, keeping Quid alive, but Soy isn't a delay of the inevitable.
Huge stock to hold on to here for both players. Parry comes through. Dash attack though. Roy doesn't have a kill throw, so this is still kind of a reset scenario for Frostbite. He's looking for that stray hit. He's looking for Quid to make one mistake, and he will catch the dash away with a forward tilt, and Frostbite holds the lead for the Timberwolves.
Frostbite keeping the Timberwolves just so barely in the lead. It's going to come up to that 4th and final player on the side of the Sea-Wolves. A lot of Wolves today. The Sea-Wolves are going to be bringing in one more player if the roster tells true. I don't feel like I'm leaking any information because there's only one player left. And it's not like their opponent changes. I believe it is Jintis coming in next, another kind of staple player for Stony Brook.
Yeah, Jintis has been around, I think, at least a year. I believe he's a sophomore is what we heard, but yeah, he's typically gone with the Pichu. My apologies. And Pichu's one of those ones that in this matchup, it still plays that double-edged sword factor because, I mean, the whole character is built off of you have this insane combo game, but you are the lightest weight character in the game, or at least tied for with 3 other characters. And Roy with that kill power makes this matchup so dangerous. But Pichu really thrives off of getting characters like Roy off stage, and that's the most dangerous part, right? The moment Frostbite's off stage, the ability for Pichu to linger with things like back air, neutral air, forward air. There's just so much for Frostbite to deal with when they're in disadvantage that this should, in theory, be an easy stock to clean up, but Frostbite's been so clean on their opening stocks.
Yeah, Frostbite's been really good in the opening stock so far. Makes it really difficult to play a character like Pichu. We criticize Squirtle so much for the weight. There's only so few characters lighter than Squirtle, and unfortunately, one of them is the next player coming out on the side of Stony Brook, but 64% already online. Taking even one stock here could be detrimental, devastating even, but we're not going to be seeing a one-stock take from our friend Frostbite there. That is going to be a clean performance from Gintis there with that Pichu. One of the least played characters in the whole game, Soy.
Yeah, we haven't seen a whole lot of this character in terms of the professional scene. Day one, this was considered to be one of the best characters in the game, but I think the fact that a lot of those moves in Pichu's kit actually damage you, anything that has that electric property to it does a little bit of percent to yourself. It's not all that much, but considering what you have to use as Pichu to get those combos, you're gonna end up doing a decent chunk of percentage to yourself, and when you're one of the lightest characters in the game, it adds up over time.
Absolutely.
So that's the downside of playing Pichu, and I think that's why we haven't seen them make that deep bracket run in the past. But it still means that this is an explosive pop-off character. They're the small bodies, so they're very hard to combo, and they have so many good hitboxes to throw out. The multi-hits that you can get, the damage that you can rack up on a lot of different players in the cast, it's just so difficult to deal with when you are not a defensive character or a defensive player.
100%. I think the Olimar principle applies in its entirety, right? I can't remember the last time I played a Pichu player, and I think that goes for a lot of people that play this game. Pichu is not a character we're seeing often, so I think that does allow Gintis to get away with a couple of cheeky things, but I also think it's not in full effect because Pichu is similar enough to Pikachu, who we see very often. There's a lot of similarities in play style there, so I think if you know how to take down a Pikachu, you can take down a Pichu, but as Gintis gets ready for this final matchup, we've gone all the way down to the wire here. 1 player remaining, 3 stocks for each of them. This should be Copel coming in for Northwood, who we're going from the lightest to one of the heaviest, Soy.
Yeah, this is both ends of the character pendulum here.
Truly.
One of the lightest in the game in Pichu going up against Copel's King K Rule. And this King K Rule, it is dangerous. This character doesn't look like much on paper, but Copel, their mastery of this character just completely turns sets around. I've seen this King K Rule take down Sonics, and Sonics has taken down MK Leo. There is a large possibility of this King K Rule putting in a lot of damage, but on paper, this is how the matchup should go. The combo ability of Pichu should overwhelm the early game. It's a matter of if King K Rule or Copel in this scenario can survive this, onslaught of offense.
It is going to be a fascinating matchup here, and I do want to clarify, Soy means Sonic's the top 10 player in the world, not the plural of Sonic.
Right.
I do want to clarify, they're in the country rather, but Sonic's a very talented player, and this K Rule has gone toe-to-toe with them before. Can Gintis live up to that expectation? I think the heavy naturally has an advantage here, just due to the fact they can tank many more hits, and Gintis being at 61% is beyond kill credit in a circumstance like this, and that might be a good example of why. 92% has to double blink in, get back out of the stage, grabs the ledge, up and over the crown, the shield comes out, and I love what we're seeing already. Copel has begun to play this so much more safe. We're seeing a slower play style, because I think Copel knows the second I overextend, I'm donezo.
Yeah, a slower game plays to Copel's favor because the higher these percents trend, the more likely the heavyweight is to survive a lot of these strong hits if you're trading back and forth. But Gintis is going to take this first stock, the cheeky forward tilt through the hitbox there that Copel was trying to throw out. And Copel, they're going to have to make really good use of that belly armor. The crown helping reverse the situation, but they won't be able to take the stock quite yet. The roll behind also doing so much work, and now this is where things can get very dangerous very quickly, right? You see that already they're down a stock, and that means they're at 0%. The combos can come online very quickly for Gintis if they find their opening. And look, 88% already been dealt.
Yeah, Gintis has officially entered the nothing to lose arc because you're at 140 on your first stock. You're a stock completely in the lead. You found 90% extra credit. Even on the heavies, that can be a kill confirm, and we might exactly see why in just a moment here. 92, a great knockoff stage. The grab's going to be missed. The short hop nair finds no purchase either, and with Jintis getting that neutral beam spam off stage, the Volt Charge, you got to be careful, because if you fake it out, you go for the forward tilt, and find a stock just like that. Jintis now one stock away from giving Stony Brook the first win.
Huge stocks here for both players. Like you mentioned, the first set of this best of 3 is on the line between these two, and right now Jintis wants it. They're getting the grabs, they're getting this early damage on lock here. The crowd isn't that much, but the reversal, the back air will do the trick, and just like that, it's back to a tied game.
It is back to a tied game here with a deficit on the favor of Jintis once again. Things look so good in that moment, but when you're a Pichu on your final stock, a K rule can flick you in the ribs and send you into the stratosphere. 82% turns to 87, turns to 93 there on center stage, but you gotta get them close to that ledge, and the down air does it! A beautiful performance from Jintis, an unexpected move, a mix-up, a shake-up, a change-up, and a Game 1 victory for Stony Brook University in what is only a best-of-3 series.
What an absurd turnaround. The patience by Jintis in that moment, because it feels safe for Kopel. There's so many moves where that armor of King K. Rool can come in clutch, can save you from the multi-hits, but Jintis with the patience and presence of mind. When that crown comes out, you have to worry about that projectile. You have to worry about it coming back. Is it going to land before me? Is the hitbox going to be active? Do I parry it? What do I do in this scenario? And they just are able to ignore it completely. Crouch underneath it, dash forward off stage, and time that down air so perfectly that the armor ran out right as that down air connected.
The timing on that probably could not have been more frame perfect if Jintis tried any harder. It was a phenomenal lineup, and it was a beautiful moment. And before we jump into our next series, I of course want to give a shout out to another company helping make NACE Starleague possible, that being Spectrum. Are you currently enrolled in a 2 or 4 year program at a U.S. college or university? If so, we are excited to announce 2 additional tournaments on May 20th and 21st featuring Fortnite, Rocket League, Smash Ultimate, which you're watching right now as part of the Spectrum Collegiate Gaming Challenge. Register now at rally.gg/SpectrumPA for a chance to potentially win up to $1,200 in each tournament. Making money playing games, that's super cool. I love that. This gives everybody an opportunity to do so if you are enrolled in a 2 or 4 year program. So big shout out to Spectrum, and guys, check that out if you get the chance. But before we talk more about that hold on. Before we talk more about that Smash Ultimate, let's talk a little bit more about this Smash Ultimate, because right now Stony Brook have already set themselves on tournament points. So this is a best of 3 series. If they win even by 1 more stock again, it's over. That's a 2-0.
Yeah, it comes down to this now for Northwood. If they're going to win this, they have to battle back in the next 2 full crew battles. They got to find a way to take the next 24 stocks, and that is a lot to take against the #1 seed here at NACE. That is a lot to ask of Northwood, but they've been in this scenario before. They've been to grand finals many a time. These are, these players for Northwood are some of the most battle-tested. There's just so much competition at the collegiate level that they continue to play time and time against, and they continually find answers. The question is, can they find a way to answer to Stony Brook's play style here? They've got so many good characters, so many good players, and they've gotten really their first good look at Stony Brook. There's a chance for them to really pull a rabbit out of the hat here in the second set, but I still feel like the emphasis is on Quid and that run that they had in the middle portion of that bracket. What, they took 4, 5 stocks?
4, I believe.
4 in that battle, and it really came down to Frostbite locking them down.
No, it was 5. You're right, it was 5.
If they're depending on Frostbite for that type of match, it really comes down to the depth of the lineup to be able to play. And this is something we've also seen from Northwood in the past. Kopel ends the series of game #1. Now he starts the series of game #2. It's a very different playstyle that we get to see out of Mega Man versus King K. Rool to start off crew battle #2.
Yeah, this is really fascinating, but I guess there's no better way to be warmed up than to have immediately just left the series you were playing in. So Kopel doesn't have to unplug, doesn't have to get re-warmed up, is fully ready to enter the equation. Maybe that same thing doesn't go for Banshee in a moment like this, but Banshee showed us earlier, they're a player that can really thrive in the deficit, kind of attacking upwards or punching above their weight class, so to speak. figuratively and literally in this matchup. But I think a lot of spacing is going to be seen here in favor of Copel as Vanjie finds themselves continuously getting caught out by kind of miscellaneous projectiles, a lot of space being made against them, and already almost to 100%. Leave shield out, the blade to follow, and a short hop forward air finds no purchase. Soft hit back air from Copel does create another opportunity to strike for Northwood.
So far, things kind of trending even for the most part, but just slightly in Northwood's favor. Copel's gonna sneak in a forward air there, seemingly out of nowhere, with leaf shield up. Typically, as Mega Man, you think you're safe in that moment, but well spaced, and the heavies can afford to take those types of trades, but maybe an answer back here. Ledge guard attempt, maybe something. Oh, the back end trades with upbeat, and so that means that they'll be able to make it back to stage here, and look at the damage Copel can get. They nearly find the neutral B as well, but instead they fall through the platform, and that gives another chance at a stock.
Absolutely absurd, the fact they're able to get back on a stage, find a 71% combo with 4 hits, and all of a sudden things have gone from bad to worse here for Vanjie, who could have been able to find that stock equalizer, but instead Copel gets a phenomenal combo and finds the lineup in favor of Northwood, keeping them alive.
Huge stock here, 150 onto the King K rule, looking for something. They can't find a way to land though. The forward smash connects, and you gotta respect the spacing of Mega Man. So many projectiles to deal with. How do you sneak in? Oh, I love that play. They try and reflect the up air, and it does go through the platform, but the spacing, they'd already moved away. And now Vanjie with solid control of center stage, but the air dodge here, and this is a chance to reverse the situation. Downer connects, good damage landed. They'll parry the leaf shield. This should be down throw, up tilt. Won't take the stock quite yet, not from center stage, but 146, you still feel like the stock might be on borrowed time.
You've got to think the stock's been on borrowed time for quite a while here, and it feels like we're seeing Vanjie continuously trying to punch above their weight class. Going to be punished there for their recovery. It's going to be Copel, a little bit of overzealousness there, relying on their shields.
The counter! Yeah, that's typically used up close and personal, but that's a reflector. And what a call that was, but they answer back with a stock, and it's down to a tie game once again.
That's crazy. I have never seen the counter used like that in my entire life. That was beautiful execution from Copel there. K-Rool is one of those characters that if somebody's playing K-Rool this deep into the Smash Ultimate run, they're doing it for a reason. And I think Copel just showed us that reason. A critical understanding of this character and a great performance to make it a very sloppy win for Vanjie if Vanjie is going to be able to win. Copel, though, feeling good about their chances of success and might be able to find just a little bit more space. There's the grab, there's the back throw, 100% off stage. Crown no purchase, secondary attempt is gonna catch. Oh! Oh, as close can be. The kill confirm was right there.
That up air, if that connects, that's the stock, that's the game, and that's the first one going in Northwood's favor, but instead, oh, the armor down throws, is it up smash? No, up tilt instead. They don't commit or fully commit to it, not quite enough to take that stock. Back air, no, they don't threaten it quite yet. They're trying to call out a defensive option here. They have to recover low, but the armor comes through this time around. The timing's not right. The counter from Ledge, dash attack won't kill, but the Nair will get the job done. They landed behind him, and that knocks Mega Man off stage, and Northwood have the lead.
Copel just, that's rad, bro. I don't even know what else to say. That is incredible. Copel hits so many K-Rool techs there that we never see. We never see people play K-Rool. He hits the reflector, he hits the counter, he gets behind him, he hits the Nair, and it trades into a stock confirm for a one-stock victory. A one-stock victory, it remains though, Soy. And I do want to point out that Northwood had a one-stock victory in series number 1, which they did lose. So hopefully this one-stock can be a little different.
We'll have to see. They are locked into that King K rule as well, but just a crazy sequence. So much going on in that set, and so many things. The ability to reflect up air back down through a platform. That reflect kill for Copel.
I've never seen that before.
The timing of that play, you have to be so perfect and so confident in your movement to be able to pull that off. Because counter from Ledge feels like the wrong option every time. But what a call out it was, and they're able to take the opener here and at least hold that one stock lead. But now they're going up against Cody's Peach, and this is similar to what the first match was for Copel against the Pichu, right? In terms of that combo ability at low percents. You're dealing with a big body, but it is a little bit bigger of a body for King K. Rool to hit, which does play to Copel's favor here, and you're seeing that early 72-0 right off the bat.
I mean, that's incredible. The chase ability here we're seeing from Copel right now, fully warmed up, did not like taking that first loss, and wants to show us exactly what they can do on a more niche character like K. Rool. The turn combos come out. It's another great counter here, and Copel really starting to feel the heat, or I guess reptiles do like heat, the metaphor stand. Anyway, 124, full rage. Cody losing even one stock here can, of course, just naturally be detrimental in a circumstance like this. You're fighting back from a deficit. You do not want to make it any more of one. If you can help things out, if you can make it 3 stocks on the board going into the next player, you can make it a lot more possible for your team to turn things around. If Copel can take even 1 stock off the board, their job is done. Taking 4 for their 3, they got the one they needed to find success. Cody goes for the side special, not able to get the lineup. Short jump, forward air. I wish Toad was his own character. Anyway, back into the center stage here. Cody tries to find some center of the crown, catches him, goes for the up air, it's gonna fall short, grabbing a down throw, that might take a stock, and it certainly will, smack into the screen.
Again, patience playing such a key part of this matchup. The poise, like you mentioned, forward air didn't come out. Why? Because he wanted to scout a landing this time. Instead, it was an empty hop, waiting to see where he would go to, and eventually tracks him down upon landing, gets the grab, and it's an easy follow-up from there to get that up tilt. So another stock off the board, and it guarantees Northwood the lead headed into this next character battle, but still, they're in a tricky spot here. 178, and even for a heavyweight, at this rate, you're working a borrowed time, and that will do the trick. Eventually, the crocodile will die, but still, the damage has been done. Northwood hold the lead.
Northwood hold the lead by 1 stock. That has been the name of the game so far, and it continues to be the name of the game here. They're going to have 9 stocks compared to the 8 that Stony Brook has so far. I do want to call out that we have not seen Quid yet, who did give the lead to Stony Brook last time. That Jintis was able to capture in a 1-1 stock absolute brawl out just happened a couple minutes ago if you're just joining us. And going into this, Stony Brook being in a deficit is critical. This is a best of 3, aka a first to 2. If Northwood wins this one, we go all the way to the 3rd and final set, and then it's essentially a best of 1 because that turns into a winner take all. Stony Brook, they want to end things here. Northwood, as a full program, are notorious for potential and momentum. If you stop them out, you shut them out into 2-0, that's an easy win. If you give this team an inch, they are taking not 1 mile, 10 miles. They're taking a series off of you if you give them 1 second to breathe. Stony Brook needs to shut this team down now.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. This is a team that you cannot allow to just continue to battle back. They will eventually find the right answer against you, and so Stony Brook, they've got to find a way to try and close this out. They still got 2 players left in the tank to try and get the job done here. They know, they're locked into the peach right now. Cody is on 2 stocks, so pretty strong pick here, and there's not a whole lot I think that Northwood brings to the table in terms of counter picks. I'm curious to see who they send in here as their second member of this crew battle. They've got plenty of options here, but it's one of those weird circumstances where you've got a couple different ways to go about this. We saw Sensational take the opener of this battle in that opening crew battle, so I'm not surprised to see them utilize it.
Yeah, and you've got a 1 stock advantage now, right? It's going to be even easier. So Seth might be able to walk away from this with 2 stocks still standing. That makes it really difficult for the remaining members of Stony Brook to answer back. But a great combo early from Cody does create just a little bit of breathing room. And as the combo continues out from one side of the stage to the other, we're hitting a full-blown wave. Side special Whip's going to have to go for center stage control once again. Up special from Seth falls silent, goes unpunished by Cody, and now the jab block towards center stage. It's fascinating how close this has already become with a 105 combo versus only the 18 Cody has absorbed, finding this stock without taking much more damage, so he essentially ties us up.
Again, it's just so many players are so familiar with Captain Falcon in terms of how you want to combo this character, the angles that they can cover. That's Sensational. They really have to treat this game like a heavyweight. They have to be able to survive in the red here, and there's just such pressure that Cody can apply with all these aerials, these short hop, float cancel nairs, do so much work. They poke away at that shield, and eventually they'll shield poke, but you see the explosive nature that Sensational brings to the table. It's That's why he's such a pivotal player on this Northwood roster. All he needs is that one good opening. He gets the stop, he goes for the up smash read, but the shield comes out just barely in time. Nearly scouted out another roll because of it, and if any of these smash attacks land, it's likely the game.
Seth is just covered in grease right now, just cannot be touched. Dodging and rolling through every single move Cody tries to bring to the table, and Cody, I gotta throw out the reminder, is down an entire stock right now. There was a moment in which they had Seth over 100, had taken 18. Now they're at 151, and Seth still has not lost that first stock.
This is one of the struggles with this matchup for Peach, is that you can do all the damage in the world, but when it comes to actually securing stocks, it's easier said than done. Back air gets another one off the board for the side of Northwood. Stony Brook, Cody on their last stock here, and now you got to deal with Falcon with Rage. This is a scary situation, especially if Seth starts hitting these first hit nairs. That knee can come online very quickly.
Yeah, this is going to be terrifying. You need to try to make this a 6-7 if you can help it, a 6-8, absolute worst case scenario. But if this goes into a 6-9 matchup, if Northwood has an entire extra player, this is going to go from hard to very, very difficult, possibly impossible, depending on the performance of Northwood and, of course, Stony Brook. Moving into the rest of the series, 167 now online, and Cody just cannot find a way in.
Got to be so careful here, forward tilt. And again,
there it is.
There it is. The dash attack will take one off the board eventually, but look how long it took.
No!
They were at 180, I think, when that dash attack killed, and the knee nearly outright kills, and they're not even above 100. But now maybe a chance here. The up smash does not connect. Parry on the down air as well, so Cody's going to help get some of this percent back. The juggle game, so important in a matchup like this. They stuff out the up B as well. They try and get the early parasol kill. I love the play from Cody, but they're going to get punished for it thanks to the gentleman's jet.
Yeah, a valiant attempt at that parasol kill. I think that was definitely the definition of high risk, high reward. Definitely back against the wall, fight or flight. Cody's a flightless bird here. Doesn't know how to fly, but can certainly hover. Jumps back into the equation, has that turnip on line. Could be a kill confirmed. Whiffs the shot, goes back towards center, and the side special finds it. What a turnaround from Cody.
Huge back air there to secure that stock, but Cody is at 123, and this is where Captain Falcon can find these scramble kills. You've got to play so careful here as Cody, but you've got Captain Falcon at low percent, but the jab is just faster. It beats out the move, and it catches him with the up air. It's still not enough to take the stock, though. He weaves around another up air, so he makes it back to the ledge. How does he land? Threatening a lot of these floats, threatening the aerials, and he will down air back to stage, but the burst comes through. The dash attack will do the trick, and Northwood, for the third time, hold the lead by one.
By one stock. It just feels like Stony Brook is not able to break that little bit of a ceiling there. Continuously, this team finds themselves caught out by one stock 3 times in a row. But coming in next, you've got to assume it's Quid or Jintis. So far, they've swapped the first 2. Will they swap the last 2? Does Jintis come in third? There's a lot of variables left to be played here, but all things considered, somebody's got to break this curse, Soy, because Stony Brook, at this rate, are going to lose by one stock.
The good news is these are 2 very good matchups headed into this to try and deal with Sensational on Northwood, because not only do you have Pokemon Trainer who's good at all 3 phases or has an answer for all 3 phases of the game, but on the flip side, Pichu's such a small body that it's just really difficult for Captain Falcon to hit. Things like first hit in air, you have to be perfect. I'm not even sure the first hit can come out in time for you to be able to follow up on a small body. If Pichu's crouching, good luck hitting this character. You're down B. That Falcon kick, that instant burst might even be too tall, and that's a grounded move. That's just how small this character is, and so it's very difficult for Captain Falcon to deal with this matchup in general, so it's why I wouldn't be surprised to see Jintis locked in for this next one. But it is Quid. They do have that combo ability on a character like Squirtle as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a really fascinating circumstance in which you kind of mentioned Captain Falcon wants to hit up close and personal. There's few characters in the game that can do things like duck beneath the gentleman's jab. Squirtle is one of them. Pichu is one of them. The Olimar, my boy, is one of them. But we're not seeing any Olimar here today. It's going to be that Pokemon Trainer from Quid once again. So Quid filling in the penultimate spot, not being that anchor at all so far for Stony Brook, and was able to find 5 stocks last time. So let's see if Quid's able to do that once again and open up a door that Stony Brook desperately needs open right now.
Huge chance here for Quid to really get Stony Brook back into the thick of things here. If they can take this stock without dropping one on their own, and right now they've got solid control of center stage, and something that Quid does very well. A lot of people talk about how Quid's advantage state is very strong, but it's because they are so good at reading defensive options and playing patient. They recognize what the common defensive options are, but they also recognize what you want to do to get back to center stage, and they are just so good at playing option coverage, and they are so good at cleaning up stocks. Ivysaur down air gets the job done, and they knock another one off the board.
That was just, I mean, that's so impressive. They're able to do that so methodically and so, like, unentertained, I guess. Like, Quid's like, yeah, I got it. Give me 15 seconds in the ring, and I will get this guy out of your hair for the first time in a while. Seth will go down. Quid has stabilized, right? That's going to be second player coming out. So, yeah, we are fully looking at a tied game once again because they're in the lead by that one stock. There's variables in play, right? So, I mean, we're looking at a circumstance in which last time we were tied up 6-6, Stony Brook wins.
Yeah, I mean, Quid is that X factor, and I think part of it is because of that advantage state, and a little bit more about it is that it's positionally what he does, because you'll see, for example, with Squirtle, he'll get the classic Squirtle combos, things like down air or forward air, to help kind of set up for the next portion of the combo. But at Ivysaur, for example, once you're at that mid percent, you get something like down throw. 9 times out of 10, people are looking for up air. They're looking to juggle you because that up air could potentially kill if they catch you in the right place at the right time. So what does he do? He side Bs instead because he knows you're thinking about that next level. He knows that you're thinking most people are thinking about that up air. So what if I cover away from the up air where they're going to be? And that type of coverage is such a dangerous threat at this level. But speaking of threat levels, here we go. Frostbite and Quid back at it again.
Frostbite and Quid back in the equation once again. They went head-to-head 3 stocks each. Frostbite was able to win with just 1 stock, and right now things already looking a little bit in favor of Quid, but long game left to go. 6 stocks still standing, 3 on either side. A great combo comes out, 74% onto Roy. The problem is Squirtle does not have a lot of kill ability. The higher percent of it you get Roy, the more rage he has.
Yep, the flood connected, and that was it. And that's the thing about you were talking about Squirtle like I think Quid heard you. Quid heard the call. Are you sure about that one? And they're able to answer back. But that's the danger of this matchup, right? You get Squirtle in on a small or on a taller character. They just continue to chip away, and those smash attacks, they are super damaging if you land them. There's a little bit of startup, but with Quid's positioning, he can find those smash attacks. He can convert them into good chunks of damage. And with the Flood constantly being a threat in this matchup, Frostbite really can't afford to recover high, but if he recovers low, out comes Ivysaur.
Yeah, without a doubt, the Ivysaur is going to be a bit frightening here. I cannot believe we're seeing a Squirtle at 90% right now, but Quid clearly feeling the silly little dude and wants to bring him out even more so. Grabbing a back throw, surprisingly not going to kill, even for Squirtle. I thought that had a chance of taking it 130%, but unfortunately just not high enough, and Quid may have to give up this stock sooner rather than later if they choose to stick around on the Squirtle. Definitely wants to use the speed and the height disadvantage against Roy, and definitely make themselves a little slipperier.
Yeah, they were able to slip and slide their way back in to get that grab, but a back air will come through and take that extra stock off the board. So it's 2-1 right now in Stony Brook's favor. The Squirtle back out onto the battlefield, and how does Frostbite find a way in? They've got the reach of this sword, but they've really got to catch Quid going too aggressive, and that's just such a difficult spot to find themselves in. But look at the damage they can do once they get in. Quick 61 to answer back, and Roy's got a lot of early kill power. They tried to scout out a roll there with that forward smash, but now Quid gets the chance to punish.
This is so similar to what happened last time, where Quid was able to find the first stock very early on, and then there was a great answer back from Frostbite. They actually found themselves a 1 stock win. They were able to go further against Jintis, where that 1 stock did not take them far, but it gave Northwood a fighting chance. Right now, I think we're seeing a bit of a repeat unless Quid can find this without losing this stock. Going into the next matchup with only 1 stock is a very difficult place to be in. Going in 5-3 is much better than 4-3. Right now, it's becoming harder and harder to take this second stock or take this final stock against Roy. The parry comes out, the shield to boot, tries to read the jump in, the grab it, the down throw, an air to follow, the up air, down into a down air from Ivysaur. Neither of them finding purchase, and all of a sudden, I've got to say, Quid's back against the wall a little bit.
I'd be very careful right now if you're Frostbite. Quid's playing around the platform so well, but the down air spike comes through, and the option coverage again. Quid's just so clean off stage, walling you out to the corner. There's nowhere to run to, and now Stony Brook have the lead.
Stony Brook have the lead by 2 points. So this is the first time in a while we've had the opportunity to see that, but Stony Brook are going to be carrying 5 stocks going into this 4th and possibly final matchup of the day. Not even up Smash Ultimate. I assume the next player coming in is SGP, the Wii Fit trainer, who did go up against Quid. They got 3 stocked by Quid.
Well, it looks rough on paper, but SGP has made plays like this happen before.
That's very true.
Again, all they've got to do is find a way to take 2 stocks. Smash is a game where you only need 1 stock to make something happen, to make the magic plays. We'll see if the Wii Fit can get the job done, because Stony Brook, this is the last hurdle they have to overcome.
3 stocks. They have nearly doubled that right now. They could almost go 2 for 1 and walk away victorious, but I know they're going to try to win this as fancy and flashy as possible. A great neutral B charge. The Salute the Sun makes no space. The header to get stage control once again, and SGP already find themselves off stage. Wii Fit, though, unlike Roy, can live off stage for quite a while. Certainly not concerned with the Squirtle combos, but 17% found in the first 90 seconds. It's not something I feel like we see particularly often in the first 30 seconds. Not something I feel like we see particularly often. Header comes out once again. I feel like we're already seeing a pretty aggressive reliance of that header from SGP.
Yeah, the slow-paced matchup is what you're kind of looking for here, especially for the side of Northwood, right? You do not want to get caught up in a Squirtle combo. You do not want this Ivysaur to kind of chip away at your stock, because every little bit of percent that SGP takes means so much. You saw, and then if that up smash connects, especially at that charge on Squirtle, but the Flood is actually going to do the trick outright there. SGP not worrying about it and should have been, and all of a sudden it's a tied game at 2 stocks apiece, and that means so much for the Seawolves.
That might be the worst DI I've ever seen. That is so unfortunate there, as SGP loses that stock so unbelievably early, but unfortunately hindsight is 2020, and you've got to work with what you've got. I love what you said earlier, Soy. You only need 1 to get it done, and SGP has double that on the table right now. Might be able to take the 2nd stock off the board of Quid so far, but Quid, a top PR ranked player, looking to make some big moves here in favor of Stony Brook and become the NACE Starleague Spring 2023 Grand Final champions.
Huge play here. 123, Ivysaur with range.
Oh my goodness.
And oh no, dancing around this platform is so dangerous. Quid's so good at maneuvering, and that is the Quid classic. Down air, up air, goodbye stock number 2. You cannot mess with this Ivysaur around a platform. They will do exactly that to you. Baits them in and gets the 2nd stock off the board.
Oh my goodness, bro. Quid said,
SGP's off stage.
Quid said, I 3-stocked him once. Ayo, watch me do it again. 90% already online for SGP. The header is going to be returned due to that leaf throw. Going to be returned on the stage. It's the down air! It's the Ivysaur down air! The Wi-Fi Warrior Ivysaur move comes in clutch on land. And Stony Brook have the opportunity, have the victory to be your 2023 NACE Starleague Spring Grand Final champions in the SSBU matchup. A beautiful performance, near flawless. That's the first time I've seen that team, Soy, and I will not forget that team anytime soon.
Stony Brook is just such a threat in SSBU, and it's not just Quid, it's the fact that the rest of the lineup can learn so much from that player. The fact that, I say this all the time, greatness rubs off, and Quid is such a proficient player that you learn so much from playing at the top level, and Stony Brook is a threat. Watch out for this group. It's not just Quid, everyone stepping up in their own right. Such explosive characters, such explosive players, and they get the job done here.
They get the job done, and they walk home victorious. Northwood fighting incredibly strong, a great, phenomenal performance, but I do think, interestingly enough, we don't see this in a lot of other games. The matchups here were just crazy unlucky for Northwood. There were a lot of opportunities where Stony Brook just had the right character, just had the right player to make it a very difficult matchup, and Northwood fought notably impressively, considering every matchup felt like it was against them.
Yeah, that's what, again, we've seen this time and time from Northwood in these types of matchups against Goliaths, titans of the SSBU scene. They find these kind of odd, unconventional type of counter picks, and we saw that in Series 1, right? The idea to go for the Captain Falcon against the Peach is not necessarily what you'd think. Trying to rely on the King K rule against Pichu, right? You're playing the very double-edged sword that no one expects you to take, and it nearly worked out for them in that opening set. But then set 2 comes around, and Stony Brook, although they were always down one, always right behind them. They just had the answers in the clutch moments.
Yes, the clutch moments are what mattered most, and it's crazy because you know this. I'm not super fond of this kind of crew battle style, right? Because there are instances in which one player can just fully deadlift a roster, but I'm so glad we did not get that. We did not get that once today. We got every single matchup, every single player, every single stock, all the way down to the wire. It was beautiful, and it was incredible. I do, before we kind of close it here, want to give a shout out to Extra Life, another sponsor that has been able to help make NACE Starleague possible. Millions of children across the U.S. and Canada benefit from the amazing care given to them thanks to their local Children Miracles Network hospital. Show your support by donating to the NACE Starleague Super Team page in chat or the Twitch panel below. A big shout out to Extra Life alongside Spectrum and Monster Energy as well for helping make today possible. But folks, before we go ahead and throw it to the stage for the trophy ceremony, I'll speak for Stoy and myself. We'll wrap it up quickly here, but I want to say thank you to NACE for bringing us out. Thank you to Butler for hosting and having us here. Thank you to the production team that has worked effortlessly and tirelessly to make today possible. There's a whole new day tomorrow, but Soy and I will not be a part of it. So thank you all so much for joining us. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy this trophy ceremony and tomorrow. We'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Seppi, and I hope you drive home safe tonight. With that being said, Northwoods, you guys put up one heck of a fight. Hopefully next season goes a little bit better for you. You had a great season, but nonetheless, the trophy is gonna go over to Stony Brook. All right, so how are you feeling right now? And if I please, do not just give me some lame answer to this one. I'm begging you, be exciting.
I'm so nervous. Like, I've played a lot of tournaments, and all these guys have, right? But it's so different to play with the team and in a crew battle setting. Like, I'm sure we all felt it a little bit. The nerves kick in, and it was really like exhilarating just to be up on stage and play. No, that's about it.
These guys are my favorite today. I'm just gonna throw that out there. That's the most creative answer thus far. Okay, so you guys get a bag, you get a trophy. What's next?
I think in the future we're gonna look into, you know, this league and what we can do to expand our program at Stony Brook for esports, because we were so glad this semester. I'm a freshman, and I heard about this. Was our first semester playing in NACE and playing with the Smash team. So I think definitely looking towards the future, and with this win, we're gonna look to expand the program, not just for Smash, but for all esports at Stony Brook. And I know they're doing a lot of work with that right now. So I'm really excited for the future. You know, I'm a freshman. We're all pretty young, so we'll be around for a while in esports.
All right, without further ado, I give you your Smash Ultimate NACE Starleague champions, Stony Brook. As they bask in their glory, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning into the broadcast or coming down to the esports part today, and we'll have more in store tomorrow to round out the NACE Starleague Grand Finals.
Hope it's not a